Hi there, I'm meteorologist Corey Thompson here in the First Alert Weather Lab, watching severe storms that are developing across eastern Iowa at a pretty rapid clip. They just started to develop within the past 15 minutes, and already we have our first severe thunderstorm warning, first of what could be several as we go through the rest of the day. So let's take a look at what we have. This is the storm. It is a pretty formidable one at this point. It is generally in portions of Jones and Delaware County right now. It'll be moving off to the northeast and affecting Dubuque County here within the next 15-20 minutes before it moves out of this warning area. This severe thunderstorm warning goes until 1:45. The primary threat here is going to be that ping pong ball sized hail, as well as the risk for some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So those are pretty intense winds, potentially some pretty large hail. That is what we're facing today. So please, if you live within this area, make sure to use extra caution. Seek shelter right now. Get away from windows. Get to the lowest floor of your home, ideally, and also be prepared potentially to take extra action in case a tornado warning is issued for your area as well. So that is what we're looking at here. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for areas just to the south. It's another cluster of storms developing, and we will step away from our streaming coverage for a moment and join folks on KCRG TV 9. Another cut in, please. Yep, thank you. I do. Thanks. I'm meteorologist Corey Thompson in the First Alert Weather Lab with a new severe thunderstorm warning. It's a large one, and it goes until 2 o'clock this afternoon. It includes much of Linn County, including the eastern half of the Cedar Rapids metro area, Marion included too. Far northern Johnson County, the rest of Jones County that wasn't in the first warning, and northern Cedar County as well. This is for a cluster of storms developing in Linn County that's moving off to the northeast and has the threat for quarter-sized hail as well as 60-mile-per-hour winds. Within the storm, there is some rotation being seen by the National Weather Service too, and so they add that tornado possible tag, although tornadic development isn't immediately imminent. This is moving off to the east at about 50 miles per hour, so storms will be moving fairly quickly today, and that's why they have that relatively large warning. It takes it far into the future. The communities impacted: Springville at 103, Fairview close to 110, Anamosa, you'll be in line for these storms at about 113, Mechanicsville closer to 122, Wyoming, you've had storms this week already and you'll see more at 132, and Baldwin closer to 143. So fast moving as these continue to develop and evolve fairly quickly as we have that volatile atmosphere in place. That's going to give us the chance for storms to quickly turn severe. Another severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Delaware, Dubuque, and Jones County. As we described earlier, this has the potential for ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds, and it does look like hail has been observed in this storm as of the latest information. Public report of quarter-sized hail just northeast of Prairieburg. So that will be moving into much of Dubuque County here within the next half hour to hour. A tornado watch continues until 8 p.m. this evening. The threat for large hail, tornadoes, and damaging winds is all there for all of us. These storms developing right now are out ahead of the main cold front. That's yet to move through, so we've got several hours of thunderstorm potential. To recap, a severe thunderstorm warning just issued for portions of Linn County, as well as Jones and Cedar, and portions of Jackson and Clinton, as well as far northern Johnson County. This goes until 2 o'clock. We'll continue to monitor things here in the First Alert Weather Lab. I am also currently providing additional coverage on our streaming platforms. You can find that on KCRG.com, the KCRG YouTube channel, the KCRG app on your smartphone and your smart TV. Get it and join me for additional information, but we'll be back here as conditions warn on TV 9. Stay with your trusted local news and weather source, KCRG TV 9. And we're back with you here on our live stream as well. Couple of warnings now, severe weather threats evolving quickly as storms continue to develop. It does look like the strongest storm is still here in southeastern Delaware County. Had that report near Prairieburg of some quarter-sized hail, so that is what we're keeping an eye on there. Otherwise, new information, waiting for the National Weather Service to provide some, but we are seeing additional development in central Iowa too, which we'll take you to in just a second. But it is really this storm that's developing here. It's going to move quickly into Dubuque County. Dubuque, you would be in line for this in the very near future. And this storm is in an environment that would be favorable for it to continue to intensify. So I'm going to put a big, broad storm track on it here as we look ahead. Dyersville already seen some of those heavy rain showers, but additional storms will be moving in. So you've got those going on right now. Cascade at about 110, Epworth at 120. Holy Cross right about the same time, Piasta closer to 128, and so Dubuque, you'd be in line about 145. So this warning only goes until 145, but it does look like things may change a little faster than that. So it may actually move out and new warnings will be issued behind that. We'll have to wait and see exactly how things evolve. So that's where we stand in terms of warnings right now. We'll pull back and take a look at a wide view of pinpoint Doppler radar. We do have that tornado watch that goes until 8 p.m. as well. Everybody included in that. And so you'll notice that storms are developing out here near Cedar Rapids and west of Dubuque. But why that watch goes further west than that? It's because we've got a cold front on the way. And that front is going to sweep through later this evening, but until it does, we're still going to see generally a pretty unstable atmosphere, a pretty volatile atmosphere that could provide that chance for severe weather everywhere around eastern Iowa. So just because you see storms now to the east of you, for example, in Cedar Rapids, you don't want to let your guard down because the threat is not over. Something to keep in mind there. Here's pinpoint Doppler radar. We're going to take a broad look at again, and here is what we're facing. There are additional scattered storms out here down in south central Iowa that we're going to have to keep a close eye on. Those will be moving northeastward as well. This, of course, is what we're facing right now. Strongest storms in the whole Midwest taking place here in eastern Iowa, stretching from north of Iowa City to southwest of Dubuque. They are moving off to the northeast. We have additional storms that we're going to watch that are right along a cold front back off to the west. So this front extends from southern Minnesota and will be sweeping eastward within the next several hours. And that will be eventually bringing an end to our severe weather threat, but it will be a focus for additional storm development as we go through the afternoon. All right, just gathering some additional information as storms continue to evolve here. Looking at the potential for, of course, we are always very concerned about large hail and damaging winds, but of course some of the more imminent threats that you always want to keep a close eye on for their possibility is tornadic development. So far, even though the warnings are tagged with tornado possible, no real clear sign of low-level rotation developing in these storms. That's, of course, good news at this point. No additional indication of that for now. Watching both areas of storms and seeing them with perhaps some broad mid-level rotation, but no additional low-level rotation, which at this point, again, very good news. So far, so good on that front. Go ahead and put this back up here, give you a little bit of an indication of what we're seeing. So those two warnings, large warnings at that, but it's just because these storms are starting to move pretty quickly and they'll be tracking off to the northeast at a hurry. Wouldn't be surprised to see Dubuque County to get involved in another warning too, because these storms are about to exit the initial warning. And so the rest of Dubuque County would be in line for additional severe weather potentially as a result. Newest update for the storm, the southern warning, still for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. That is the current look from the National Weather Service. They have kept that consistent at this point, so that's good to see there. No change in the warning to the north either. What's interesting is that this storm in the northern portion that's approaching Dyersville, it's taking a little bit more of a northerly jog, perhaps. You can see these storms maybe are moving a little bit farther that way, and this one may be heading a little more due northeast or north-northeast. Nothing shocking about that, but it just means that we could be seeing a little bit of a split in cells here, which really doesn't mean much beyond the fact that we've got that chance for perhaps larger hail as it moves off to the northeast. So far, so good in terms of additional reports, fortunately. Just kind of gathering information. This is kind of indicative, too, of what we may be facing throughout the day. You can see that there's kind of an individual storm here. It's a little bit messy up toward Delaware and Dubuque County. But these storms, while kind of individual cells, but they are grouping together into a line. And so it's this portion that could produce perhaps a little bit more wind as it tracks off to the northeast. But that's going to depend on the overall evolution of stuff here, which, of course, these storms just developed. So at this point, we're just kind of watching and waiting to see what takes place in terms of where these storms are going to go and what they could potentially do. Still generally good news at this point, though, in terms of the potential for tornadic development. Not seeing that at least imminently within these storms, and so we'd like to see that. Otherwise, just again, tracking them as they approach portions of the area. Let's in fact try to find our Springville City Cam and catch what's going on there. Here we are in Springville. Lots of heavy rain for sure. Not seeing a ton of wind in that area, but big raindrops at the very least. Can't really tell if that is in any way falling as hail or not. But it does look like we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. It does include more areas to the north. This is for the warning that is for Delaware, Dubuque, and now Joe Daviess County. That will go until 2:15. We'll be joining the folks on KCRG TV9 once again. Another cut in, please. Thank you. I'm meteorologist Corey Thompson in the First Alert Weather Lab with a look at a new severe thunderstorm warning, more of an extension of one that was already in effect for portions of Dubuque County, but now includes the rest of Dubuque County, as well as eastern Delaware, far northern Jones County, and western Joe Daviess County in northwest Illinois. This goes until 2:15. The main threat with these storms continues to be large hail, although some gusty winds are possible too. It's all about storms that are near Dyersville down toward the Camp Courageous area. They're all moving northeast now at about 50 miles per hour. You can see that as a pretty quick pace. And so these storms will be approaching other areas, including the Dubuque area, very, very soon. So we'll put a storm track on here for you. Epworth at about 113, which means right about now. Sherrill close to 124. Dubuque right around the 130 time frame in terms of these storms getting there. So you've got about 15 minutes or just a little bit more. Dickeyville close to 136 and over toward Platteville in Wisconsin at about 145. Galena also involved about at that same time. Again, notice that in the corner of your screen it says that tornado possible. These storms are in an environment where a additional strengthening and organization of the storm could lead to rotation developing. Doesn't look imminent, but it could occur if that takes place. The National Weather Service is watching it very closely. A tornado watch continues until 8 o'clock for the entire TV9 viewing area. That is indicative of the environment that we have, very favorable for the potential for additional severe storms. And of course, we will be tracking them as well. So let's recap. We've got 2 warnings at this point, one for portions of Dubuque and Delaware and northern Jones County. You can also see for portions of Lynn, Jones, and as well as western Jackson, western Clinton, and northern Cedar counties. This goes until 2 o'clock, and that's for the same threats of large hail and some gusty winds. We're going to stick with you on our streaming platforms for additional live coverage through the afternoon, but we will be back here on TV9 as conditions warrant. Stay with your trusted local news source, KCRG TV9. Alrighty, we're still here with you on streaming as we have been so far this afternoon. Additional storms likely to continue to develop, additional warnings likely. And even if you aren't seeing storms, let's say you're in Cedar Rapids and you're like, well, this has passed us by. We don't have to worry anymore. That is no longer the case, as storms will continue to form potentially this afternoon off to our west. They'll be moving northeastward as we go into the afternoon, and another round is possible between about 4 to 7 p.m. after this initial development moves off to the east. Right now, so far, severe thunderstorm warnings, not necessarily any sort of indication of significant rotation within these storms. Which again is an excellent sight to see. We would love to keep these storms from producing any tornadic activity. That would be the best possible outcome here. But of course, we're watching, we're waiting, and we're just keeping a very close eye on things in case things change. That's why we're here with you to provide you that additional coverage. Thank you for joining us on our streaming platforms. They are very much appreciated, your viewership. You can find us on YouTube as well. We've got a live chat on YouTube. I'll be trying to keep an eye on it. Obviously, things are very busy, and so I may not be able to get to every question every moment, but I'm going to do my very best to help provide you the information that you're looking for as we go throughout the afternoon. So bear with me, potentially, but we will be, of course, doing what we can. Big cluster of storms, really starting to organize a little bit in terms of having that line of storms down to the south, looking at the potential for new storm development down that direction. Certainly looking for the potential for organization into more of a wind producer for the area down toward Anamosa, and we're also looking at the area east of Cedar Rapids. You're probably seeing some really dark skies in Cedar Rapids at this point, but in terms of severe weather, that is staying off to your northeast. This warning just updated from the National Weather Service. They keep the same sort of standards here in terms of quarter-sized hail and the potential for 60-mile-per-hour winds. I'm going to pull up the Mount Vernon city cam, so bear with me as I get that going. The radar certainly shows that at least heavy rain will be likely in the Mount Vernon area toward Lisbon as well. But hail, certainly a possibility, and certainly some of those stronger winds. Those are both a threat with any storms that we see today. But again, if you're in Cedar Rapids, you're seeing bright and sunny skies, at least for the time being. Our downtown city cam shows conditions like that, but our Mount Vernon City Cam showing quite different conditions for the folks in southeastern Lynn County who have yet to see these storms move through. We're going to keep it here, and I'm going to move the camera a little bit. Okay, again, bear with me as we turn things around here. Face the storm as it's coming in from the west. Got a few more trees, but we'll keep an eye on this storm as it continues to move in. Keep an eye perhaps on those flags down the lower right corner as things progress here. Seeing those flashes of lightning too from time to time. Nothing too extreme at this stage, but of course they are just seeing those warnings move in. National Weather Service looking. Cold fronts moving across the state. They are seeing a decent temperature drop as the front moves through. And so that will be a thing that we'll experience later this afternoon. Even if we don't see rain. I think most areas will, but even if we don't, they will be seeing their temperatures drop no matter what. We are expecting cooler conditions this weekend. That looks like a pretty good likelihood. So as something we've been keeping an eye on as well. That Mount Vernon City Cam, not seeing the heaviest part of the storm arrive just yet, but it likely will be very, very soon. A little surprised we're not seeing more blinding rain just yet, but of course that could change in a big, big hurry. Going to show you what we're standing on as we stand by for that Mount Vernon City Cam. Live pinpoint Doppler radar shows the areas that we're watching. In fact, there's about 3 of them we want to keep a close eye on. We've got showers and storms in far eastern Iowa. That is the imminent threat at this point in terms of large hail and gusty winds, and watching for any sort of development in terms of rotation. Off to our west, we've got a cold front. This one will be providing additional storm development within the coming hours. So far, it's relatively quiet along it, but new storms will likely fire up here, probably within, again, the next hour or two. Already starting to see some signs of it here, right near the front in our northwest zone. And again, those would be in a very favorable environment for severe weather too. So if they were able to continue to develop, we'd see additional severe thunderstorms likely. Additional development likely in the southern portion of the front too, in southern Iowa. And so those are the spots to watch as we look through the next little while. Right now, the spot to watch, northeast Iowa, as we look for clusters of storms. Dubuque, you will get involved very, very soon. Mount Vernon also seeing some of those areas of storms move in. And we're also watching for new activity moving toward Dubuque. Southwest Wisconsin over toward Grant County. Going to get involved in heavier storms here in a little bit. And again, all parts of eastern Iowa have the potential for severe weather as storms continue to develop. Really is one of those days where conditions are just ripe. Plenty of warmth, as we've noted. Plenty of energy in the atmosphere. And plenty to watch. We're going to pinpoint an area here in Jones County. National Weather Service looking at it. There's a lot going on right now in terms of these storms in Jones County. There's a lot of different cells, different storms interacting, but the perhaps strongest one is this one that's kind of outlined right about here. And it does have a little bit of that supercell shape to it. And so it would perhaps be our most problematic one, but it's going to continue to be interfered with by some of these other areas of storm activity. And so as it does, that could either weaken it a little bit, or they could strengthen a little bit. It will affect the ability for it to produce rotation. It could also increase the ability for it to produce rotation, which I know sounds a little counterintuitive, but when these storms are taking place, those interactions can really do a lot. And so that's why at this point the National Weather Service has said they're watching that possibility very, very closely. Let's go ahead and put on our velocity view. You can see there's a little area of green showing up now in northern Jones County. Not necessarily showing imminent trouble, but you would wonder. And that's going to be the area to watch here in the very, very near future. There's just signs of this storm strengthening in general. And we can perhaps see that if I pull up our hail tracker. If you actually put on the hail path here, you can see it wasn't producing very large hail until very, very recently. And we started to see those darker blue colors show up. And those darker blues represent hail that could be up to quarter or maybe even $half sized in a few cases. Once we get into the purples, you're talking closer to ping pong and golf ball sized. But right now we're not seeing that just yet. Be ready for large hail in far northeastern Jones County. That would be the spot to watch at this point. Do have a viewer photo I want to show you. This came from Hopkins a little bit earlier when those storms were near there. This is relatively small hail. You can see on the ground behind this person's hand that there's not a lot of hail on the ground, and so I would say that's dime marble sized, maybe getting close to quarter sized on that top one. A little tough to tell. One thing that's kind of neat, you can see those different concentric circles in the pieces of hail, so you can see it made at least a couple trips around the storm. It's very much like tree rings in that each line you see there emanating out from the middle is one more trip around the storm that this hailstone made before it fell. So that is pretty cool stuff as well. But that's the picture that we've gotten so far. I believe we've got another picture as well. This is from Bertram. And you can see a little bit of small hail again. Nothing overly substantial, but certainly plenty to watch there as well. Certainly just a little bit of hail here and there. Yeah, nothing extreme, at least at this point, in terms of the reports we've received, as well as the pictures that we've seen too. If you want to send us pictures, you can do it in a safe manner. That would be using unews, kcrg.com/unews, as well as the KCRG First Alert Weather app. That is a good spot to do that, and that is a option as well. If you go to the submit button in the lower right corner, that's where you can find that. We're looking at the severe thunderstorm warning, which includes portions of Delaware, Dubuque, and Jones County. This was our first warning of the day. It goes until 1:45, so it extends for another 15 minutes. But the National Weather Service did just update this to warn for the potential of golf ball sized hail. So it is the same storm. It's the storm affecting Cascade right about now. And so it's this portion of the storm in particular where we've seen that large hail. You can see that in our hail tracker. It is a little farther south of Cascade from that perspective, but that's the portion of the storm where we would have that hail potential and potentially falling out of that storm. I'm going to pull up our Cascade City Cam, see what we can see there. Seeing heavy rain in the Cascade area right now. I'm going to try to move it a little bit, see what else we can see. You can see the rain picking up quite a bit in Cascade. Not seeing hail at this point. So that could be good news for them, but of course that can change really quickly. And sometimes those hailstones are isolated, but if they're isolated, they can be pretty big too. So let's take a look here over these, the rooftop. Do we see any hail? I see splashes in the water on the rooftop. You may see them as well. I do think that those splashes are going to be related to just raindrops at this point. I don't see bouncing. I don't see hail landing and sticking. And so that's a hopeful sign for folks in Cascade. Hopefully we don't end up with a lot of large hail in that area or anywhere in eastern Iowa today. Well, and now we've got some water on the lens and the camera. There we go. Didn't want to focus for a split second, but we're back with a good point of view here of our friends in Cascade. I'm going to go ahead and go back to radar view. Show you what's going on. A couple of warnings still in effect. Looks like they just updated that one for the rest of Dubuque County. It now includes the same magnitude of hail, so golf ball sized hail would be possible with storms moving in. We're going to have to pull up some of our Dubuque-based city cams here in just a moment, see what we can see. So far, again, a quick check of data off the air. No clear signs of low-level rotation developing with these storms yet, which is, again, good news. If we can avoid any tornado warnings today, that would be great for everyone involved. But, of course, the day is still early. That tornado watch continues until 8 o'clock, and so the atmosphere remains primed for that. All right, let's pinpoint for folks in Dubuque County. This is the storm that's moving in. And you can still see that area near Cascade's got the brightest colors in terms of some of the purples showing up on the radar, which can be, again, a good indication of some stronger hail potential. That is a possibility within those. View from our Piasta City Cam would be great to see, and so that's my next step here. We're going to get that going here and take a quick look. There's Piasta. We're looking off to the west. And it is looking pretty ominous. Right now, not a ton of rain falling in the Piasta area, but there is more rain coming, and there will be potentially some large hail and potentially some gusty winds coming too. At this point, the storm is coming in from the southwest. That'd probably be within the next 5 to 10 minutes. The heaviest stuff is still potentially headed for near or just south of Piasta. And there could be some other areas of hail within the storm that are just going to move very, very close to Piasta as well. So it's going to be a close call no matter what. But that's where we stand in Dubuque County right now. Still very much watching all of these storms at this point. There's a little bit of new development down here in Keokuk County. At this point, it's a relatively small storm, but it does show some signs of strengthening. And it also has some lightning. Not a really huge uptick in lightning just yet, but there is, it's gotten a little better established over the last little bit. So I have to keep an eye on that one in terms of what we may experience with it. It would be headed toward areas near Washington, Riverside within the next hour. So we'll be keeping a close eye on that. Big storms entering portions of Jones County in particular. You can see that they've got lots of lightning and plenty of heavy rain and potentially some large hail. This warning goes until 2 o'clock, I believe. 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail, and I'm also getting involved. Wyoming, Olin, Oxford Junction. Clarence, you're on the edge of this warning in Cedar County, but I think it's going to stay just to your north. So that is a potential there that you'll miss out on some of the heavier action with this storm. Do recall, though, that more storms are possible later into the afternoon and evening. So even though this round moves through, the overall threat is not completely diminished. But the storms to the north here at this point still exhibiting the most strength and the biggest potential for hail, warned for up to golf ball sized hail. And there is a little bit of hint of rotation in portions just east of Cascade. At this point, it's not significant, it's not huge, but things can happen quickly. And so that's why we would be watching this area. Again, that would head northeast toward the Fillmore area. It's not, again, especially well established, but it's something. And no doubt the National Weather Service is keeping an eye on it too. It sticks with us. New radar scan. Still a hint of it. Still not showing extreme like depth in the vertical. So the rotation for storms like that you would want to see extend a little bit higher up into the atmosphere in terms of it being well established and well organized, but we just don't want things to catch us off guard here. And so all these storms today really do have to be watched very, very closely. Just again, thanks to the atmosphere we have in place. It's a volatile one. As of yet, though, things have been relatively lacking in reports, which again is not a bad thing. We don't necessarily want to see a lot of information. We're better off not hearing from folks in terms of seeing severe weather. That is the best possible outcome here. New information from the National Weather Service. They are still monitoring things. The National Weather Service in Des Moines is monitoring things way out in central Iowa. Again, we haven't seen a ton of development with these cells trying to go right along the cold front. So there's a lot of little individual cells that have been trying to develop right here. That's the location of the cold front. As of yet, not seeing a lot of consistency. There's a little bit of a cap on the atmosphere back that way. So it is still holding back in terms of new development, but we are expecting that development to take place. Got a question in the YouTube live chat, which of course you can join us in there if you have some questions. I'll try to keep an eye on it, but trying to keep a lot of plates spinning here today in the Weather Lab. Is Cedar Rapids clear at 6 p.m.? That would be about the time frame that we would be looking at for Cedar Rapids to get out of the area potentially of new storm development. Let's take a look at Pinpoint Futurecast, which starts off right now at 1 o'clock. And you can see it's got a pretty good idea of what's going on. It's got those storms taking place right up along northeast Iowa. And that's the initial development. So it does have that going on, which is good to see. So that gives you a little confidence that it will know what's going on into the future. You can see that cold front takes a little while. Still another hour, hour and a half before we see more significant development right along and southwest of it. We are going to see these storms continue to fill in along that front. Within those, large hail, damaging winds, even an isolated tornado possible. The question specifically was for a flight at 5:55. Well, storms will be nearby, and so it will be interesting to see. This Pinpoint Futurecast takes them through pretty quickly by 6 o'clock, and so that flight could be in pretty decent shape. But, of course, it's going to depend on conditions on the ground. If you're headed east out of Cedar Rapids, say to Chicago, could be a little bit of a bumpy ride as those storms are around. And, of course, that could be a factor in the pilot's decision to go as well. So see these storms, again, mostly moving out by 7 or 8 o'clock. So we are expecting it to be a relatively quick situation here for the next few hours. We've got about 5 to 6 more hours in terms of where these storms could take place and who will get involved. But remember, just because you are out of the woods for the first set of storms does not mean that you are out of the woods completely, because new development is going to be possible as we go through the afternoon. Starting to see some of those cells along the cold front show a little bit more development. So what this view is of here is of several National Weather Service radars all around the Midwest. So it includes Davenport, it includes Des Moines, includes La Crosse, as well as Omaha and Sioux Falls. And so when I was showing you the view earlier, it was using just the Des Moines radar. And you can see even that is starting to show some of those cells get a little more of that yellow and orange color to them. But as we slide over to the Davenport radar, by the time that the radar beam gets to these storms from Davenport, it's shooting a little higher in the atmosphere. And actually, when storms develop, the precipitation shows up first higher in the atmosphere. And so that can be kind of an indication of storms starting to get organized. And that's why we have that potential for additional severe weather, even though these first clumps of storms are starting to get into northeast Iowa and starting to move out. Question in the chat: taking board exam in Hiawatha at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Well, things will be great by then. It's going to be cool and blustery, but severe weather chances will be over by then. That's the thing. It's a one-day situation this time around. Unlike earlier in the week when we had 2 or 3 days of storm potential across eastern Iowa, today it's just going to be today. And once this cold front moves through, we're going to see a pretty significant drop in temperatures and drier air. And again, those blustery northwest winds. So tomorrow's going to feel more like early spring instead of this kind of early summer that we've been enjoying so far. So big change there. But in general, we are looking at a big change and a better change if you like cooler weather. I know a lot of folks do and have been not so happy about the warm and humid conditions we've had. So if you prefer that, you're going to have that very soon. All right, looping radar. You can see we're watching those 3 areas again. Up here in northeast Iowa, the main area of severe weather at this point, 2 warnings still in effect. The one on the lower left is going to be expiring here within a minute. This one goes until 2 o'clock. This one goes until 2:15. New development is possible and taking place along a cold front. These storms also have the possibility of severe weather as they continue to develop and become more organized. And then we're also keeping an eye on any sort of additional development taking place in our southern viewing area. These are out ahead of the main cold front as well, much like the first ones. And so those would also have the potential for severe weather and perhaps a somewhat higher potential for tornadic activity if they continue to develop in that way. Every storm, though, today does have that potential to produce large hail, damaging winds, and the potential for tornadic development too. It's not a guarantee. We had that potential the other day. Unfortunately, we did get away without it. So we know that things don't always cooperate with what you have in terms of the severe weather outlook. And usually when it doesn't cooperate, that's usually a good thing. Temperatures are plenty warm around eastern Iowa right now. We're in the 70s, dew points are well into the 60s, and a good strong southerly wind is out there too. And that has been a critical factor. Let's actually look at our winds because it's an important thing to consider when you're analyzing the potential for tornadoes. And we have a tornado warning now in effect for portions of Dubuque and Jackson counties. So we will be joining our folks on KCRG TV9 for continuous coverage. Continuous coverage will continue here as well, but stay with us. We'll be right back. Hi, Adam. We have a tornado warning, so we'll be on continuous. All righty. Thank you.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay.
All right. Bye. I'm meteorologist Corey Thompson here in the First Alert Weather Lab. We will be sticking with you for now as a tornado warning has been issued for portions of Dubuque and Jackson counties. This goes until 2:30 this afternoon, so another 45 minutes. It's for radar indicated rotation that could result in the development of a tornado, as well as golf ball sized hail. So we do have the threat for just not the tornado potential, but also the golf ball sized hail. Again, this storm is the main storm in Dubuque County. It is large and it does have a little bit of rotation. It's moving off to the northeast at a pretty good clip as well. It has been previously indicated about 45 to 50 miles per hour. At this point, it has started to slow down. And so sometimes that's not necessarily a good thing to see, as that does mean that it has continued to strengthen and will be producing additional areas of rotation. So we're going to take a storm track. It's moving east at 25 to 30 miles per hour. Dubuque Airport, you're seeing heavy rain and potentially hail at this point, but the portion of the storm that could be producing rotation would be there at about 1:57. Zwingo closer to 2 o'clock. St. Donatus at 2:14 and over toward Galena. Not included in this warning. You are included in a severe thunderstorm warning, but that would be closer to 2:26. Let's turn on our velocity view here on Pinpoint Doppler radar to get a better idea of where we are potentially seeing this rotation. It's actually just here near Bernard. So we've got, it's fairly subtle, but we do not have any report at this point. But this has been sort of an area that both I and the National Weather Service have been looking at for increasing rotation. You can kind of see these bright pinks that are off to the southeast of it. That is an indication of wind flowing into the storm. And so as it flows in, it's getting a little bit wrapped up and it's resulting in this area of broad rotation, but an area of rotation that could turn into a tighter area of rotation and produce a tornado. The environment is very much primed for that sort of activity today. And so this is something to keep a very, very close eye on. If you live within the tornado warning area, you should be taking action now. The best bet is to get to the lowest level of your home, whether that means a basement or the first floor of your home. Both are good to do. Get under something sturdy like a desk, a workbench, anything that would help keep the area above you in an area of protection. Grab your bike helmet potentially to help keep your head safe. Cover your head with something like blankets, pillows, or towels. Anything that would be soft that could limit the potential for something to fall on your head if your home happened to be harmed by this storm. Avoid windows and doors and outside walls. So if you don't have a basement, get to the lowest floor of your home and get away from those outside walls, the most interior room or a hallway. So put as many walls between you and the storm outside. And then, of course, stay with us for additional information as the storm passes through the area. We do want you to stay safe. Pinpoint Doppler radar, we have that pulling up now to give you additional information on this tornado warning. And we'll give you a wide view right now as well. You can see additional storms developing in central Iowa, and as well as the other severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Jones, Jackson, Clinton, and Cedar counties. So if you are not in this tornado warning, you don't need to let your guard down yet, because the potential for more severe weather is out there as we go through the evening. This tornado watch continues until 8 o'clock. This tornado warning within the area continues until 2:30. The rotation is starting to be a little bit more evident toward the Bernard area. It also has a pretty evident signal for some large hail. It's this area that would be moving with these darker colors and purples. This would be the area that could be produced hail up to golf ball sized or potentially even slightly larger. So it is certainly something to keep a close eye on. Again, the rotation with this storm is relatively broad. It's this area right here where the reds and greens come together, and that would be what to watch out for in terms of tornadic development. For now, the most likely area to see that would be in portions of far southern Dubuque County, far northern Jackson County. Another storm track close to the airport at about 159. Lamont closer to 205. If you live in sort of those neighborhoods that are out near the mines of Spain, that'll be closer to 210, and St. Donatus at 214. It's going to cross the Mississippi River shortly after about 2:15 and then move off into Joe Daviess County and out of the TV9 viewing area. So we've got that going on right now across Dubuque County. That is a situation you should take seriously, as tornadic development is possible. We do not have instant confirmation of that at this point, but the National Weather Service agrees that the rotation certainly does justify it. You can see that it does include far southeastern Dubuque County in particular. So some of the smaller communities, rural roadways that are affected include near Higginsport Road, Bernard. This area of rotation is passing over you right now, and so I would certainly be in your safe shelter at that point. If you live near or north of Zwingle, we would like you to be in your safe shelter as well, as this storm will be approaching your area very, very soon. Again, moving off to the east-northeast at about 25 to 35 miles per hour. Gathering more information from the National Weather Service, they have said that they believe that this threat is, again, still radar indicated. But at this junction, it is certainly something that you should take seriously. It's this sort of hook echo shape. Again, one of those classic sort of signatures, the larger storm here producing rain and hail across much of Dubuque County. And then you've got this area here, this sort of appendage, this area that sticks down toward the Bernard area. That's that hook echo. And that's where we could be seeing this storm development that would lead to tornadic development right here. Again, right near the Bernard area, tracking off to the east. It's going to cross potentially into Jackson County and then back into Dubuque County as it approaches the Mississippi River and eventually Joe Daviess County. So please enter your shelter at this point and stay there until the storm has passed. Take a look at the Piasta City Cam. This is a little farther north in the rain and hail area, certainly driving rain as well as some wind, and that is an area that would be obviously no fun to be out in, and certainly would be another area that you should be seeking shelter. Stay away from windows even if you're outside of this tornado warning and within the severe thunderstorm warning, which encompasses the rest of Dubuque County, including the city of Dubuque. But at this point, the city of Dubuque is actually just on the edge of this tornado warning. So technically just outside of it. Close enough, though, that we would really want you to stick with us for additional updates in case this storm deviates from its current path. That tornado warning goes until 2:30. We're going to keep a close eye on the portion of the storm that is most dangerous for tornadic development. Again, large hail will be found outside of that, but it's this area still right near Bernard. That would be where a potential wall cloud would be developing. Could be some funnel clouds taking place at this point. The radar continues to strengthen, and it does look like folks that are in the area, storm spotters, have reported that they're seeing an area of rotation, or at least a wall cloud developing with this storm, which would be the area where we would see the potential for a tornadic development. So it's nice to know that we've got spotters out there in southern Dubuque County and keeping a close eye on it. So again, anywhere near Bennetville Road, south of Highway 151, anywhere between 151 and Highway 61, this is really the area where this rotation is approaching at this point. Latest update from the National Weather Service just came in. Same story in terms of it being a radar indicated warning, but still the potential to produce golf ball sized hail. And this storm producing now, again, continuing to strengthen with rotation northeast of Bernard. And it does continue to move off to the east northeast at about 25 miles per hour. So we're going to put a storm track on this as this continues to move through Dubuque County. St. Donatus, you're still in line at about 223. Portage closer to 234. That's over in Joe Davies County. So that's as it crosses the Mississippi River. But anywhere in between, many rural areas, but still folks live out in those areas of southern Dubuque County. Zwingle, you're even close enough, I would still say, if you live in that area, to be headed to your shelter, which would involve the lowest floor of your home, or anywhere underground would be the most ideal outcome there. Tornado watch continues for the entire TV9 viewing area, though, so we do want you to be informed that even if you aren't experiencing storms at this moment, the potential for strong to severe storms is very much there. It goes until 8 o'clock, and additional development is expected near the cold front near Interstate 35. So far, we have not seen that be as much of a problem, which is good news. However, additional development is likely to take place as we go later into the afternoon and evening, and so we are not necessarily out of the woods yet, even if it appears so, or at least even if you haven't experienced storms so far. Right now, the most intense storms are located in far eastern Iowa. Tornado warning for portions of Dubuque County as well as far northern Jackson County. National Weather Service keeping a close eye on this storm and updating the warning accordingly. It is, again, still this portion of the storm that's southwest of the Dubuque Airport, northwest of Zwingle in far southern and rural Dubuque County, that has the best chance for rotation to develop and potentially develop into a tornado. So far, no official report of that, but certainly a very intense storm, a very serious situation to watch. Understand we've got one of our DOT cameras in the southwest arterial in Dubuque showing some pretty heavy rain, potentially a little bit of hail. If we could take a look at that. There it is, folks still out and about. Now remember, most of the Dubuque area not necessarily included in this tornado warning, but certainly included in a severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 2:15. So perhaps not the best day to be out for a drive, but I know folks have lives and have to get on with their business, but would certainly perhaps head toward an area of shelter. Portions of the southwest arterial are in this tornado warning, although it is a little bit on the northern side of that. If we could resume look at Max 1, we could actually keep Max 2 down in the corner, our Dubuque City Cam, with temperatures in the 70s and winds coming out of the south. But the area of concern in terms of rotation and the potential for tornadic development is going to be very much off to the southwest. North of the Washington Mills area, northwest of Zwingle, we're going to put our velocity view back on, and you can see it's a pretty evident area of rotation here, just moving along Higginsport Road, and it's going to move south of Bennetville Road as it tracks off to the northeast. Again, it's moving at about 25 miles per hour, so not a rapid movement to the storm, but that actually is a pretty good indication that this storm has been continuing to strengthen and continuing to acquire some of those characteristics that would provide it with rotation and potentially tornadic development. If you live anywhere between the circle on your screen and the Dubuque County line between Dubuque and Jackson County, that would be the area where the tornadic development is possible, and you should certainly be headed for a safe shelter there. Quad Cities National Weather Service continues to keep an eye on this storm. That's their area of responsibility for where this storm would be potentially producing a tornado. We're going to take a look at our debris tracker and see what we can see. Nothing evident there in terms of debris being detected within this storm, which is good to see. We're also going to look at our hail tracker to show you where some of the larger hail is possible. That would be up and aloft in this storm, and it could be moving right near where that rotation is too. And so we are seeing ping pong, perhaps up to golf ball sized hail. And the warning from the National Weather Service includes that potential too. So they're seeing from their perspective as well. Very intense storm has really taken shape here right near the tri-state area. So far, it is a supercell thunderstorm producing rotation, and that will be tracking off to the northeast. Again, most of the most intense portions of the storm are going to stay south of the Dubuque metro in particular, although it'll be a close call. We're talking areas along Highway 61 and Highway 52. So those would both be potentially involved. We'll give you sort of a broad overview here in terms of where the storm may be headed. Just to give you a little bit of wiggle room. Remember, this warning is drawn for the potential of rotation moving across southern Dubuque County and northern Jackson County. Zwingle, within just a couple of minutes, it's very close to your area. If you're not going to see the rotation pass very close, you're going to see some potentially strong winds flowing into that storm. Dubuque Regional Airport at about 204, Key West closer to 209, anywhere near Mines of Spain between about 210 to 215 or so. That's going to be tracking off toward your area. St. Donatus closer to 221, and then we start to get into portions of northwest Illinois as we cross the Mississippi River after about 225, 230. And so that will be moving out at that point. But the rotation, it's very much there. We are watching carefully as it continues to develop. It would be this area that is, again, mainly over rural areas, but it is about to approach Highway 61. So that is a fairly major thoroughfare in the area, and that would be potentially where folks would be in vehicles. If you're hearing my voice from those vehicles, make sure to pull over, find somewhere safe, a substantial shelter, and get off the road. If you're not going to experience a potential tornado, the potential is very much there for large hail, and so that would obviously be a concern if you're in a vehicle at any time within a severe thunderstorm. The rotation continues to be relatively broad, but relatively significant in this area. There's a latest scan from the pinpoint Doppler radar showing the area of concern still continues to be right near the Highway 61 corridor, and it looks like this rotation continues to strengthen. And so we really do encourage you to seek shelter if you're in far southern Dubuque County, as well as northwestern Jackson County. The storm could produce a tornado at any time. No reports of it, at least at this immediate moment, but the potential is very much there as this system continues to strengthen. We're going to put another storm track on this as it again continues to track off to the northeast. St. Donatus, you're still about 20 minutes away from this in your area, closer to West Galena by about 2:35. So if you're joining us from there, or know friends and family that live just across the river, that is an area that would be potentially getting involved in this rotation as it moves closer. If you're within this tornado warning, you'll want to seek shelter immediately. Best place to do so would be the lowest level of your home. Get under something sturdy. That would be like a desk or a bench, anything there that could help to keep you safe. The bike helmet is not a bad idea. We always say that. It sounds a little bit silly, but the greatest danger to you in storms is the potential for damage to your structure, to your safe structure. And if that happens, you would want to keep your head protected, head and neck. So cover yourself with blankets or pillows, also a good idea. Towels, anything soft that could absorb some of that potential movement, as well as avoid windows, doors, and outside walls. If you do not have a basement, make sure to get to the lowest floor of your home and away from those outside walls. Interior room, like a bathroom or an interior hallway, would be excellent. So that is something to keep in mind. If you live in a mobile home, abandon it. It is not safe in a tornado. Go to your designated safe shelter if you live in a mobile home development, or just find somewhere to go if you know someone nearby and it's not too late. Portions of Jones and Jackson County also involved in a severe thunderstorm warning that involves the potential for some very large hail. This storm has been moving through the Wyoming area and is about to cross into Jackson County. It has not shown the same degree of rotation as the storm to its south, but it is rotating broadly, and so the potential for it to continue to develop is still there too. But the storm of the hour and the storm of most concern is the one in Dubuque County. This is where it continues to show significant levels of organization, as well as some pretty significant areas of rotation. It continues to develop and will be moving through southern Dubuque County and now very soon northern Jackson County. It's this area right here, just about to cross Highway 61. That's the latest look from pinpoint Doppler radar. Its rotation is deep enough in the storm that we would be concerned that this would be at least very well organized mesocyclone. So that's the thing that produces a tornado out of its parent storm. But the rotation is there enough that it could be producing a tornado at this point, if not imminently. So that's why this tornado warning continues until 2:30. It's the only tornado warning of the day so far, but fortunately, or unfortunately rather, we're not necessarily done with the potential for tornadic activity as we go into the evening. And we will continue to monitor additional storm development, but it's this storm that really does pique our interest at this point as it continues off to the northeast. Again, some of the communities involved are going to be fairly rural, but they will be where some folks live. It's moving right along Haxby Lane Road and south of the Buncombe School sort of point of interest down that way, because it's really, again, starting to tighten up in terms of this rotation. That is a radar signature that could indicate a tornado. Very much possible as it moves through far southern Dubuque County and just about to cross into the Jackson County line. Anybody that lives near Haxby Lane Road or, again, far northwestern Jackson County, you need to be seeking shelter immediately as this storm continues to exhibit pretty significant rotation. Turn on our rotation tracker here. May take a moment for it to appear. And you can see those colors get brighter, and that just indicates that the rotation in the storm continues to strengthen a little bit. It's not at the top end of the scale, but certainly at a level that would be potentially alarming if a tornado is taking place. No indication on debris tracker in terms of a signature that shows that debris is being indicated from the radar, but certainly an indication from our velocity view that tornadic development is possible right here. We're going to go ahead and put on a new storm track, updating as new information comes in. The National Weather Service, of course, watching this very closely too. As it goes off to the northeast, St. Donatus, this has been rock solid. 2:20 looks like the time that that would arrive in your area, and then moving into northwestern Illinois from there. So just very few communities in the path, at least in terms of those incorporated areas. However, of course, folks live in those rural areas too, all along Highway 52. We know that folks live up and down there. And so those folks would want to be in their safe shelter immediately. Still have the tornado warning going, still is at this point radar indicated. Ping pong ball sized hail is likely. The area of rotation we've been showing you is located right here. New update from the radar shows the rotation, and it is located again just right near the Dubuque and Jackson County line. And so it continues its trek just to move into Jackson County, and it will continue to do so within the next couple of minutes. So folks that live back toward Bernard, for example, you're in the clear at this point from this tornado warning. Otherwise, the rest of the folks are still very much involved. In fact, we're going to pull back the radar here and take a look at where this tornado warning is in effect, a broader view. Again, the south side of Dubuque, past the airport and down Highway 61. That's the area towards Zwingle, all involved in this tornado warning that goes until 2:30. All involved in this storm that is still very organized. At this point, it's kind of by itself. It's very close to other storms, but it's this storm cell that I'm going to draw an outline here for you that still produces the potential for tornadic development. And it's this portion that's just crossing the line right near Dubuque and Jackson counties that has the rotation. Certainly broad rotation, a storm that is severe and organized and could produce hail with it too. The hail impacts could be felt in Dubuque potentially as that rain moves through. East Dubuque would certainly be in line for that. As you go east on Highway 20 toward the Galena area, they could be seeing some of that hail at this point as well. But the storm and the area of rotation that we are keeping a close eye on continues to move into southern Dubuque County and far northwestern Jackson County. You can see right near Haxby Lane Road, again, just about to cross that county line. No reports, though, which is good to see. No additional information from the National Weather Service that things have changed. They earlier indicated that storm spotters were watching this storm closely, and it's good to have a set of eyes on it. But at this point, it's really, again, still the very tightening rotation in this part of the storm. So it's about to move just southwest of St. Donatus and still very much, pretty much on a direct path toward that St. Donatus area. And so if you live anywhere near there, that's the area of most concern with this storm. And so the tornadic potential continues. The tornado warning continues for another 22 minutes here as it tracks off to the northeast. And so we really do want you to be in safe shelter. Latest update from the radar just continues that rotation right near that area and it continues to shift off to the northeast. So very much a dangerous situation now in far northwestern Jackson County. You can see, though, it's still southeastern Dubuque County involved in this warning, even though the area of rotation is starting to move into Jackson County. We're going to stick with you, though, because that warning continues for much of Dubuque County and you're seeing portions of Jackson County west of Highway 52. That's where this rotation is evident, and the storm continues to strengthen. In fact, the indications that we're looking at off the screen here still has the potential for large hail. The rate of rotation in the storm continues to get a little bit stronger, and so we are still anticipating that this storm will stay severe. No clear indication that it's going to weaken anytime soon, too. So that is what we have to watch. Does look like the potential for tornadic development is still out there. The Storm Prediction Center is in Norman, Oklahoma. They're keeping a close eye on the situation from afar. They just issued a statement saying that the potential for tornadoes continues to increase in the far eastern portion of the state. We're going to see here in a second if we can see that exact outline of what they're talking about, but it includes these storms. They specifically name these two storms as having an increased potential to produce tornadic activity. It's in a very favorable environment based on the profile of the atmosphere, wind directions, as well as the thermal characteristics of the atmosphere. We're talking about warm and humid conditions and just favorable temperatures throughout the atmosphere from top to bottom. Really starting to see that rotation strengthen even a little bit more. We would be most concerned about this area here, still southwest of St. Donatus. Very much seeing that rotation continue to increase on radar. No reports yet from the National Weather Service of tornadic development, still radar indicated, but the radar indication has continued to strengthen, and so that is not an encouraging sign if you are hoping to escape potential danger here, but instead it does look like the risk continues for areas in northern Jackson County. Go ahead and put on a storm track again. That takes you off toward St. Donatus at about 2:18, so maybe it's getting there a minute or two earlier than we were discussing just moments ago. Gears Ferry, which is just across the river, that would be close to 2:28, so that's in Joe Daviess County. Currently not included in this tornado warning, but the potential would still be there. So certainly something, if you are in Joe Daviess County watching us, that would be something to keep in mind. But this storm, looking rather intense in northern Jackson County, potential to produce a tornado at any time if it's not doing so right now. Does look like this storm will continue on its path and a new tornado warning could be issued. We'll have to watch and see as it goes forward. There you go, flashing on your screen from the National Weather Service. You can see that that tornado warning goes until 3 o'clock. Golf ball sized hail still possible with this storm. It includes southeastern Dubuque County, northern Jackson County, as well as western Joe Daviess County. The potential for tornadic development still very much alive in this storm as it shows rotation on radar, and that rotation continues to develop in a strengthening manner. I want to show you what's going on in other parts of the state as well. So it's not just this warning here that does include portions of Dubuque County. I will show you the statewide view here in just a moment. I do want to give one more update in terms of a storm track, just in case folks are just joining us with this new warning. Again, this portion of the storm is rotating, and so we'll go ahead and put a storm track on it as we look forward. It's going to be a pretty narrow area of concern, but St. Donatus still in line for about 5 minutes from now. And then we have other areas toward Galena at about 2:34, so it's another 20 minutes in the future. It does look like the rotation may have peaked just a bit in the last radar scan in terms of perhaps a little bit of weakening, which we would love to see. But at this point, it's still present, and so you still should be seeking your safe shelter in portions of Dubuque and Jackson counties. Now, down here in portions of far eastern Jones County and western Jackson County, you have a severe thunderstorm warning for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. This goes until 3 o'clock this afternoon. We have an area of broad rotation starting to develop here, too. So far, not imminently in threat of producing a tornado, but the National Weather Service is keeping an eye on this, too. And they will be, of course, monitoring, issuing warnings as needed. If we pull back even farther, I'm going to put on the traditional radar view and go to a statewide view. As promised, show you what's going on here all around the state as new warnings continue to be issued. You can see this warning Now for portions of Butler, as well as Franklin, Grundy, and Hardin counties. This is for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Severe thunderstorm warning goes until 2:45 this afternoon. National Weather Service in Des Moines is closely monitoring this, and it does have the potential to produce severe weather here. Individual storms kind of organizing into a line up here, and so this is the next set of storm activity that will be moving through and potentially producing, again, more severe weather outcomes. It's moving northeast at 50 miles per hour, so we're going to go ahead and put a storm track on that for you so you can see what's coming to other portions of eastern Iowa. Clarksville at about 216, Shell Rock close to 223, Nashua at about 226. And this does, of course, take it well out of the warning area too. So further into the future, New Hampton, we're talking about at about 241, Reedland at 254, Sumner at 258, Hawkeye will be closer to the 3 o'clock hour or just thereafter. But again, quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds would be the biggest threat here. We'll go back to a wider view and see what's going on around eastern Iowa and other portions of the TV9 viewing area. You see that tornado warning just outside the viewing area up near the Iowa-Minnesota border. New severe thunderstorm warnings in far southwestern Marshall County and down toward portions of the Des Moines metro. So we'll have to watch those storms as they continue to develop. And a new tornado warning for portions of Jackson County as well. This is starting to move out of the TV9 viewing area, but we will keep you informed here. It's folks near Maquoketa and points to the northwest. New warning that goes in effect and stays in effect until 3:15. That was the second area of rotation we were just talking to you about in terms of its strengthening and showing some sign of increasing. And that is going to move apace off to the northeast and across most of Jackson County in this threat for tornadic development there too. This speed is at about 45 miles per hour. So we're going to put a storm track on that, and we will show you who needs to be seeking shelter and when. Again, this is just for the area of rotation. You'll experience heavy rain, frequent lightning, and potentially hail before that, hail up to perhaps penny-sized or just a little bit bigger. So this will be near South Garryon at 216, Hurtsville at 223, Andrew closer to 229, Springbrook at 237, and it'll get close to the Bellevue area on the eastern side of Jackson County, close to 241. Other area of rotation in the other storm, 2 tornado warnings for it as they moves off into Jackson County and far northern Jackson County, St. Donatus. This area of rotation is getting very close to you at this point, and so we would encourage you to be in your safe shelter at this point. I do understand, though, that we have some video of large hail that was taking place in the Bernard area. Certainly tons of rain just coming down in sheets there in Bernard, and you can see occasionally larger, or at least some pieces of hail coming down too. But that clearly was an area that saw some strong gusty winds. Sometimes when you have these areas of rotation moving through, yeah, a little piece of some play equipment there blowing across the yard, not too surprising when you see winds going that strong. Yeah, plenty of rain too, blinding rain, so you certainly wouldn't want to be driving out in this situation, especially in the areas where tornado warnings are in effect. Thank you for sharing that with us. You can, of course, always share pieces of video or pictures with us if you are in a safe place. Make sure to do so through kcrg.com/unews. Understand we have a new tornado warning up in northwest Iowa. We're going to take a look at that here in just a moment. Does include far northwestern Chickasaw County as well as portions of Howard and Floyd County. This goes until, well, I have to pinpoint a little bit closer, 3 o'clock. Radar indicated rotation north of the Floyd area or northeast of Orchard and portions of Mitchell County, which is outside the TV9 viewing area, but this rotation is found there and will be moving off to the northeast. So we'll put a little loop on it here, show you the development. So far it is a broad area of rotation here again, but it is a potential and the environment remains primed for the potential of tornadic development. And that's why the National Weather Service has decided to issue that tornado warning. So it's this area of rotation. It's a storm that is moving fairly rapidly off to the northeast. And we are talking about storm motion at about 45 miles per hour. So again, I'm going to give you a big, broad storm track so that everyone in line for this potential will be included. This includes portions of Riceville at about 225, Elma 232, closer to Maple Leaf at 236, as well as near the McBride Park area in Howard County until 2:42. Again, far northwestern Chickasaw County is included in this, but it's very much rural portions of Chickasaw County. So it is very much isolated mainly to far northern Floyd and much more so Howard County. That goes until 3 o'clock. Several warnings in effect here around eastern Iowa, primarily in the northwest zone, as well as in our far eastern counties. Put on our traditional radar view and give you a look. You can see in the Dubuque area, in the lower right corner of your screen, things already starting to clear out just a bit. We are looking off to the south there as activity begins to push away. But new storm development continues to take place along that cold front off in central Iowa. It's moving into the TV9 viewing area. And that front will be the focus for new development within the next few hours. It's moving to the east, but this front will likely bring an end to our most significant severe weather threat, which is excellent news. And it will also bring quite a bit of change to our weather too as we look ahead toward the weekend. But imminently, and the most urgent warnings we have in place right now are tornado warnings for portions of Dubuque and Jackson County. It also extends into Joe Daviess County. Galena is included. Dubuque, at this point, you have been cleared from even being on the edge of this warning as it goes until 3 o'clock now for portions of Dubuque County. You can see it's this area of rotation that is moving just along or near the Dubuque and Jackson County line, the far, far southeastern corner of the county. So it is right on the edge of that. Justin Roberts joining us at this point. Justin, if you could use that computer back there, that'd be excellent, or the middle computer. This one's having a little bit of technical difficulty, so it is out of commission right now. He's joining me here for coverage and to offer his insight as well. Portions of Jackson County, again, St. Donatus. This has been right about when our storm track has been saying it would be arriving, and that's when their rotation is arriving right now. So you should be in your safe shelter. Latest scan from Pinpoint Doppler radar keeps the rotation fairly broad, which is what we like to see. We don't want to see a strengthening area of rotation either in this storm or in the storm that's down in Jackson County too. At this point, both storms exhibiting broad rotation and no reports. So that's a critical portion here. All warnings have been radar indicated at this point. Very heavy rain reported with these storms. Dubuque County emergency managers actually reported nearly 2 inches of rain as these storms move through south portions of Dubuque. And so they are also keeping an eye on flash flood conditions in this area because the potential for strong storm development and heavy rain across areas that have seen plenty of heavy rain lately continues. Do you have that area that the Storm Prediction Center was monitoring now able to be outlined? It's this area in red. It obviously includes the storms that we've been talking about, as well as even areas back down toward Iowa City. We've been keeping an eye on a storm down that direction too. At this point, it is not showing a lot of development. It has kind of persisted, but has stayed very, very small. And so it is in far eastern Johnson County. But this is the area that the Storm Prediction Center is monitoring for additional development. And any storms that develop in this area would be in a very favorable environment for tornadoes to potentially develop. So that is something they're keeping an eye on. We appreciate their insight from afar as well.
Well, and it's interesting, Corey. I mean, you and I talked before. I kind of stepped away. It certainly had that feel outside with the humidity. And the question was, how quick was this going to go? And obviously, there's a second line. If we've been zooming in and out on the radar, you can see that second line developing even closer to the cold front. That's now kicking off. Looks like just on the fringe of our viewing area, a couple new tornado warnings there too.
Yep, that one that includes portions of Howard and Chickasaw County. That goes till later this afternoon too. We've got that warning for portions of Butler, as well as Franklin, Hardin, and Grundy counties for severe thunderstorm warning. You can see this one is actually just outside of the area, but this one is what includes that far northwestern sliver of Chickasaw County, as well as Howard and Floyd. Mitchell, of course, is outside and off the map there. Radar indicated rotation. That warning goes until 3 o'clock. This warning, a severe thunderstorm warning for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Again, the potential, as the Weather Service in Des Moines indicates, watching for any new development of rotation, but at this point, no strong rotation to indicate a tornado. This warning that is coming out of portions of Story County into far southwestern Marshall County, up to half-dollar-sized hail, and goes until 2:45. So more storms in more places and more development taking place too. You can see there is additional scattered thunderstorm development southeast of Des Moines and right along Interstate 80. All of these, if they continue to mature, would still have the potential to produce severe weather. Even areas that have seen some storms move through in far eastern Iowa, I do believe that we still have enough energy around in the atmosphere that these storms could still pose a problem. These tornado warnings continue. Justin, you just came in from outside. You were describing, it does feel like a little bit of a charged atmosphere.
It's very muggy. I mean, we've got that hazy, milky sunshine here in Cedar Rapids. Yeah, obviously those storms that blew through earlier, things darkened up, they moved off, and it's right back to sunshine now. And temperatures haven't really changed much, even despite those storms going through the forecast as well. So obviously, as you take a look at it there, certainly that bigger concern around the Dubuque County, and it really hasn't changed much. I mean, it's been pretty consistent with scan upon scan the last bit here.
Yeah, absolutely, you are correct. The area of rotation has maintained its strength. It's, for the most part, stayed relatively broad, but it's still located and concentrated here near the St. Donatus area, crossing Highway 52. It's going to move out of Jackson County here very soon too, which is good news for folks in that area. And hopefully we can get this warning out of Dubuque County as well. This warning technically goes until 3 o'clock, but that is obviously it does include a broad portion of Joe Daviess County too. And so it really is looking ahead. And so the warning time, of course, is dependent on where the storm is. And the National Weather Service has been very good at trimming back these warnings so far. This other area of rotation, a tornado warning for portions of Jackson County, also keeping our eyes on north of Fulton and south of Otter Creek. So it's about to cross Highway 61 too, and that will be moving off to the northeast. This storm could also produce some hail. It doesn't have quite the signature as the other storm, although again, it's in an atmosphere that easily could produce some hail as it tracks off to the northeast. So that is something to watch out for there too.
One of the other good things is we haven't had a lot of ground truth reports, and it comes to, earlier in the week when we had those storms that went through Delaware County and portions of Jones County over to Dubuque County. A lot of this is radar indicated, which is a bit of a good thing right now at this point.
Absolutely. That has been the trend so far, and that hopefully is the trend that holds. But it really is these two area of storms that still produces the potential for rotation. This one, a large supercell thunderstorm that is moving now just about to cross over the Mississippi River into Illinois. The second one on the bottom edge of sort of a clump of storms, a line of storms that's been forming and moving just southwest of the more organized storm. It too has the potential for rotation and tornadic development. Folks in Bellevue should be in their safe shelter as all of these storms are moving off to the northeast, maybe perhaps just a little bit east of northeast at about 25 to 30 miles per hour in this line. So the lead set of activity that's affecting Dubuque and Joe Daviess County as well as Jackson County, it's moving a bit slower than the cold front that's coming in behind it. So that cold front those storms as they approach, they're going to be moving faster and they're going to have give you less time to react as they move in.
And that was one of the things we talked about is we kind of figured this would quickly, the first initial, storms would have that tornadic threat, but as we look at that second line, then it becomes more of an elongated wind and stronger, kind of wind threat. And certainly seeing that play out as we see a number of severe thunderstorm warnings just to the west of our viewing area. You're zoomed in there to the it looks like kind of right on the fringe of our viewing area, Tumwa, kind of back down towards south and central parts of the viewing area where that's just been very warm. 11 o'clock this morning, they were already at 80 degrees, but Weather 101, you get warm, muggy air when then a strong cold front that comes in, something's got to give. The atmosphere wants to stabilize, and one of the best ways to do that is a release of energy in the way of strong winds.
Yeah, and this time the front actually does have a lot of force, perhaps is the wrong word, but it has a lot to it.
Yeah.
We've had fronts interacting with us all week long, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, when we had those storms. But the change on either side of it,
minimal,
more subtle.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was cooler to the north. Yeah, that was taking place, but still produced severe weather. Warmer to the south, but this front is going to change our weather significantly and really bring an end to the threat for even showers and storms for several days, which is nice to see. Again, flooding conditions have become a bit more of a concern as we've gone later into the week as those rainfall amounts have stacked up. That is one concern in portions of Dubuque and Joe Daviess County too. We're highlighting the tornado warning, but also just issued portions of Dubuque County involved in a flash flood warning until 8:30. So we always remind you, if you encounter areas of flooding, turn around, don't drown. Don't bother driving through that water, especially if it's flowing. Sometimes it's hard to tell if it's flowing in one area or another, so don't risk it. It's usually not worth it. And sometimes it's deeper than you think too, so not only could you get in trouble in terms of your car being swept away, get in trouble of your car being damaged or permanently disabled.
And the ground is so saturated right now with, 1, 2, 3, some spots, Dubuque County, Delaware County, near the 4-inch amount of rain this last week. So Rivers and creeks have been running, of course, bank full. A lot of secondary roads, gravel, how squishy and mushy those are. So certainly underlies that concern of, not being out if you don't need to be. And like you said, not knowing how deep something might be as well.
And Dubuque County was one of those spots that we had a reporter here at TV9 speak to, and they had examples where roads had just really, in some cases, those culverts had washed out in areas along Highway 20. They've really gotten the heaviest rains over the last couple of days.
We've been talking about this cold front. If you look on the bottom right side of your screen there, you can plain as day see where that thing is. Here in Cedar Rapids, we're at 79, 82 Iowa City. Look back towards Spencer, 40 degrees behind this cold front.
Yeah.
You talked about that major shift and that major change in air. There it is right there. That's two very strong, temperature gradients that something's got to give, and that's where we're seeing that line as you're showing us, or you were just a little bit ago, showing us that second line that's coming through here, obviously with more of that strong wind concern. But right now, that focal point is just that continued rotation there around kind of the southern Dubuque County area over towards Jackson County.
Very much so. You can see two distinct areas of rotation are included with this, just south of the Galena area and just west of Bellevue. So those are the two areas we're watching. Dubuque County, you're about to get out of this, and you'll have a break for a while. Remember, that tornado watch continues until 8 o'clock, and it's not going to be canceled for your area, at least not at this point. You still have that area of storms off to your west. And so the threat continues later in the day for a second round of storms. I do understand that we have a new severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Marshall and Tama counties. So we're going to pull back here on pinpoint Doppler radar and show you that. New warnings being issued by the Des Moines National Weather Service here in central Iowa. It's for the potential for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized, rather half-dollar-sized hail as it tracks to the northeast. It's radar indicated still at this point, but a pretty strong storm, pretty good organization to it, and it has that potential as it tracks to the northeast. So let's put on a storm track for this one as it goes at about 45 miles per hour. Heavy rain, lightning, large hail, and strong winds all possible with this storm as it moves through. Van Cleve at about 2:31. We'll get toward areas near Laurel at 2:37. Marshalltown, you'll be on the certainly heavy rain and hail portion of this storm at about 2:42. Pickering at 2:45. LeGrand not too long after that. We'll get toward Montour at 2:52 and Tama closer to the 3 o'clock hour. Another portion of the viewing area that dealt with some pretty intense storms the other day. We saw large hailstones west of Tama toward the Meskwaki settlement, and they may be in line for that again as the storm tracks off to the east-northeast.
Speaking of the east, let's go back to Jackson and Dubuque County. Just coming in here a moment or two ago, about inch diameter hail. So again, getting back to that kind of same area we saw earlier this week, inch to 2 inch certainly. This would have been around the Jackson, in the town proper of Jackson, reported by spotters on the ground there. We've been showing you in the bottom right part of your television screen there, or your computer screen, no matter where you're joining us from, Dubuque County. I believe we have some video from our bureau in the warehouse district of the Dubuque area, just kind of the sheets of rain that were coming down here. But look how hazy it is out there too, Corey. Despite that rain still coming down, how very warm and just very muggy it has been out there and continues to be.
Well, that's how you wind up with the potential for 2 inches of rain in a short period of time, like the EMA from Dubuque was reporting. So it is easy to get those heavy rain areas. And of course, Dubuque, that whole area up in the bluffs, you talk more about the potential for flash flooding and even some rock slides on occasion. They know what the risk is there. They've had several incidents over the years of trouble with heavy rain causing more instances of flash flooding. Flash flood warning goes for especially the southern half of Dubuque, most of the city included in that till later this evening. Pinpoint Doppler radar continues to show an area of rotation, two of them, one that's crossing the river now into northwestern Illinois. It has broadened out a bit, but still very much toward the Galena area in particular. I'm going to recenter that here. That's where we could see that. And another area of rotation in northern Jackson County headed for the Bellevue area. And so that is the spot to watch in terms of that development there.
Our city cam is kind of right on the tail end. So imagine essentially from the roof of the just nearby, I'm blanking on the name right now, the museum, but the Grand Harbor, if you will, just kind of for a landmark, looking past the Julian Dubuque Bridge down towards the south, and it's kind of within that Bellevue area, and you can see that storm on the left side of that picture there from our live look in Dubuque this afternoon.
Do you want to, Justin, if you could pull up the Parkersburg city cam?
I can.
From your perspective, I want to take us over there. Storm in that area with a severe thunderstorm warning. It's starting to get a little bit more organized. Certainly has the potential to produce large hail as it moves through, but no tornado warning for this. But you can see perhaps
Look above that that light there on the football field. How quickly that cloud deck is moving, though.
Yeah, it is showing some signs of rotation right in there. So something that we're watching very closely here from afar, using our city cam point of view. It's moving through the Parkersburg area.
I'll kind of see if I can maybe point to that here on the Max, if it'll let me.
Yeah, try to move the camera just a little bit.
Kind of right here, this area right there where that arrow is pointing to, just kind of how quick things are moving there.
And that if the storm was to acquire rotation, which, is it right behind
Is
that?
it right behind, behind the light pole
Perhaps
there?
a little bit of a funnel developing. Yeah, let's take it full screen and give you a better view.
Yeah. Again, I think that certainly looks like it.
It does. It's a little hard to tell in terms of how fast that particular aspect of it is rotating, but it is certainly.
Yeah, look at it, Corey.
Yeah.
Kind of that shaft is starting to extend off just to the right of that light pole there.
A little bit, yeah. So Parkersburg area, Butler County, no tornado warning, but yeah, that is some rotation extending outward from the cloud. The brighter part as well. I'm looking at it, I'm getting up close to a monitor here, and I can see it. It does have some pretty good rotation with it. So I would say if you live in the Butler County area, anywhere northeast of Parkersburg, you should probably be considering moving toward that safe shelter. That includes Waverly as well. It's small, and it's still not reaching the ground as far as we can tell, but it's there. And I'm actually going to try to zoom in perhaps just a little bit if we can.
Okay.
Bear with me. New severe thunderstorm warning for that just issued for golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. I would be.
That's
Is there, again, use the arrow down the bottom. Is that a little dust? I know sometimes it's
right
hard.
here, kind of this area right here you're looking at?
Yeah, it's hard to tell sometimes because sometimes you can get wind at the surface that's not tornadic, kicking up dust in these parts of the storms. But that portion of the storm is concerning for sure. Again, no tornado warning. They just issued a severe thunderstorm warning for it. But I would treat it with some seriousness there, potentially, because that portion of the storm is moving off to the northeast. In fact, let's actually put a storm track on it. The speed of it is going at about 45 miles per hour, so it's a quick mover, just like the other ones along the cold front. And we will go ahead and add that storm track off to the northeast. Shellrock at 244, closer to Waverly at about 250 to 252, Bremer at about 258, and Artesian at about 302. Again, no tornado warning with this storm at this point, but that feature of the storm may have been a brief funnel cloud at the very least. No clear indication that we saw a tornado, but we might have. It was there, but we'll have to wait and see. National Weather Service, of course, is keeping a close eye on all these storms as they continue tracking to the northeast at about 45 to 50 miles per hour, at least in this central portion of the area.
Certainly a very warm, very muggy day out there. Even as some of these storms roll through, you see the temperature there, Parkersburg 81. I mean, still warm, still muggy. A lot of storm energy to be for these storms to work with as they continue to move. And as we've been talking about, you talked about it last night, I talked about it this morning, that initial line is going to have the biggest tornadic threat. We're kind of seeing that be realized. And not that we're not discounting that second line, but our focal point right now is that line that's working its way through eastern Iowa with yet more to come that's developing just about 15, 20 miles to the east of the I-35 corridor right now, too.
Northeast of Parkersburg is where we're looking here. Again, it's transient. It's that white area in the middle. It's a weak funnel at this point. It's not particularly well organized, but that is a funnel cloud. I think we could probably safely say. If you want to take Max full screen there again, it's very thin, and it doesn't appear to be extending all the way to the ground. But this is a portion of the storm that, if it were to, it would potentially produce a tornado.
Well, and it's all but stayed in that same area, too. You haven't seen a lot of left to right movement here. And that could be just the position of our camera, but certainly that gives you that good reference. All right, you can see the cloud cover moving but the actual storm cell itself hasn't really shifted too far either direction at one point yet.
And we're seeing that now start to really dissipate, which again is not a bad thing. We would love to keep tornado free if we could manage that through the day, but that still is the part of the storm we're going to watch. I'm going to move the camera a little bit off to the right so we can keep it within our field of view. But that is the storm to watch here. And they went ahead and issued a tornado warning for that storm.
Okay.
Radar indicated rotation. This goes until 3:30 this afternoon. Blackhawk, far northwestern Blackhawk. So Waterloo, Cedar Falls not included in this warning, but it'd be far northwest Blackhawk, southeast Butler, and much of Bremer County. Waverly included in this tornado warning as well. This storm continues its path off to the northeast. We've got a good look at it on our Parkersburg City Cam at this point. At this point, it's a 35 mile per hour speed. And so we're going to go ahead and decrease that indication just a little bit on our storm tracker and give you an idea. This is going to give you a bit of a heads up. So the worst part of the storm, at least in terms of rain and hail, may arrive a little bit earlier, but in terms of where this rotation we're seeing on our camera and from the radar's point of view, that would be arriving close to Shell Rock in just a few minutes. Finchford at 250. Waverly close to 255, Janesville at 257. We've got Bremer at 303 and Tripola at 316.
It's almost right along Highway 3.
Yep, pretty much. It's going to certainly impact the areas that live right near that Highway 3 sort of zone as you go through portions of Butler and Bremer counties.
Well, the good news is the funnel that we saw earlier in Parkersburg, certainly at least from what we can see on our city cam, dissipating, but it was pretty well pronounced there a little bit ago. But that's, again, we've got all those tools that can help us do that and, you know, look into the cloud cover and look in and see what's happening out there. Now, one of the big concerns is as these winds pick up, you know, we kind of shift from a tornado focus to more of a wind focus. So we're certainly not done. Once these move through the area, don't let your guard down because we've still, as you mentioned, we've got the tornado watch until 8 o'clock tonight and a number of warnings. And it looks like
a new tornado
warning. Just issued along that line that's further back to the west now.
Yep, portions of Marshall County as well as Tama County. This includes the city of Tama. This goes until 3:15. This would be for radar indicated rotation again near Melbourne. It is a relatively broadly defined area of rotation that quickly developed, and at this point I would say it's closer to the Haverhill area and it's moving off to the northeast. This warning carries on for another 35 minutes here. Again, this storm is moving at about 45 miles per hour, so we will show you the area where the rotation is located, not necessarily where the large hail is going to happen. That's over toward the Marshalltown area. Marshalltown itself, not included in this warning, but this area of rotation will be moving to Tama County after it gets past Gilman. That's at about 250. Then we're talking the Meskwaki settlement at 301, Tama at 305, Toledo, the airport area closer to 307, and Long Point closer to 311. At this point, the rotation again is not super evident on radar. We'll show you our velocity view here, but it is enough that the National Weather Service went ahead and issued that warning. You can show you where they were thinking initially. That's when the warning was issued here. And you can see that it's subtle, but there is an area of rotation there, and as it moves off to the northeast, it would be affecting southeastern Marshall County as well as western and southwestern Tama County. So several areas to monitor here as we go through the afternoon. An active weather day taking shape, much as we expected. Should probably update folks on the warnings here in northeast Iowa. These storms really starting to move out of the TV9 viewing area. They are moving into Joe Davies County and getting across the Mississippi River. Still 2 areas of rotation though, a pretty significant one potentially just east of Galena. So if you know folks that live out that way, get on the horn, send them a text message, let them know what's going on. It's this one just east of Galena.
And from law enforcement around Maquoketa, looks like water covering Highway 52 around, let's see, the report says pea-sized hail reported at 1-inch water by Galena House south of Centerville Road covering 52 right now. So that's a pretty main artery in that area.
Yeah, for sure. And that is closer to this area of rotation, which is down toward the Bellevue area. It's a little bit broader so not extremely well defined on radar, but we've seen these things evolve and change in a pretty quick hurry. It would be this area southwest of Bellevue that you'd want to watch out for, just about to move near Bellevue. So you're close enough in the Bellevue area that you'd really want to seek shelter as these storms move through. Now remember, these are moving out. We've got more storms.
We've got more
moving in.
moving in, yes, absolutely. Two different lines, two different varieties, kind of pick your favorite flavor right now. Unfortunately, it's either hail and strong winds or hail and heavy rain. We've had reports, at least some of the threats with that Blackhawk, Bremer, and Butler County area. Indicators are there up to a ping pong ball size hail. Potential, not certainly something we've seen, but the potential is there with that storm energy and that line that continues to move through.
Yeah, several warnings on the western side of the TV9 viewing area now to highlight. So let's give a little tour. We've got portions of Howard County as well as far northwestern Chickasaw County. This goes until 3 o'clock. A tornado warning for radar indicated rotation. The rotation in this storm, again, is fairly broad. It's coming from the National Weather Service in La Crosse. They have just issued a new warning for that storm. This would include portions of Howard County until 3:15. It does look like the area of rotation is up in this portion of the storm potentially. That would be near and north of Highway 9, up toward areas near Saratoga, and Lime Springs would be involved. Cresco, you would be involved too. So I would suggest those folks to be getting into their safe shelter. Radar indicated rotation. Tornado warning continues for portions of Butler and Bremer County. Waverly is involved in this. A area of rotation and the funnel cloud we showed you earlier here on TV9 developing northeast of Parkersburg. A report was seen there, and public actually spotted it too. So folks on the ground were able to spot that. So confirmed what we were seeing here from a distance on our city cam.
I'll go back to our Parkersburg city cam here on Max 2. We'll go from Dubuque to Parkersburg.
Yeah, that storm's starting to get out of the view of our point of view from there, but it is passing off to the northeast and providing that potential. The areas involved would be Janesville, Waverly, Shell Rock, Denver, over toward Reedland.
I wonder if we were able to look Waverly north.
Yeah.
If we can, there you can kind of see a little bit of it there in the far off distance.
Yeah, we're looking off to the west, southwest from that perspective. The flag's blowing left to right. We've got southerly, southwesterly winds. So yeah, that would be a good one to keep an eye on as that storm approaches Waverly. Again, it is an area of rotation that, as I kind of flip between different radar views here, between velocity and our traditional reflectivity, looks like this rotation would be more toward this side of the storm. But with the movement that we've seen, that would take it very close to the Waverly area. So we do want you, if you live in the Waverly area, to keep an eye on the storm, head to safe shelter. That will be in your area at about 2:59, at least very close to your area. And then toward Eastgate Park at about 3:02, Bremer at 3:06, and closer to the Artesian area at 3:08. That would be approaching, as well as we mentioned earlier, areas around Denver in that same sort of time frame. So plenty to watch, and we've got good eyes on this storm thanks to our CityCam network. One more to watch down to the south. If you're not in the tornado warning for this storm, hail is still a possibility with it. Another storm just near Grundy Center, no warning, but certainly could be on the strong side. This tornado warning for southern Marshall County and southwestern Tama counties. This goes until 3:15. $half sized hail is possible with this storm. It would be the area north of Laurel that we're looking at this point, and moving into areas of southwestern Tama County. Gilman would be in line, LaGrande, Tama, Toledo, toward the Meskwaki settlement, of course. All potentially involved with this activity as it continues to move in.
And one of the neat tools we have here in the Weather Lab is kind of allows us to see what emergency managers are seeing and the National Weather Service is seeing. And we can confirm from Blackhawk County that the sirens are now starting to be sounded, obviously, in some of these areas like Finchford, kind of in that central and northern Bremer County area. But one of the things we haven't seen, Corey, which is a good news, is not a lot of hail reports like we saw earlier in this week, where we had those inch and a half, reports and confirmed reports of hail with these storms.
So far, you are correct about that. We have seen a couple of pictures. A couple of folks sent us a couple of pictures of smaller hail, say maybe quarter-sized. We had a one report, I believe, in portions of Delaware County of quarter-sized hail, but fortunately, like you said, we've avoided the worst of it so far. Hopefully we can keep that going. This warning has just been issued for portions of far western Powesheet County. Oh, this one maybe has already been in place. This goes until 3:15. A lot of warnings overlapping here. No, it was just issued. This goes until 3:15.
Okay.
It's more for this storm that's located south of Newton that they're keeping an eye on. It has the potential for hail, as well as the storm near Newton and the one to the northwest of Newton. So sort of a cluster of storms taking shape here along the western fringe of the TV9 viewing area, and all moving in very, very soon. So these will continue tracking to the east and continue to bring severe weather hazards as we get closer. Our Waverly City Cam on the lower right corner of your screen, that is showing the storm that is moving near the Waverly area. Update from the National Weather Service on that warning, still radar indicated rotation, but that is the storm that is approaching from that City Cam's point of view. Justin's pulling up the controls, maybe give us a look at it as we get a little bit closer. The rotation in this storm, again, is not incredibly well defined. I'm going to change our radar view here. It is pretty broad, but associated with a portion of the storm. Bear with Justin as he takes a look.
Yeah, I think we're just far
That's
enough.
more
I mean, you
north.
can see the rain, certainly.
Yeah, that's more north. So
Kind of swing it back around
I'd
here.
say,
Kind of right about maybe there.
yeah, it's that sort of jagged portion just beneath the American flag there that we're watching in terms of perhaps some embedded rotation within the storm. It
And it's
doesn't.
not really going to let us go too far up, unfortunately.
Yep. So we'll have to keep it wide,
Keep her wide.
but a good view nonetheless from our City Cam perspective. What do you see?
Kind of similar to what we saw in Parkersburg there, too. Just to the left of the flagpole.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Maybe a little rotation embedded there, too.
A little bit. That would be, again, we do have that portion of the storm locked on, which is good that we've got nice perspective on what could potentially be taking place there. So we will be keeping a close eye on it as it continues moving toward the Waverly area. Again, imminently. If you're not in your safe shelter in Waverly, you really should be here very, very soon. Tornado warning continues until 3:30. So another 40 minutes for this warning. But Waverly, again, the threat is a bit more imminent than that. It's more toward Tripola that you'd be talking toward the end of that warning as the storm continues off to the northeast. Very strong storms taking shape across a lot of eastern Iowa at this point. We are watching all of them very closely here using pinpoint Doppler radar and our city cams. You can see a handful of severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings in many parts of the area. An active weather afternoon taking shape here in eastern Iowa with the threat for large hail, damaging winds, and tornadoes. At this point, we are a bit more on the tornado and hail side. As these storms continue to develop, we may get a bit more toward the damaging wind side if they continue to congeal into a line. However, at this point, they really haven't. They've stayed fairly separate, and it's those separate storms that you do have to take a little
Like
extra
that,
caution.
right now, it looks between, was that Iowa and Johnson County, how quickly that storm kind of just developed. And what you'll see here is that will most likely, with those strong winds, kind of a signature, will become part of that line.
Yep.
That's off to the west there on the far left side of that screen there.
Yeah, lightning developing in that storm too, so it continues to strengthen, something that we'll have to keep a close eye on as well. Benton County says they've got their spotters out. That's good to know. It does look like the National Weather Service in the Quad Cities sort of reissued and re-included more areas of this tornado warning in Jackson and Joe Davies County. It goes until 3:30 this afternoon. So if you are joining us from near the Mississippi River area, that storm producing tons of lightning, potentially very large hail, as well as that potential for tornadic development. In fact, I'm going to show you just here, just to keep an eye on it. We've got the velocity view to show you two areas of rotation. This one has been pretty strong in Joe Davies County, as well as just passing near Bellevue, all moving off to the east-northeast. So if you know folks in Joe Davies County, make sure to give them a heads up with that storm moving in. I would say at this point, the storm of biggest concern for us is off in our northwest zone. That would still be the storm near Bremer County. Some warnings continue there. They've got a severe thunderstorm warning and a tornado warning. I do want to emphasize there's a new tornado warning for portions of Chickasaw County. That goes until, let's see here, it goes until 3:30. Radar indicated rotation. At this point, with the velocity view on, not seeing a ton of very clear and obvious rotation, which doesn't mean that the storm does not pose a threat, but it would be.
I'm going to try to scan the northern sky just a little bit here.
Yeah, please.
In Waverly, just to kind of see what we can see. Certainly seeing a lot of that rain from the roof that's kind of bouncing around, but.
And still be kind of those areas.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing that is as, so you notice the difference that what we showed you earlier in Parkersburg, which was a little thinner and a little more solid. These are sort of more jagged, more dispersed, and so we're not seeing the same kind of perhaps activity in terms of a funnel cloud per se, but that would be the portion of the storm that would be able to see it. I'm going to put pinpoint Doppler radar down that direction for that storm. Again, very much moving into the Waverly area. The rotation is very close to you. The large hail and rain will likely be starting as well very, very soon, if it hasn't already. That is a sort of a dual threat with those storms as they carry off to the northeast.
Well, and it was a very prudent move. A lot of schools up in northern half of the state today kind of dismissed early, around 1:30, which we would hope at this point they are home now. You might be watching us. Mom and Dad might be at work, but you might have the TV on, and this is why you were sent home from school early today, to make sure you got home safe, that you weren't on those bus routes or walking home from school as this was moving through a Bremer, through a Blackhawk, through a Butler County area.
Yeah, and I understand we have a view of a DOT camera along Interstate 80. This is mile marker 230, so it's west of Iowa City. Looking to the west, we got rain, maybe a little bit of hail mixed in there. Looks like it would be on the smaller side if it's taking place there, but no warning for this area. Just southwest of Oxford, that's all right. We will, of course, keep a close eye on any storms developing today. The atmosphere is volatile, and they could quickly turn severe and pose that threat for hail and wind and tornado activity too. But right now, Johnson, Iowa County, not included in any warnings, but you still have that tornado watch.
And that's that little cell we pointed out just a little bit ago too, how quickly it developed.
Very much so. Let's pinpoint portions of Marshall and Tama County. You have a tornado warning that continues until 3:15 this afternoon. It is for a radar indicated area of rotation. At this point, I would say there's a couple of areas to watch out for. One is near the LeGrand area right now, which is right about here near the junction of Highway 146 and Highway 30. Small little community there west of Tama on Highway 30. That area is showing some modest rotation, but there is also this storm to the south, farther down Highway 146, that is south of Gilman still at this point. It's showing a little bit of broad rotation. Again, not well organized. It's sort of outside of the tornado warning, but it's just another area to watch as things continue to develop. Not seeing a ton of rotation with it, but of course, it's all in an area that is still favored for rotation to continue to develop. So just kind of scanning through some of the information from the National Weather Service.
I'm going to go ahead and switch just to kind of see what's coming our way. We're going to switch that max box from 2 to Coralville. And kind of see, looking off to that west, to that cell that we were watching a little bit ago. Obviously, it's still kind of a ways out of the purview of the camera to the south and west of it, but spots like Tiffin, spots like Williamsburg, the Amana colonies, it's going to come knocking on the door here pretty soon for you folks, with certainly strong winds and the possibility of some certainly heavy rains, even hail within that too, even though there's not a warning per se on that spot.
And Howard County is very much on the edge of the TV9 viewing area, so it's well off northwest, but a report from the emergency managers in that area that there was a report of a tornado near Lime Springs.
Okay.
And so that would be this area of the storm that's highlighted. You can see a new scan from the National Weather Service radar on pinpoint Doppler radar. So if you know folks or live up near the Lime Springs area, they had that report. It would be right around here. Latest update from the National Weather Service there is for an observed tornado, probably based on that report. It was weather spotters confirmed. So that is right near Lime Springs. Folks in Lime Springs and far northwestern portions of Winneshiek County too. It's going to pass very near and northwest of Winneshiek County. So Bluffton and points to the northwest, heads up. The storm is headed your way and potentially has that rotation too. This area of tornado warning for portions of Chickasaw and Howard County, not seeing as much evident rotation here and no reports, but it is an area that we're watching. This warning continues until 3, well, that's the warning to the north. This continues until 3:30, I believe. Yeah, for quarter-sized hail and some rotation. So certainly something to watch there. Justin, you've got a view from our Decorah City Cam looking off toward, I believe, the northwest.
It's kind of the northwest from Luther College up to the northwest, heading, looking over Cresco towards that Bluffton area, and you can certainly see, that ominous look that has been so kind of the commonplace thing today with all these camera views that we've been taking.
It's been the theme for sure, and unfortunately, storms that have rotation in them have been the theme too so far. And that's why we have a handful of tornado warnings. This one for portions of, well, it's still Butler County, although you're really getting out of that warning at this point. It's more for Bremer County. Northwestern Blackhawk, you're also included in this, but that also is more of a secondary concern there too. We're really talking about Bremer County, the Waverly area. You can see from our Waverly City Cam, things are dark. Yeah, maybe keep going a little bit. Yeah, we're very much ensconced in the rain in the Waverly area, so it's going to be hard to tell. I'll turn on the velocity view here on radar, and you can see it is a broadly rotating area of this storm. I'm going to move it just a little bit to get from the National Weather Service in Des Moines. So that's why this warning continues. Again, it was based on funnel cloud reports that were near the Parkersburg area just moments ago. That was probably within the last 15 minutes. That's why the National Weather Service went ahead and issued this warning, in addition to the rotation they have spotted on radar. But so far, no additional reports. Our city cam, as that storm is moving toward Waverly, no additional reports, and so that is good news for those areas there. But it's not the only warnings that we have in effect, Justin, as you know. We've got additional activity off to the south. So we'll pinpoint Doppler radar down this way. Tornado warning for southern Marshall and western Tama County. This goes until 3:15 this evening, or afternoon, that is. Quarter-sized to half-dollar-sized hail, as well as an area of rotation. Again, I would consider this storm at this point, that is just south of Tama, to be the one that looks the most ominous on radar in terms of potentially producing rotation. I'm going to go ahead and put on our velocity view here. And you can see there is just this small area just near and southwest of 330th Street that has a little bit of rotation. Just moved as the radar scan updated. But that's the spot I would be concerned about in terms of new tornadic development. So if you live in Tama or anywhere near Haven or Helena or Chelsea, which is just outside the warning on the far right side of the radar view, you should be considering seeking safe shelter at this point. Justin, what are some of those pieces of advice?
Obviously, if you want to get as many walls from you and the storm as possible. If you have a basement, now's the time to get into that basement. If you are not able to get a basement, get under something sturdy. Grab a bike helmet. Grab blankets, pillows, towels, and make sure you're getting yourself covered. Avoid windows, doors, and outside walls. And if you don't have a basement, maybe a small bathroom or a closet. Again, as many walls as you can get between you and that outside storm as well. Think of like the onion principle. You want a lot of layers between where you are and the outside. So that's the best way to do that. And certainly, if you've got that potential where you can, basement is the best place to be, under a stairwell, or maybe you're lucky enough to have a pool table or something. Just kind of hang out under that something sturdy.
Absolutely. That is a good point. Anything that you can do to help protect your head and neck as well. That's really critical in these situations because that's the best way to stay safe. That's the most sensitive part of the body that if it gets hurt, you're hurting in a pretty bad way. So we really do want you to heed that warning and take it pretty seriously.
We don't have the best view of Tama, but what we can do is look from Coralville kind of back towards the north a little bit, and you can kind of at least see where things are darkening. As you're looking, because again, this is 80, we would be looking up towards the Highway 30 area from this direction at this point on the city cam.
I'd say perhaps maybe swing around our Vinton camera too.
Okay.
Work on getting that set that direction. This Tama County warning now includes the potential for golf ball sized hail. Tama, Toledo, and the Meskwaki settlement very much involved in this warning, and so you should be seeking shelter, as Justin just indicated, those different ways to stay safe. There is also an area of severe weather taking place across northern portions of Tama County. Up toward Garwin, you may be seeing some very large hail, and there is some indication there too of a little bit of rotation. So a couple areas to watch out for. Still do think this is our primary driver at this point in southern Tama County, as these storms continue to sort of interact and evolve as we go later into the afternoon. Otherwise, there is some vague rotation up here in this portion of the storm southwest of Garwin. However, it's not as clear. Now, there is a little bit of an indication of some wind that's punching out around the LeGrand area that's going to move along Highway 30 toward Montour and perhaps Toledo too. And so those wind gusts could be up to 60 miles per hour, as we do have the ingredients for strong surface wind gusts as well. So not out of the woods, even if you're not in the tornado warning. Still severe weather possible just about anywhere in eastern Marshall and much of Tama County, although again, far eastern portions not seeing any warnings yet at this point.
We'll switch to our Vinton camera, kind of looking back towards the west and south a little bit. Just kind of starting to see it come into camera view now. But again, very, very similar to what we've been seeing all day long.
Yep.
The same kind of setup, the same kind of look to it.
It's distant for sure. So, but of course, as we know, these storms are all moving off to the east and a little bit north of east. So you can see here the latest radar loop involving these storms. What were several storms have now started to merge into fewer. We maybe had 6 or 7 individual cells that are now 3 or 4. And as that process continues here across eastern Iowa, not only would we hopefully see the tornado threat decrease a little bit, but we will unfortunately see the threat for damaging winds increase a little bit. So you can see more storms toward the Oskaloosa area. Oskaloosa not in a severe thunderstorm warning, but very strong and severe storms near to you. There are a new tornado warning outside the TV9 viewing area. So even though we are not terribly concerned about it in our area just yet, that is one to watch as it continues off to the northeast. It will affect portions of Mahaska as well as Poweshiek County eventually as things continue to move through. Again, we've got to get through all of these storms at this point before we get out of the woods. We'll take a wider view from the statewide perspective. Western Iowa, as you were indicating, Justin, things have really calmed down and things are very quiet there, but it's eastern Iowa that has the potential for very strong storms still for at least another 3 or 4 hours.
Till 3:15, the tornado warning continues for Marshall, Poweshiek, and Tama County until 3:30. Let me find the timing on that one. That is for, it would be kind of that Tama County, up towards the north, the Howard and Chickasaw County area, that one to the north. But that line continues to move off towards the east at about, I think 35, 40, on average 40 mile an hour at this point.
Let me double check, because sometimes these storms can vary a bit, 40 to 45 miles per hour. So yeah, again, very dangerous storms moving through Tama County and southeastern Marshall County. Tama, Toledo, and surrounding areas should be in their safe area of shelter. Get to the lowest floor of your home, basement, and stay away from windows and outside walls. Put as many walls between you and the outside as you can. Justin just describing that procedure, and we strongly encourage you to do so at this point, as we've got a couple of areas of potentially very dangerous storms moving through Tama County as they track off to the east-northeast. Golf ball-sized hail included too.
Yeah, back to the west. We had mentioned earlier about that $half size hail. That now has been confirmed by some reports in central Iowa as that line continues to work its way towards us around the Colfax area. So that'd be right off I-80, just west of kind of that Poweshiek County area. So just kind of right outside the viewing area, off to the west.
A couple areas to watch. This was our initial set of tornado warnings today. The 2 cells that were up that direction look like they have started to merge, and they are also really starting to get out of the area, which is good news. Perhaps still radar indicated at this point, but there were some pretty strong areas of rotation, likely some hail falling in these storms. Notice that there's additional little showers and storms taking place back towards southeastern Dubuque County. No severe weather with those at this point. However, they are producing additional rain. A flash flood warning is in effect for that area. And remember, that is an area that has seen very hefty rainfall over the last couple of days, and so flash flooding is possible there. We'll tour on up to the northwest zone. This tornado warning for portions of Bremer County. This warning goes until 3:30 It does still include areas northeast of Waverly toward Tripola. This storm still moving that direction. It would be there within just a few moments. However, it does look like this storm has weakened a little bit. Still exhibits some signs of rotation. However, again, just not as big and not as well organized as it was moving near the Parkersburg area. But the rotation still very much involved in this storm. And that would be, again, to the northeast of Waverly toward Tripola and moving off to the northeast. So we'll give you a little storm track information here. This storm is moving at 40 miles per hour. So this area of rotation will be, again, approaching Tripola very, very soon and then moving to the northeast from there. Spring Fountain, closer to 321, Sumner at 328, and closer to the Thelman wildlife area. If you live in rural portions of northwest portions of our viewing area, that'll be closer to 339. That's outside of this warning box, but the storm, if it is able to hold its strength together, will give you, again, some pretty rocky conditions coming up in just a little bit.
Back to Tama County.
Yep.
Emergency management in Tama County says about hail 1-inch diameter in Tama proper. And that coincides with that issuance of the brand new severe thunderstorm warning, with the biggest concern being hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds in Marshall and Tama counties. That will go and stay in effect until 3:45 for the severe thunderstorm warning portion of that storm.
Okay, you're right. That does include more of Tama County. Bear with me. All the way to the border between Tama and Benton County. Of course, Benton, you would be next in line as these storms approach from the west. This warning, as Justin said, goes until
3:45.
Yep. Ping pong ball size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. So very intense storms. Even if the tornado threat does not materialize, we still do very much have the potential for strong and severe outcomes. Let's show you the velocity view, though, here around Tama. Again, it is not as intense as some other portions of storms that we have seen so far today, but this storm near the Tama area is very much rotating, and so it does have the potential to produce brief tornadoes as it moves off to the northeast. That warning continues for just another 6 minutes, so we'll have to wait and see what the National Weather Service decides to do here. But so far, with that severe thunderstorm warning instead, that may be sort of an indication that they're going to choose to keep it a severe thunderstorm warning, which, again, great news. We would love to see no severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warnings in general, but if we had to pick between the two, we would love to avoid tornadic outcomes pretty much any time.
And we're starting to see, or at least some more anecdotal evidence, hail in Black Hawk County. Reports now starting to come in, pea-size hail from emergency management up there in Black Hawk County. But again, even those reports are few and far between. Now, it could be the time of day. A lot of folks aren't home to report. It could be just that, these storms pass through with a lot of rumble, but not a lot of bite as well.
Yeah, it could be, and hopefully that is the case. The tornado warning that was previously in effect for portions of Bremer County has been canceled. The National Weather Service believes that the storm has weakened enough that it no longer poses a threat for tornadic development, and that is pretty consistent with what we were just talking about on using pinpoint Doppler radar. This storm off to the northeast, this tornado warning continues for portions of Chickasaw and Howard counties. Again, it's a storm that has not seemed particularly scary on radar to me. However, there is a storm near New Hampton that is producing a little bit of rotation in the mid-levels, perhaps not imminent in terms of producing a tornado, but it's something to watch out for. No warning for New Hampton. You're just technically, at least on the very north side of the city, outside of that tornado warning, but certainly a day to stay weather aware. Seek shelter in a hurry if you happen to see any sort of funnel cloud development, tornado development in that area.
We're going to try to swing back to the west just a little bit. This is kind of a straight west shot from the Decorah area at this point. Oh, excuse me, this is Waverly. This is the Waverly camera. But we'll try to get that swung around in the Decorah area. You see it on the bottom side of your screen there, at least, where that camera sits. And certainly a little brighter than what we've seen in the last 15, 20 minutes. Hopefully that tells us things are kind of de-intensifying a little bit. But as Corey shows you, that line extends all the way through Iowa, all the way through Rochester. Just got a report. Obviously, it's way outside of our viewing area, but huge amounts of damage around Spring Valley, Minnesota. Just about 20 minutes to a half hour north of Decorah and around Canton, Minnesota, and up that way.
Yeah, pretty significant storm was able to really develop strong rotation up that way, unfortunately. So unfortunately, we probably will be hearing more about that location. Here in eastern Iowa, reports of damage have been limited to none so far, which is great. Here's a wide view of pinpoint Doppler radar, and you can see activity is spreading northeastward at about 40 to 45 miles per hour. Several warnings along the western edge of the TV9 viewing area, but at this point, only one tornado warning that includes portions of Tama County. Still very far southeastern Marshall County too. But this storm has had some persistent vague rotation, but not seeing a lot of really tight rotation that indicates an imminent tornado. Unlike what we saw, what you were just describing in Minnesota, that storm had it pretty clearly on radar. The view from the Des Moines Weather Service radar, again, more of a broad area of rotation near the Tama-Toledo area. Some stronger winds getting involved too, at least mixing in at portions of this storm. But if you had to pick one area that had stronger areas of rotation, it still is this portion of the storm. It's pretty vague at this point, again, which is good. We don't want to see very well-defined rotation. At this point, it's just that tornado warning for radar indicated rotation continuing until 3:15, which is just 2 minutes away. We're going to have to wait and see what the National Weather Service decides to do. Of course, they have that overriding severe thunderstorm warning in effect for more portions of Tama County too. So if you're not in the tornado warning, you still have that going with you.
I want to go back to the first storm. The reason we went on the air with this continuous coverage back to the Dubuque County area and Joe Davies County. Number of reports now, 1.25 inch diameter hail around Galena, up to 1.5 inches, 1.75 inches. So that would be pretty well around the about ping pong ball size to about 1.75 inches would be golf ball size hail up in Galena. And we know that can do damage. We saw that here in eastern Iowa the last few days as these rounds upon rounds of storms moved through.
Very much so. And this is the portion of the storm in Tama County. That's why the tornado warning continues. You can see it has a little bit of a hook developing here on the southwestern side there. It's co-located right where we've got that little area of rotation. And so that would be the portion of the storm to watch out for. So Tama-Toledo, you're very much on the edge of it. Long Point, the area in Tama County, that is also where this rotation will be moving very soon. We're going to put on the storm tracker to give you more information of where this could be affecting in the immediate future. It's moving northeast at about 45 miles per hour. So let's go ahead and pull back just a little bit and show you where to watch out for. It's this portion of the storm. Again, if a tornado were to take place, it would be occurring here, but that tornado warning has been allowed to expire at this point. Long Point at 3:16, Vining close to 3:24, Elberon at 3:28, and Keystone at 3:36. Now, the latest indication from the National Weather Service is that they let it expire, but they didn't say anything about it. So that's kind of an interesting thing. They're, of course, also juggling a lot of different storms here. But the fact that they let it expire is still an encouraging sign for tornadic development in this area. Still very strong, severe storms moving through Tama County. Benton County would be getting involved very, very soon. A couple different reports now. Have you seen some of those around the Tama-Toledo area?
Starting to see those fill in kind of around the area there. Let's see, just kind of hail reports, a little bit here and there, 1.75 inches, according to emergency management there in Toledo. Let's see, 1.5 inches. So again, you're talking ping pong to golf ball size hail in those locations.
Yep, very much so. Wide view of the TV9 viewing area shows the areas of thunderstorm activity that we have in place. Several severe thunderstorm warnings along the western side of the TV9 viewing area. One tornado warning still continues for a small sliver of Chickasaw County as well as southeastern Howard County. This goes until 3:30 this afternoon. Again, this storm is very small. It does not have very strong rotation evident with it. We're going to turn on our velocity view and show you there. Not much to see, which is great to see, but that does mean that we're not expecting imminent tornadic development there. If anything, the storm in Bremer County has a little bit more rotation with it. It's pretty far away from the radar, so we're talking about potentially some fairly high level in the atmosphere stuff, but that warning for Bremer County was canceled long ago, and so we are
A new tornado warning now for us, Corey, for Tama County.
Okay, so that portion of the storm we were talking about that still had rotation with it, Des Moines continuing that warning, which is, I think, the smart and prudent move at this point.
And that will go
3:45.
3:45, yep.
Yep, it's got the potential for hail as well, but this tornado warning keeps with us for another half hour. It's, again, this portion of the storm that is located, the area of rotation would be in this hook area where I just drew that little curly Q. It is near and crossing portions of Highway 30, west of Vining, southwest of Cloutier. Cloutier not included in this warning. It's very close to you, though, so I would certainly use extra caution there. If you're hearing the sirens go off in Tama County for the first time, I would say seek shelter now, as this storm will continue tracking off to the northeast. Again, the area of rotation is pretty small and it is pretty limited, but looking at the information that we have, it is located right about there. Speed on this storm maintains at about 35 miles per hour, moving off to the northeast. And so we'll give you the latest update in terms of which communities are in line for this and who can expect it when. So the latest storm track places it close to the Vining area in about 10 minutes. That's at 3:28. Elberon in about 15 minutes. That's at 3:34. That's where this tornado warning continues until about 3:45. Radar indicated rotation. Still no report of a tornado in that area, but they have had additional reports of large hail. You see that one, Justin, most recently? A storm chaser reported near the Tama area. Does look like that is 2.5-inch diameter hail, which I believe on our
that would be
chart converts to tennis ball.
That would be lime. No, you're right. You're right. Tennis ball, 2.5-inch.
Yeah, that's very large
wow.
hail. So
and we're really hoping to not have that again because we had so much of it earlier this week statewide. But I know you talked about it. I know I talked about it. The threat, the wind, the tornadic activity, both have verified. The large hail activity verified, even the heavy rains too. We haven't had a chance to really press on some of these flash flood warnings that are coming with these storms as well. So all modes of severe weather have been on the table at this point.
Very much so, and that's why we're with you here live on KCRG TV9. You can catch us on your smart device as well. That includes your smart TV and your smartphone. You can use the KCRG News app, the KCRG Weather app, and also KCRG.com. Download the smart TV app as well. All ways to stay in touch. For instance, if you lose cable or satellite connection, we know that rain can interrupt satellite pretty easily. We're not available on one of the major satellite providers right now, kind of infamously for subscribers of that. You can, of course, be watching us through streaming as well. There's the area of rotation we're watching in Tama County. That is moving, again, just northwest of Long Point. It'll be approaching Vining in about 6 or 7 minutes. So if you live in the Vining area, this is the portion of the storm that we're concerned about and the time to be moving into areas of safe shelter. That would include
making sure there's a lot of walls between you and this storm. Again, take your phone with you. If you're watching our coverage right now, we'll go with you. We'll keep you up to date. Make sure you got blankets, helmets, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you've got a basement, now is the time to get there and stay there. If you don't have a basement, an interior room, be it a closet, be it a pantry, something like that. The old stories of, a bathtub. Get in a bathtub, cover yourself up. Make sure your head and your neck are covered at this point. Just, kind of use common sense. You want to protect yourself as best you can with what you've got available. Maybe it's a bike helmet. Maybe it's something like that. Just be very safe and be very smart about this, too. We've been telling you the last few days to have those plans in place. Now is the time to enact that plan. Now is the time to use that plan.
Couldn't agree more, Justin. Latest scan updates our area of rotation to include, again, just southwest of Vining. A little bit more well-defined here, perhaps, and it is very much within areas of rain and potentially some hail. So you will not be able to see this tornado coming, most likely, if you're just waiting on your porch to try to find it. Instead, you should be spending that time to find an area of safe shelter as this area of rotation continues off to the northeast. Now, it's about to head toward Benton County. Benton County, you're not included in this warning at this point, but Keystone, Van Horn, be thinking about what you may need to do if this storm approaches your area.
And kind of right along that Highway 30 corridor, Blairstown and at Watkins and spots like that.
Yep, big time indeed. We are concerned about that development as well. The storm at this point has no official reports, but it certainly is a strong, intense storm that has areas of rotation that we want to keep you informed about. A couple of other areas to watch. We're going to go ahead and keep an eye on that storm in Tama County. but additional development is possible down toward Poweshiek County. There is a severe thunderstorm warning for that area until 4 o'clock. It contains ping pong ball sized hail and the potential of damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. I would indicate that this portion of the storm is also rotating. No tornado warning for it. It's very near Grinnell, so please use caution in that area. There's a tornado warning for portions of Mahaska County that goes until 3:45. This is radar indicated rotation. Does look like that would be in the area of right near southeast of Knoxville. So they're talking about the portion of the storm a little farther southeast. But if you live in Oskaloosa, you should be in your safe shelter as well. Ottumwa, you're clear of storm activity, but not for long, potentially, as more severe weather is off to your southwest. You can see a line of storms taking shape into south central Iowa. However, the most pressing among them is the 2 tornado warnings that we're watching. Chickasaw County, that storm is starting to really dissipate and move out of your area. And so I'm less concerned about that one, but it is one that we're watching as that storm continues to fall apart. Areas of Tama County, that is the tornado warning that we are perhaps more concerned about as storms move through. And we'll pinpoint there again to let you know what's going on. It's this portion just north of Highway 30 that's approaching the area right near Vining that we're concerned about in terms of having some rotation. We'll put our velocity scope on here, and you can see it's that portion of the storm that has the rotation built in within it. You're taking a look at some of the updates, Justin?
I'm just trying to look, going back to northeast Iowa, and I know, or at least the Dubuque County area, that some of the flash flood warning that continues there for the Dubuque County area. I reached out to the newsroom to check in with our Dubuque Bureau up there just to see if they're seeing anything or confirming anything. Obviously, it's a lot of landscape up there. It's not just outside the door downtown in Dubuque, but certainly be mindful of that on secondary roads, on gravel roads, on low-lying areas. We've had reports of water over the roads earlier in the Galena area, too, and there's a lot of low-lying areas. Despite how hilly and how high terrain Dubuque County is, there are certainly some low spots there, too, with a lot of water to roll through.
Yeah, very much so. And as you mentioned, repeated thunderstorms sort of moving toward that area. I don't know, Justin, if you want to, off the air, perhaps move the Dubuque City cam, just kind of look to the south.
Okay.
There's a storm approaching from that way, so we may want to keep an eye on that one. Little clusters of storms moving through a broad portion of eastern Iowa. That storm up near Bremer County, too, is strengthened a little bit, perhaps in the last 10 to 15 minutes. They've got storm spotters on it. But at this point, no warning for it. I'm going to go up to that portion of the viewing area and take a look. You can see no warning for it at this point, but over towards Sumner, Hawkeye, areas west of Fayette, you could be seeing some intense weather coming up very, very soon. And so we are just giving you a little heads up there, just in case things tend to continue to increase and pose more of a threat to that area. Another report of golf ball sized hail in the Tama area. So there have been several areas of concern there. New tornado warning for Poweshiek County. That was what we were talking about, that area of rotation down near Grinnell. It is very much at this point justifying that tornado warning as it moves off to the northeast. It is moving at about 40 miles per hour, also has the potential for golf ball sized hail. We'll go ahead and put on our velocity view to give you a look at where that rotation is. It's this area back near Grinnell, and so that's tracking off to the east-northeast at about 40 miles per hour, I believe I just said. Bear with me again as we track off to the northeast. Grinnell, you should be in your safe shelter immediately. It's going to move near and north of Highway 6, so that takes it towards Brooklyn, Hartwick, Victor, and toward the Belle Plaine Municipal Airport, which is not included in this warning, but it's close to you. And we have a new severe thunderstorm warning as well, Justin. That one includes the Cedar Rapids area.
Yes, just issued now from the National Weather Service. A severe thunderstorm warning will go into effect. The biggest threats would be for hail of an inch diameter, 50-mile-an-hour winds. Includes the Benton County area we were talking about, Johnson County. So it would be northwestern Johnson County, southeastern Benton, Lynn County, and northeast Iowa County as well. This until 4:30 this afternoon. And you're looking at that, again, it's that same line we've been watching. This is moving off towards the northeast at about 40 to 45 miles an hour. Obviously, Cedar Rapids, Marion, Hiawatha, and Robbins, Center Point in Lynn County. Let's go to Benton County, Atkins, Walford, spots like that, Norway, in the Martell area as well. And then, of course, the Johnson County kind of portion of the viewing area, too. As you can see, it just kind of rolling from the south and west to the north and east.
Yep, so Cedar Rapids Metro, you're getting involved in this very, very soon. Marion closer to 335, Springville at 345, Central City close to 350, and then up toward Fairview at 353. We're starting to get to the edge of the morning at that point. But you can see it does extend all the way toward the portion of Lynn County that touches Jones and Delaware County. Another severe thunderstorm warning has been issued, as we were kind of discussing. That storm near and south of Dubuque has strengthened a bit. Another cluster of storms, a lot like the one over Lynn County. This includes Dubuque, as well as the area down toward the airport, northeastern Jackson County, northwestern Joe Davies County. This is their second round of intense storms. At this point, the warning is for hail up to $half sized and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And at this point, it is radar indicated. But there have been several incidences of hail reported toward the Galena area and western Joe Davies County. So just another round for those folks, unfortunately, as storms continue off toward the northeast. Already seeing that activity just south of the Dubuque area. So communities in the south side toward Rockdale, you would want to be away from windows and stay away from the outdoors, at least for a little bit. We've got a view from our Dubuque DOT camera as well, I understand, from our producer.
I believe this is 61. Yeah, you can see the water off to the right side there, and how ditch full that water is.
Could be a little bit of hail going on there too. At the very least, those big raindrops that can make it very tough to navigate if you're choosing to drive, and if you can, avoid it for now as these storms are continuing to move through, and that warning continues. I do want to indicate that the warning for portions of Chickasaw County, I want to double check this before I get out in front of my skis here. Chickasaw County, I believe, is going to be allowed to expire coming up soon.
Yep. It sounds like we've got some hail video as well from those storms that went. This is our hail picture, excuse me, from the kind of the Toledo area right now too.
Yep, that is some pretty large hail. Again, we don't have a comparison point, which is always helpful, but it is very large indeed. And so, yeah, that would definitely do some damage and would be consistent with the other things that we've seen so far in terms of exact reports. New severe thunderstorm warning as well. This includes all of Benton County as well as western Lynn County. So we've got overlapping warnings as two areas of storms are moving through. This one goes until 4:45. You can see it also includes portions of northern Iowa and northwestern Johnson counties. This is for the storms that are off to the west. It's a big, broad warning that's going to include those areas. And as it continues shifting off to the east, we will have that potential for damaging winds, 60 miles per hour, as well as quarter-sized hail beginning to develop in that area. So something to watch out for as you get into more of the Cedar Rapids Metro, which is a good thing to remember, too, for the Cedar Rapids Metro. It's not a one and done. You're going to get this first batch of heavy rain and potentially some hail, and then we're going to see a second area of severe storms move in, both of which have a couple of embedded tornado warnings and do exhibit the potential for some pretty big hail. Remember what we just saw from that viewer photo near Tama.
Well, you can see on our Cedar Rapids City Cam that rain shaft kind of rolling its way from the south. We're kind of looking due south over downtown, and again, you can see the rain, the camera's starting to shake a little bit as those storms get a little closer. But the cycle, and Corey, correct me if I'm wrong, what we've seen, kind of the leading edge, we've had that tornadic threat, then we see the hail, and then we get the heavy rain, and then some of the strong winds to follow. It's kind of been that cycle that we've been seeing over and over with these storms that roll through.
Yeah, it does seem to be that's the case. It does look like that the sort of focus here is continuing to be a little bit more of a line developing compared to the individual cells. They really haven't fully formed into like a big complex of storms that would really enhance the wind damage threat. But you can see here, we've got a couple of individual cells, but remember we were talking just about 15 to 20 minutes ago, there were 4 or 5 cells, and 15 to 20 minutes before that there were maybe 6 or 7. And now we're starting to see those areas kind of condense
Yeah.
into line segments. And so that's why the National Weather Service in the Quad Cities, which is responsible for Benton and Iowa counties, as well as Lynn and Johnson, decided to go with a big severe thunderstorm warning instead of another tornado warning, at least at this point. Obviously, things can change. That area of rotation in portions of Poweshiek County is still evident. Tama County is still evident, southeast of Cloutier as well.
Well, and one of the concerns here too is, with spotters out, this intense rain that's coming with it, you lose a bit of that visibility. You have the potential to have some rain-wrapped funnels potential. So if you're going to be out and about, know what you're doing. And we know our trained professionals are our firemen, firewomen, and all of our spotters, emergency managers. If you're going to be out, be trained and understand what you're looking at.
Yep, that is a very good point. And I understand we have some more photos of hail near Tama. We got our reference there. So that's a nickel.
Okay.
And the hail's bigger than that. So it's probably at least quarter size. Golf ball size
There's a
hail in this
perfect picture right there.
Yep. You can see it's pretty jagged. Maybe kind of a bit of a composite hailstone. And so you get the smaller hailstones kind of lumped together and form one big hailstone. Of course, that causes a lot of problems and causes a big hailstone that can cause damage. Hopefully, folks that were affected by that earlier in Tama County were at least safe, and at least hopefully the hail did not cause too much damage. But of course, we know all too well in eastern Iowa this week and over the course of years how much damage that hail can cause. We've got a handful of severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings in effect for eastern Iowa. This one includes portions of Tama County. It goes for another 12 minutes here. For eastern Tama County, really Elberon is involved in this, just east of Vining. We're going to go ahead and put a pause here on the radar and show the velocity view to get a better picture of what may be going on. And the rotation here is not incredibly evident at this point. It's a little bit messier, which is good. We want to see that, but there is some indication here up near the Cloutier area. Again, perhaps it's reorganized somewhat toward the northern end of that tornado warning. I would certainly still seek shelter if you're within these tornadic, potentially affected areas, and we want you to do so safely. Again, you'd rather be safe than sorry in these situations, even if nothing happens. That is the best possible outcome. Large hail still possible with this storm too. We're going to go down the line and take a look at some of the other warnings that are in effect. Again, we have warnings for Benton, Iowa, and Johnson counties. This goes until 4:45 for the radar indication of quarter-sized hail and strong gusty winds as storms move in from the west. This other clump of storms that are in Lynn County observed quarter-sized hail, according to the latest update from the National Weather Service. So yes, large hail potentially moving in through the Cedar Rapids metro and into portions of northern Lynn County, Central City, potentially included at that center point, more towards those areas, Springville as well, as you move up Highway 151. Another warning in portions of Poweshiek County as well as Mahaska County, tornado warning for just northwest of Oskaloosa. Rotation in that storm has been relatively weak lately, so that is, again, good news for continued development of tornadoes. Doesn't look incredibly likely in the short term. New warning for portions of Mahaska and Wapello counties down toward the Ottumwa area. That goes for, no doubt, large hail as the main threat here, quarter-sized and 60-mile-per-hour winds until 4:30.
So that'd be about 2-inch diameter lime-size hail in those areas you just mentioned in Jasper and Poweshiek to the south, which we've now seen verified from some reports, from spotter and emergency management reports of past storms, not necessarily in those counties, but...
Yeah, definitely seen that so far. At this point, there are no severe thunderstorm warnings, save for the Dubuque area north of Highway 20. Those storms up in the far north at this point are very strong, and they could, again, turn severe. Tornado watch continues for all of eastern Iowa until 8 o'clock. This has not been trimmed back yet. We'll probably start to see that here pretty soon as the cold front continues to march across the state. So at this point, we're still on the warm side of it. Humid, warm conditions, temperatures in the 70s, dew points in the upper 60s, and so plenty of energy for these storms to work with. But fortunately, at this point, again, the reports of damage have been limited. There's Justin's got the temperature contrast that comes with this too. What are you seeing?
And look at that, where you can just kind of plain as day see that frontal bound. Let's draw a line from Decorah back down through I know it's not the right front. I apologize for that. Should be a cold front, but that is the spot right there that we're looking at. I'll clear the board here and kind of wipe that off there, but that is the main driver. That is what has been kind of really putting the energy out there, and certainly from the warm, juicy, muggy air, as Denny Ferreira used to say. You and I grew up watching him say that. That is what we've got right here across eastern Iowa with this cold front, again, from the west. That is what we're eventually going to watch move through, and it's going to be a noticeable change here in a few hours. Clearing out tonight. Windy, cold, a windy, colder, below normal day for Saturday with frost tomorrow night. We're talking tornado warnings now, Corey. We're talking frost in less than 18 hours.
As things often go around these parts, for sure, the clash of the spring air masses, and so that is something to watch out for all around eastern Iowa. Big change in our weather coming very, very soon. Looks like the National Weather Service updated the warning for Linn County. That includes the Cedar Rapids Metro. Want to see what they've got going there. Quarter-sized hail still possible, observed by folks in that area. They did add a tornado possible tag to that warning too. The rotation in these storms, again, is not very evident, but just because of the atmosphere we have in place and what we've seen so far today, that's why they want to give a heads up for folks in that area. Understand, do we still have a view from one of the DOT cameras out on Edgewood? Yeah, Edgewood and Highway 30.
Okay.
It's the southwest side, seeing that out there. Yeah.
Quite the line that continues to move through eastern Iowa. As we told you, again, afternoon drive time, that 5, 6 o'clock time frame is kind of really when we start to see things push further east of the metros. But right now, for the next hour or so, with a number of different tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect. And again, as these new warnings come out, Corey, we're seeing larger hail signatures, or at least potential, 1.5 to 2 inch of some of these new storms that have been issued with potential for those higher diameters.
Yep, plenty of storms still yet to go. Tornado warning for Tama County for another 7 minutes. This is for the far eastern fringes of Tama County. This storm is really starting to move into Benton County. At this point, the National Weather Service is holding steady with a severe thunderstorm warning. They're keeping an eye on it, though. That's why that other warning has that tornado possible tag on it. We'll take a look at our velocity views and see if we can pick out any area of rotation. Again, it would be fairly limited at this point, which is good to see, but there still is some hint that there is some rotation near Elberon, perhaps. Again, it's not very well organized. You'd have to use your imagination here a little bit, which is good. We don't want to see very obvious areas of rotation developing that would lead to a tornado development at any spot. Instead, we are seeing just sort of more severe thunderstorm potential outcomes here in Tama as well as Benton County. And so we see those continuing to evolve.
Let's go to Dubuque County. We have video from the hail, some of the hail that was through that area here within the last 5 to 15 minutes up there in northeast Iowa, where these folks, again, this is the one that started the whole show here, Corey, with the tornado warning, then flash flooding, and now certainly reports almost has that snow look to it. Look at that reduced visibility on Highway 20 there. Ellen, do we know how long ago this video was shot? I'm going to guess about 15 minutes maybe? It was just shot here within the last little bit here. Okay, so this was within the last 10 minutes up there in that Dubuque County area.
Okay, it does look like the warning for Tama County will be allowed to expire. So that is going to go. As we know, that storm is obviously moving out of Tama County, but the rotation has weakened at this point, and so they're not going to issue a new tornado warning, at least right away. So that's something that is good news at this point for folks in Tama County. The warning continues for portions of Poweshiek County until 4:15. It's for golf ball sized hail, as well as that area of rotation that's moving north of Interstate 80, just crossed past interstate, or not interstate rather, but Highway 63. It's in this portion of the storm where we could see a spin-up tornado take place pretty quickly, but it's moving off to the east.
Quarter-size hail reports in Hiawatha here in Linn County within the last few moments. Let's see, again, one of the good news, one of the things is we haven't been getting a lot of reports, which is good. We've certainly seen some videos here. I want to show you another picture. This is from Cedar Rapids. That would be certainly, I would guess, at least quarter size hail at that point. Corey, your best estimate, I would think? A little bit bigger than pea size.
Yeah, maybe somewhere between like marble and quarter sized at that point. Still watching, again, the potential for hail has been a big one all week long. Just have warm and unstable air closer to the ground and lots of cold air up aloft. We're still very early in the season, and so that unfortunately is sort of the combination of factors that still has that potential to produce plenty of hail. It's not only been producing large hail, but it's been producing prolific hail too. Let me recalibrate where we're looking here in terms of that rotation in Poweshiek County. You can see it is moving now into portions of the area east of Highway 63 and headed toward Hartwick. Communities in the path. Belle Plaine would be close to it later on. You've got that severe thunderstorm warning. You're more toward the hail side, so that is a sign of that coming your way just after 4 o'clock, closer to Luzerne at 4:10. But of course, we're getting outside of the tornado warning for Poweshiek County at this time.
I want to go just a little further east of that, where we had that severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Johnson and northwestern Iowa counties. That's been allowed to expire at least, so a little bit of good news there. Still, the warning continues though for portions of Benton, the overlapping warning, and Lynn County severe thunderstorm warning till 4:30.
Seeing those storms move through, they're lifting northeastward. Individual cells, they're small, but they are potentially producing quarter-sized hail as well as gusty winds, and they also have the potential to produce, well, some small areas of rotation. We're going to turn on our velocity view. A little bit of rotation perhaps down toward the Fairfax area. I don't know, Justin, if you can adjust the Cedar Rapids City Cam a little bit and look off that direction. Again, it's very broad at this point, but that's why that severe thunderstorm warning involves a tornado possible tag. They're just keeping a close eye on that potential. Again, any storm today with the environment we have in place has the potential to produce a little bit of rotation. So that is the good news there, that we're not at least seeing it tighten up very much. Southeast of the downtown area, there is another little storm up toward the Marion area in Toddville, Robbins, Alburnett. We're talking about another little clump of storms, and any of those have the potential to produce some hail at this point. More storms coming in from the west affecting the Cedar Rapids area, and so you'll have to watch out for those too.
And we're going to take a wide view, so hang on tight. We're going to slowly kind of pan off toward the west. There you see downtown Cedar Rapids on the left side of that smaller box, and kind of looking off to the west. And this would be around that kind of Fairfax, Walford adjacent area if you kind of draw a line from that as the crow flies. Again, it's a ways from where our city cam is, at least on the northern side of the town over Mount Mercy. But you can see that line. You can see that just kind of continued line creeping, coinciding with what we're seeing on live pinpoint Doppler radar right now, too.
Yep. A little bit of a report from Alburnett from one of our Lynn County emergency managers, pea-sized hail. So we're seeing a little bit of hail. That's not anything that's going to cause damage, of course, when it's pea-sized like that. So that's good if we can keep that going. Hiawatha, we've got another video from that perspective of some of the smaller hail that's falling in parts of the area. Yeah, you can see it's pretty small. It's on the sidewalk there. Luckily, though, again, in Hiawatha, it looks like it has been staying fairly small. So hopefully we can keep that on the small side instead. Several warnings in the southwestern corner of the TV9 viewing area. We're talking about severe thunderstorm warnings primarily. See that tornado warning for Tama County just expired. They were letting it expire because it had weakened. And so that is no longer in effect. Poweshiek County until 4:15. We've got that continuing at this point. Otherwise, no tornado warnings for anywhere else in eastern Iowa, which is, again, a very, very good thing. No warnings north of Highway 20 at this point. That Dubuque County, the Dubuque County warning still goes on, but it's moved out. So Dubuque, at least for the time being, you are free of severe thunderstorms, not totally out of the woods for the entirety of the rest of the time. But we're keeping an eye on the storms off to your west and southwest that could affect you a little bit later on. If you keep it actually where you had it, Justin.
Okay, yep, I'm moving it back that way just a little bit.
Yeah, I was just about to look sort of there, a little bit more, yeah.
Right there.
Yeah, a little bit in the middle of the screen. It's a little hard to tell. Maybe zoom in just a little bit. And that one does pan up pretty good, so we'll be able to get a good shot. It's hard to tell if it's connected to the cloud, if it's a little bit of a wall cloud trying to form, but no funnels at this point. This would not be a funnel cloud. It could be a wall cloud taking shape a little bit to the west of Cedar Rapids with that little storm near Fairfax that we were talking about earlier. At this point, no tornado warnings in effect for those areas, but there are several little cells that could, if they were able to get organized, have a brief area of rotation develop. And it really does include, again, portions of Lynn County, This cell is the one we're looking at here on the TV.
Northeast Iowa, brand new tornado warning, Alameda, Clayton, Fayette, and Winneshiek County.
Let's take a look, shall we? That is a storm that...
Right there, yep.
I believe that, yeah, that might have been our old storm back from near Parkersburg, which had weakened but now is re-strengthened. It includes portions of, again, like you were saying, Fayette,
Yep.
Winneshiek, Alameda, and Clayton counties. This goes until 4:30. Quarter-sized hail also likely with this storm as it moves in. But the threat for a tornado.
So right over West Union at this
Yeah.
point. You can see it right there if you want to zoom in. That's the county seat. And at the last report, this storm was sitting right over West Union, moving northeast at about 45 miles an hour. So spots like your Claremont, Postville, and spots like that. And I know you'll put a tracker on it, but certainly this is area that I'm familiar with. You don't even need to put a tracker on. I can tell you the towns where that need to be in the path of it. This is going to be north of Fayette, north of Hawkeye. We talked about them a little bit ago as we were seeing little bits of kind of unorganized rotation in that area.
And it is moving to the northeast at 45 miles per hour. So we'll put that storm track on there like you were suggesting. Of course, your old stomping grounds, so we do know all those communities up in northeast Iowa. We'll put the rotation indicator on here. This is where that rotation is taking place. So as you mentioned, West Union, it's right there on your doorstep in the next couple of minutes. So we're talking areas near Claremont at 4:04, Castalia at 4:08, close to Postville at 4:12, and closer to portions of Luena and Monona by about 4:20 to 4:22. And
Kind of northern Clayton into southern Alameda County. And a new warning right now. This one, we come back further south, a brand new tornado warning for Lynn and Benton counties too. That, again, another line that we've been tracking.
Yes, indeed. This one goes until 4:30 this afternoon, so another 45 minutes, and this will continue to track off to the east. It's this area of the storm,
And it looks like
southwest of Vinton.
That wall cloud certainly a little bit, or at least a little bit more definition for that cloud base that we've been watching on our Cedar Rapids City Cam too.
Yeah, it sure is. It's this area southwest of Vinton. Yeah, so we've got a couple areas to keep an eye on for sure, as Justin keeps an eye on that. I'm going to pull up controls for Vinton, our City Cam there, and see if we can take a look at what we're looking at. But Vinton very much involved in this, Shellsburg, Van Horn, Cedar Point, as well as the far northwest portion of the greater Cedar Rapids metro. We're talking about up toward Robbins and Hiawatha. You are included in this warning too. So you should be seeking your safe shelter now if you have not done so already. These storms are tracking off to the northeast at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. That's been the pretty consistent word here. It's actually at about 45 miles per hour. So we'll go ahead and put a storm track on that for the area of rotation, and it's moving off to the northwest. I'm going to give you a pretty broad one because there's the potential within this sort of feature of the storm that there could be spin-ups all kind of along it, but the main area would be where we've indicated there on the radar. This would be approaching Van Horn right about now. Vinton at 3:57, Eden closer to 3:59, Urbana at 4:08, Palo in western Lynn County, close to 4:11. Then we get to more Lynn County communities. Center Point at 4:13, Robbins at 4:20, and Alburnett at 4:23. This is the portion of the storm that could develop into a tornado if the rotation continues to develop. You see it tracking off to the northeast.
And this is that spot we're looking at right there. That is that piece of it right there in the Cedar Rapids City Cam, looking from north, kind of back towards that south and west area.
So we'll keep a good eye on it. That's good news that we've got the ability using the CityCam network to just be mindful and wary of everything that's going on down there. We've also got a view from our Vinton CityCam potentially. We can kind of keep an eye on both.
Okay.
And I'm kind of navigating that one at this point. Got a little bit of water on the lens, so it's going to be a little tough. But it would be that area in the middle of the screen between those two poles where we're looking off a little bit southwest. And perhaps if I zoom in a little bit, well, that just kind of got more water involved. But it's that portion right there. That would be the storm, the portion of the storm I would be concerned about potentially.
Similar look to what we're seeing in Cedar Rapids and that City Cam there too.
Yeah, very much so. So we are looking off that direction.
If you're just joining us, a number of tornado warnings back in effect for some of the bigger metropolitan areas now within the TV9 viewing area. Benton County, Lynn County until 4:30. So folks like Vinton, Shellsburg, Palo, Cedar Rapids, Robbins, Fairfax, spots like that. This is the time to be in that safe spot now. We've told you, get that plan in place. Now is the time to enact that plan. And that plan includes getting to the lowest level of a basement or as many interior walls between you and that storm as possible. We're portable. You can take Corey and I with you where you're going if you're watching us on your phone right now. But certainly, now's the time to get that safe spot and get that safety plan enacted.
Very much so. The rotation area that would be most concerned about would be down that way. Keeping an eye on several warnings at this point. There is one also up in northeast Iowa. Not expecting new developments immediately. We're going to keep that Vinton picture there in your lower right corner just so you can keep an eye on it. Do want to bring more attention to this storm up in northeast Iowa as well, which definitely has at least some indication of rotation right up and near West Union. You can see the latest sweep from pinpoint Doppler radar up that way. It's kind of embedded within a couple of different storms that are right next to one another. And so it, again, will be one of those situations where it's going to be pretty hard to be able to see any sort of tornadic development if you're waiting to see it. And we always say, do not wait to see it, because it will be likely too late in case you wait too long. So we don't want you to wait for the storm to approach you. Instead, the smartest move at this point would be to keep your safe place in mind and head right to it.
And it sounds like, Corey, just kind of reading the tea leaves, Alameda County, obviously, they're activating sirens around New Albin as well. Storm in Fayette County, some increasing rotation here too. That you're seeing it, you've got it highlighted there. This is rolling right along Highway 18, so from Fredericksburg into town. At this point, it looks like, if you want to get just a little tighter there, I can kind of do a little navigating for you here. So this would be kind of the four-way corners right there. If you're in the West Union area, you look just to the north and west of that, not so much where the hospital is, but where the bowling alley and spots like that are, is where you would be seeing that rotation. If you're standing in West Union right now, kind of looking back towards the west, out of town on 18.
Indeed. So folks up in that portion of the world very much should be seeking shelter. We're going to give you a new update here in terms of our storm track, just so you can stay safe. West Union, you're in line right now. It's going to be close to Postville as you get closer to 413. In between now and then, Claremont at 405, Monona at 423, and up toward 16 at 430. That's coming up in just a little over half an hour as that area of rotation continues to develop and move off to the northeast. In the lower right corner of your screen, we're watching a storm near the Vinton area. I understand, did we have a DOT camera picture as well that we were looking at? Near Hawkeye,
Okay, so
near
this
West
is up in
Union.
Fayette County.
Oh, okay, great. Some very heavy rain at the very least. I'm sure that ditch is going to fill up in a hurry. And maybe some hail. Certainly seems like some larger bits of rain at the very least, as we see in these. Could be melting hail, could be hail by itself. So not quite sure, but there's another picture of the road surface. Not seeing a lot sticking. If it is accumulating, we know hail can cause some problems as it picks up. Pinpoint Doppler radar, though, shows the problem that we're watching in Benton County. It's this storm that is very near Vinton, and it does have an area of rotation with it. We're keeping an eye on it as we look off toward the south at this point, and so we're going to keep our eyes looking just west of south. That left side of your screen, there is sort of a small little lowering that we're watching. At this point, again, not super well organized, and that's true of the picture on radar too. Just an area of rotation that could cause a tornado at just about any time. And so that is the main concern here. It's moving through Benton County. It's affecting areas, again, near Vinton and anywhere to the northeast of that area. We really want you to seek shelter. And not only that, but you can see now we're starting to get those sheets of rain, and winds are starting to pick up, because even outside of the tornadic threat here, we're going to see a pretty decent threat for some gusty winds start to materialize, and as well as the threat for a little bit of coarse-sized hail.
It's interesting. Look at the visibility. It's almost like fog rolling in. And again, if you're looking, you're watching for rotation. It's just going to be like looking looking for a baseball in a sea of fog. You're not going to see anything other than what you can't see. And certainly that's why these situations are so dangerous and turn dangerous pretty quickly because of that reduced visibility. Corey, I can tell you, we got more reports coming in Lynn County, quarter-size hail around Hiawatha Fire Station 2,
Okay.
quarter-size hail at Tower Terrace Road, both reported by the Hiawatha Fire Department at this point. So again, we've had the wind and certainly the hail reports verifying that these storms continue to roll through.
Yeah, that is the truth. If we could keep them just hail reports and some wind reports, that would probably be best off. But let's take a look at some new video we've just received from an area near Hiawatha. They've got one of those porch gazebo type things, and some hail certainly flying off the roof of that as it falls in the area. And so at least small to moderate size potentially. And so we're watching those areas for potential hail. Did we just get a new report out of Hiawatha? No, that was the quarter-sized report.
No, it's an additional one, plus Monroe Township, so that's just north of Cedar Rapids and Hiawatha, almost around the Toddville area. Fire department there reporting that in. And again, this tornado warning continues for another 33 minutes for Lynn County and Benton County. This is going to go until 4:30 this afternoon. In addition to the northeast Iowa, we've been watching around Fayette County, Alameda County with tornado warning up there as well too.
Indeed, and we've got a view from Atkins. It's another still image. This is near, this is Highway 30 and 33rd Avenue, so down toward the Atkins area. Again, heavy rain, traffic still moving. Not seeing a whole lot different than that at this point, but the precipitation is certainly going to be blinding at times. Otherwise, areas northwest of Atkins are where that tornado warning continues, and that's the main concern. Portions of Benton and northwestern Lynn counties, as we've got a couple different areas to watch. Again, it's not the most obvious. It's not like up in Jackson County earlier when we had a storm all by itself, or one or two storms all by itself. Instead, we've got just a clump of storms, and within them, there are small areas of rotation that could produce a tornado at any time. In this case, it would likely be a relatively brief tornado, but it still is very much near the Vinton area. And I'm going to go ahead and see, probably not going to have a lot of luck, but I'm going to spin the camera around in Vinton and move it off to the north. We are within the rain, so anything that's taking place is going to be
Looks like hail.
Yeah.
Can you see that bouncing off that lane there a little bit?
I agree. I think you're probably right about that. Here, we'll pan the camera down a little bit at the very bottom of your screen.
Oh yeah, you can, from time to time you can see those little stones kind of bouncing off that roof there too.
Yeah, just a couple here or there, but luckily not too bad at this point. There's a full screen view of what's going on in Vinton. Yeah, plenty of rain for sure. Of course, they'll be monitoring for any need for flash flooding concerns. A lot of rain moving into areas that have already seen it. And so we do want to, of course, keep very mindful of that too.
So northeastern Benton and northwestern Lynn counties is what we're kind of monitoring now. Corey's got on the left side of your screen there, live pinpoint Doppler radar. And certainly that line just extends. You could draw a line all the way back from Belle Plaine down to the Iowa-Missouri border, where that line is ahead of this cold front that has yet to move through.
It does, and it goes beyond that too. The concern lasts all the way down toward the Great Plains, and it's this storm that's moving out of Poweshiek County that's catching my eye at this point too, because it is about to cross over into Iowa and Tama counties again. At this point, the tornado warning there is about to expire, but there is a little area of rotation still involved with this storm. It's just northwest of Hartwick and just about to cross into the small southeast corner of, I believe, Tama County. It would be moving toward Benton and Iowa counties. However, no extension of that tornado warning yet from the National Weather Service. So that is at least good news that they think that perhaps that would be relatively limited. Latest update from them on the Benton County warning and Lynn County would be, they're describing it a bit differently. And so let's put on our traditional radar view and take a look at it, kind of describe what they're describing and show you what we're all talking about here. It's more of a line. And so they are saying that it has the potential to produce both brief spin-up tornadoes as well as some wind damage. So we're starting to see more of that consolidation of some of these storms, and they're moving off to the northeast very quickly. New severe thunderstorm warning also for portions of Buchanan, Delaware, and Dubuque. Tell me if you've heard this before in those parts of the world. This goes until 5 o'clock. So this really is accounting for the storms that are moving in from the southwest, as well as the smaller storms that are out ahead of it. 60-mile-per-hour winds, as well as quarter-sized hail. And yes, they have again used that tornado possible tag there for the potential for rotation that could develop and develop quickly, and that would result in perhaps at least a brief tornadic development there. New thunderstorm warning, new thunderstorm warning, excuse me. That was the same warning. Also one down toward Wapello as well. Let's take a look at a Cedar Rapids DOT camera to see what's going on down that direction. Yeah, heavy rain. This is Highway 100, right? Just west of the...
Yep, this would be at the bypass.
The major Collins intersection
Yep,
there.
just past Collins Road, kind of looking off there. And again, with that reduced visibility, if we could, I want to go back to Max 2, just kind of verify that about a 5-minute drive further south. And there you can see there's the Vinton City Cam. I want to take you down to Cedar Rapids. This would be the time of day where we start to get a little bit more in the way of traffic. Now, I'm not going to go as far as saying traffic jam or certainly anything like that, but this is where the roads pick up, and you can see the S-curves through downtown there, Corey. Already, certainly heavy rains that are being dealt with here in Cedar Rapids proper, but also the temperatures, the drop in temperatures, not a nominal drop, even though we've seen some storms blow through here, hasn't really had a huge effect on temperatures yet.
Yeah, remember it was closer to 80 before, so we've already seen some change there. I'm going to try to control our Marion City Cam coming up here in a minute and take a look at potentially a little area of rotation that may be developing near Robbins. Now, Robbins, you are included in this tornado warning that was for the storms to your west. However, this has started to take shape a little bit within the last few minutes, and I would be at least somewhat concerned about that development near Robbins, northwest of the major Cedar Rapids metro. The Marion City Cam, let me change one thing so I can move it.
While you do that, brand new severe thunderstorm warning. This from the Quad Cities office, this is now for the Tama County area, and that will go severe thunderstorm warning for Tama County until 4:45. So again, on the back side of that leading edge that we were watching that earlier sparked a tornado warning, Doppler indicated. Now a severe thunderstorm warning for those folks for 42 minutes at this point.
And as the Marion camera moves, it's going to take a second. Maybe make sure, Justin, that you got that loaded up. Sometimes I know it's a little tricky.
We're going to refresh it here and go to Vinton, then we'll go back to Marion.
Just watching this area that's tracking very near Robbins.
Give it just a second here.
You can see a little bit of a lowering toward the right of your screen. Luckily, it's not looking like anything much more than that. There are storm spotters on this storm, which is good news. Walker recently reported 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts. One of our spotters near Hiawatha saw what looks like a little bit of a wall cloud, but no clear rotation in it. So I'm guessing that's going to be about the same.
I'm going to go ahead and take the banners off here real quick. Just bear with me. Give us a little bit bigger view of this, Marion. We'll put them back on in a second, but let's at least get a little bit better view of what we're looking at here in Marion. So hang tight. We're going to see that refresh here in just a second. Now you should have the full picture. Give it just a second to load up. Well, no, it didn't work.
I think you did it backwards.
I think I did it backwards.
Yep, go ahead and effort that as we look ahead. There are more storms moving into more places. Big portion of Wapello County down toward Davis County that's getting out of the area, but just sort of a sign that we're not quite done yet with more severe weather. I also want to take a look at the storm up in our northeast zone, so bear with me here as we switch our radar's perspective. Yeah, that storm that's moving through portions of Fayette County into portions of northwestern Clayton County and southeastern Winneshiek County down toward southwestern Alameda counties. That is a tornado warning that's been in effect. It goes until 4:30. 2-inch sized hail is possible with this storm now as it continues off to the northeast. We've had no reports, fortunately, from this storm, but there is still some pretty good rotation located just between West Union and Claremont at this point, so it's moving off to the northeast. New scan from the radar. You can see it just shifted it a little bit farther northeast. So we're going to go ahead and put a storm track on this one as well. And more areas getting involved with this would be up toward Claremont in just about a minute. And then near Dale Delight. Is this one you're familiar
Never
with,
heard of
Justin? All right, Postville at
And I've lived there
417.
for many years,
Fair
never heard
enough.
of that.
Not many folks in that neighborhood, perhaps, but Luena at closer to 423, Watson at 431, 16 at 434. They get toward Waukon way down the road, talking about 442 this morning, carrying on for another 25 minutes. Again, pretty broad but pretty fast rotation with this storm as it moves through portions of northeastern Fayette County. So certainly something to watch if you live up in that neck of the woods.
A number of different warnings, and this all on top of the tornado watch that is still pretty much viewing area wide through 8 o'clock, but certainly we're seeing that transition from, obviously we're watching these tornado warnings here, but getting more storm reports with, heavier, stronger winds potential and a larger hail potential now as we kind of make that transition from the initial tornado threat to now more of a wind and hail threat.
That's kind of the good news in there. We would like to eliminate that tornado threat if we could, but at this point it still persists for the areas you see on your screen up in northeast Iowa as well as portions of east central Iowa too. So let's take a look at our traditional radar view. We're going to pull back and give you a wider perspective. That storm cell that's moving through northeast Iowa, very much one that has the potential for strong to severe outcomes. Grant County now included in tornado warning until 4:45. This would be moving near Lancaster very soon. And so if you are up in Grant County and joining us or know folks that are, make sure to let them know. Rotation northwest of Potosi and moving off to the northeast. We'll give you the severe thunderstorm warning here in portions of Delaware, Buchanan, and Dubuque counties. This goes until 5 o'clock, 60-mile-per-hour winds, as well as quarter-sized hail. Some rotation evident within the storms that are moving nearby. However, no imminent tornadic threat in this area. Still have the 4:30 warning here for Lynn County, Benton and Lynn County. That includes areas east of Benton. Benton, you've been removed.
And let's take a look just around the Walker area here. If you can go just north of the Cedar Rapids Metro there, the National Weather Service says circulation that they're watching, kind of what we're watching as well, and looking at the same thing from a different set of eyes, that just south of Walker, they're seeing a bit more of intense rotation signature anyway, at least indication within the radar.
Okay. That's, I think that's the same thing we're kind of keeping an eye on here with our city cam, so that's good news. If I had to pick it out, can't read the minds of the National Weather Service, but it is an area of southeast of Walker and southwest of Alburnett. TV9's Beth Malicki chimes in from the newsroom to help us out. Dale Delight, which we were talking about earlier in northeast Iowa, maybe a closed airport.
Okay.
So if you're familiar with that area, you may know that from olden times, but at this point, that is a older landmark. So yeah, watching that area.
I'm not older. That would explain why I didn't know it, I guess.
It's a good chance for you to claim that. Areas near and north of Interstate 80, a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Iowa as well as northwestern Johnson County. No imminent storm threat, at least there for the moment, but storms are moving in from the west that have exhibited the potential of quarter-sized hail as well as very strong winds. And that about does it at this moment for our newest warnings. Newest reports, Justin? Anything coming in from the National Weather Service?
No, just they're seeing what we're seeing from a rotation standpoint, watching it around Walker, around Center Point. I mean, you usually get from one to the other if you're taking some of those main thoroughfares, Walker through Center Point, down to 380 in spots like that. Let's go to northeast Iowa. We're watching or continuing to monitor that ongoing tornado warning for northeast Iowa through portions of Almaquee, Clayton, Fayette, and Winneshiek. Luckily, no new news there at this point. Just want to, certainly sounds like our neighbors to the north, though, in portions of Wisconsin and portions of Minnesota, really getting some nasty stuff.
And we've got some pictures on your screen now. Are these some signs described earlier in the Galena area?
Yep.
So at least
Joe Davies area.
some wind damage potentially with those. That one's a little twisted potentially, so that's interesting. There certainly were several tornado warnings and indications of rotation up that direction. So that is an interesting development in those parts of the world. I know that there have been some other reports too that we'll have to keep an eye on. Two areas of a little bit of rotation in Lynn County, as Justin was describing, up near the Walker area, another southwest of Central City. These are really starting to get to the edge of those tornado warnings, so the National Weather Service will have some decisions to make coming up once again. At this point, the strongest storm, though, and I want to take you back up into our northeast zone, is going to be up there northeast of West Union. Tornado warning continues for a good portion of Fayette, as well as Albuquerque, Clayton, and southeastern Winneshiek counties. It's this area of rotation that is still mostly broad, but it does tighten up as you get closer to the areas near Claremont. We've named that community a couple of times here, and it's more toward this portion of the storm, and it does look like it carries that threat for tornadic development if things came together just right. Polksville, Luena, Castalia, as well as Monona, you would all be involved in this in the next 10 to 15 minutes at the very least. It additionally has the threat for 2-inch sized hail, lime-sized hail, so as a large piece of hail that could be involved in your neighborhood too, even if the tornadic threat does not materialize. So something to watch out for there. Moving off to the northeast, let's get the latest speed on this storm. It has 50-mile-per-hour motion as it moves off to the northeast, so it has, in fact, even picked up its speed a little bit. We'll adjust that and give you the latest information on what you can expect.
As we continue to keep you up to date, let's see, at 12 minutes after the hour, we're still watching Lynn and the Lynn County area, the Benton County area. Some of the biggest threats, at least that Doppler indicated rotation, possible tornado that we're showing you right now. Strong winds, wind gusts 50 to 60 miles an hour are possible as well. And we've heard and we've seen reports of hail throughout the Lynn County area. And this is area number one. Area number two, we're kind of bouncing back and forth between northeast Iowa, around Fayette, Albuquerque, and the Clayton County areas back down towards Lynn and Benton counties as well.
Yeah, and the area of rotation that we're showing you here in Fayette County moving northeast, Postville in just a couple minutes, Hardin at 422, Volney at 430, closer to 16 again at 433. This is the area of rotation near Claremont that could produce a tornado at any time. Now we are going to go back to our central zone and take a look at the rotation that we've seen in portions of Lynn County, and it's really about to cross portions of Buchanan County. It's actually this area right here northeast of Walker, as we've been talking about. It's a small area of rotation, but it's just near Troy Mills, and you can see it moving northeast of Walker. It's going to be moving toward Robinson and near Coggin, and the National Weather Service getting some information relayed to them from emergency managers. Coggin Fire Department saw a wall cloud with some rotation, so everything looking off that direction does look pretty stormy at this point.
We could see, within a very short amount of time, 3 counties go under warning between Lynn, between Buchanan, and between Delaware County, because it's right in that sweet spot right there.
Yep, it's all possible, and we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning too for portions of Keokuk, Washington, as well as down toward Jefferson and Henry counties. This goes until 5:30 tonight. It is 60 miles per hour winds and tornado possible tag again on this storm. So again, with the environment that we have, the National Weather Service has been pretty generous with those tornado possible tags. And I would say it's pretty reasonable based on what we've seen so far. Fortunately, few tornado reports, but plenty of storms. So we're going to go ahead and put on the traditional radar view and show you what these storms are doing. They are moving off to the northeast at about 55 miles per hour. And so we're going to put that storm track on for folks down here in the south who have been, for the most part, largely storm free. There have been some smaller storm cells so far this evening or this afternoon and evening, but the heavier storms have stayed away from you. Now it's your turn. Batavia close to 416, Fairfield at 428, Keota at 431, Brighton at 436. Washington, you'd be getting involved closer to 443, and Mount Pleasant at about 452. So several communities involved here for the potential of what seems to be a somewhat increasing potential of gusty winds, as well as the potential for quarter-sized hail. The latest update, though, in the storm of concern, 2 storms of concern, would be up here in Lynn County. Tornado warning goes for another 15 minutes. Areas of rotation, one that's a little bit broader near Central City, and one that's a little bit, or at least has been, a little bit more well-defined toward the Walker area west of Coggin. We're going to put on our velocity view and show you both. And two areas, this one and this one. The one near Coggan is about to move out of the tornado warning, and the one near Central City is out of the tornado warning. And so please keep an eye on those areas. If you live in northeastern Lynn County, perhaps just go ahead and treat this one like that. We are looking at new information from the Des Moines National Weather Service. Still the possibility, even they're highlighting a little area in south central Iowa that they could see some new storm development behind this first line.
Seeing that, yeah.
These storms would be, if they develop in south central Iowa, much weaker than the storms that we've faced so far in eastern Iowa. So would not be as concerned, but of course something to watch as we go later into the evening, and that tornado watch continues until 8. Something to watch out here. I'm going to show you another area near Newhall. This is in the severe thunderstorm warning area. It's starting to get a bit of a stronger velocity signal here. It may also be a little bit of broad rotation, but it's this area near Newhall where we're seeing some stronger winds show up on our velocity view. These would be headed to the east and northeast and could produce stronger wind gusts in that area. And so Newhall, Atkins, Shellsburg could all get involved in this. This is very close to where those other storms are moving and have been producing some strong wind gusts at times too. So that would be very consistent with that. So far, a report from Urbana of nearly an inch of rain.
Wow.
So it's adding up quickly in those spots. No flash flood warnings for those areas, but certainly spots that have been very, very wet recently. And so wouldn't be too surprised if we saw some of those pop up. But at this point, our main concern is and are the tornado warnings.
And we have the ones that continue highlighted on your screen there: northeastern Fayette County, southwestern Winneshiek County, up towards Clayton County, Alameda County as well. You're seeing just south of the Postville area there, that rotation. That would be around Postville, kind of just south of Castalia as well. That line continues. A lot of rural ground there, certainly, but if it keeps its current approach, certainly folks in Postville be on the alert at this point, kind of rolling in your way past kind of south of town and working its way towards you.
Yeah, if you haven't sought shelter yet in Postville or other areas involved in these warnings in southwestern Alameda and northern Clayton counties, you should immediately, as those storms are moving in. 420 at Postville, 433 at Volney, 440 at Egan, and 441 at Waterville. That's a little bit farther down the line. We do have a new tornado warning as well for portions of our central zone. Let's take a look at that. They've expanded this to include more areas. It is radar indicated. It's an extension of the one that we were just talking about, and it does include more areas than were featured before. So it does include those two areas of rotation we've been highlighting here, both near Central City, that's one of them, and also north of Coggan. So those are the two areas to watch out for. This warning goes until 4:30 this afternoon for, I know that's the Benton and Lynn one. Let's pan a bit. 5 o'clock for southeastern Buchanan, southern Delaware, northeastern Lynn, and northwestern Jones County.
It's kind of that sweet spot we alluded to, where those counties all kind of come together there, and it continues moving its north and east. The good news is it's staying south of Highway 20 at this point, but current track would be putting it that way in the next little bit of time here. So folks, looks like it would be clipping just around the Monticello area, as well as spots kind of around Cascade. So again, we're putting it long form out there, but Corey's got the updated track for you at this point.
Yep, it's moving into portions of Ryan at 426, and again, this encompasses both areas of rotation and also the strong wind gusts. There could be some very strong gusts associated with this outside of any tornadic threat. Castle Grove at about 436, toward Hopkin at 445, a name we've mentioned already today. Monticello, we're talking about areas right around 449, and Worthington at 501. So two areas of rotation to watch out for, and we've got another area that we want to highlight as well. We are now joining our sister station in Ottumwa, KYOU, and there's a tornado warning for Wapello County. This area is very much embedded within an area of very heavy rain and hail, and so the tornado, if it's taking place in this area of rotation, will not be visible before it arrives at your location. So if you live in Wapello County or northern Davis County, you want to seek safe shelter now. 35-mile-per-hour motion on the storm as it tracks off to the northeast. So we're going to put a storm track on this. That gets you close to Cliffland at 434, Agency at 437, closer to Compatine at 4:53, and if you know the area around Gobble Park, that gets you in at 4:55. Our Ottumwa City Cam, like I said, this is why this warning in particular could be a little bit more dangerous than some of the others. You're not going to have a chance to see this area of circulation get there before it arrives.
I'm told we have a DOT camera from south of the Ottumwa area as well. And look at you. I don't know if you can see. Is that standing water there too, going under the bridge there?
I think that's some
on
gravel.
top of that? Okay.
I think that's the rock features
Okay.
that they kind of put to reinforce the side of the embankment there. Yeah, but that's Ottumwa, Wapello County included in that tornado warning. There's a view from our city cam, which is not much of one at this hour because of the very heavy rain and likely some hail getting involved too. You can see we're still tracking areas of Lynn County in particular, moving into Delaware and Jones County for a couple of areas of rotation. That's right northwest of Coggin, as well as areas near Central City. I'm going to put our little indicators on here for you so you can see what we're looking at. These two areas, that's why a tornado warning was issued by the National Weather Service there. And so we have that in place too. Another spot I want to have you watch out for, I'm going to pan the camera. It's also down near Palo. There is another area of rotation. Remember we were talking about that area of some stronger wind gusts potentially moving through? Well, this area down near Palo has some indication of rotation, and you can see that the National Weather Service kind of kept that portion of the tornado warning involved because of the threat of that rotation developing. Now, if we look off in your lower right corner of your screen, you can see we're kind of looking off that direction. This is toward the northwest, and keep going a little bit more. Let's see what else we got.
And if you guys we could, let's go ahead and take Max 2 full here, just kind of get a full view of it here.
Go ahead and pause there.
Okay.
Yes. Areas of
I look to kind of the right side there.
yeah, lowerings for sure. The right side may be the one that we're a bit more concerned toward. That points it off toward Hiawatha, because we're looking kind of off down 380 that direction in the far distance. But areas near Palo, new tornado warning issued for that area we were just talking about. It's a strengthening area of rotation, so we're going to keep an eye on it for sure. That new tornado warning includes much of the Cedar Rapids Metro, especially the northern portions of it. It goes until 5 o'clock. This is for radar indicated rotation we were just telling you about in the area near Palo, west of Robbins. This area we have out that way, and that is what we're watching carefully from our city cam's point of view. We also have a DOT camera in the area we can just take a quick look at.
So kind of a different view of the same thing we're seeing from our downtown city cam.
And you can kind of see the lowering potentially in that area. Another area that I would look out for as we look at our city cam's point of view, maybe explore zooming a little bit, Justin, and see what we got going on in those areas. There's really several different areas of rotation that we're watching here off the camera. We can hear the tornado sirens, the outdoor warning sirens going off in downtown Cedar Rapids. That is a pretty distinct lowering that we're looking at too. There's another area of rotation sort of up the highway, and that might actually be the one we're looking at.
I think this is
because that's toward
this would be Hiawatha, kind of over towards Palo, so on the northern side of Palo.
So you can see our old tower on the left that is near the ground. And so that would be something to watch out for sure. But go ahead and, again, Justin, just humor me.
Yep.
Zoom out a little bit and go a little bit to the left. Let's go down the line and see what we can see. And so that's the first area that we're watching. New area, some more lowering that direction, perhaps embedded within.
That's it. Pretty much stops at that point.
I say now we're starting to get more southwest, and that's getting away from the areas that we're concerned about. So, yeah, a couple areas to watch. I'm glad we've got these city cams to help us keep an eye on it.
But yeah, certainly. That's kind of northeast, or excuse me, north and northwest right there. If you look right here on that cluster of lights, I believe that's 380 and Blair's Ferry Road. If you can kind of see it, I believe is what we're looking at there.
That is correct. Yeah, let's take a look at that Blair's Ferry DOT camera if we have it available. Traffic moving. traffic hopefully hearing the outdoor warning sirens and choosing to seek shelter in the very, very near future. But not a ton to see there. Let's take a look at pinpoint Doppler radar, the 2-box again. Perhaps Justin, take a little closer look again.
Yep.
Toward the lower part of that lowering. We're looking at 2 areas here. Maybe another one up toward Prairieburg too. That was kind of with the original portion of the storms. So if you live anywhere in Lynn County, basically north of Highway 30, even though the warnings don't quite extend that far south, I would suggest that you seek shelter at this point. Tornado warnings, several of them for several aspects of this storm, continue for Lynn County. And if we pull back a little bit, we can see more areas that are involved. So Alburnett down toward Palo, Hiawatha, involved in tornado warnings, the northern half of Cedar Rapids down to around the downtown area, as well as northeastern portions of Lynn County. If you're in southeastern Buchanan County, southwestern Delaware County, you're also involved in this tornado warning. They all go until about 5 o'clock as we get later into the evening, and they contain the threat for both some hail, not the largest hail indicator that we've seen, though we've had some reports of quarter-sized hail, and strong winds, and the potential for a quick and brief tornado to develop.
And a new tornado warning in northeast Iowa. That line that we were watching around Fayette County. Now tornado warning goes Clayton County until 5 o'clock as well. So kind of crossing out of Fayette into southern Alameda and very far north and western Clayton County. Postville would certainly be probably one of the biggest landmarks you'd be familiar with at that point.
Yeah, it's that same area of rotation that's been persistent. And remember, this is a storm that for a lot of its lifetime has shown areas of rotation too. So that morning goes until 5 o'clock, as you mentioned, Justin. It's moving northeast at just about 30 miles per hour. So it's not going too quickly, but it is providing that threat for tornadic development in Clayton and Alameda counties. So you see that in Rossville at about 447, Eagan at 452, Waterville closer to 455. Harper's Ferry, as we get closer to the river, we're talking about 507 for some of those areas of rotation, as well as strong winds, large hail, all possible with this storm as it moves northeast. Just quarter-sized hail, that's a little down from what it was just bits ago in terms of the hail potential, but still very severe. And we want you to seek shelter. If you live in southern Alameda County and far northern Clayton County, make sure to get to your lower level of your home. Basement if you have it. If you live in a mobile home, you should get out. Do not stay in a mobile home when there's a tornado threat, because the potential for damage there is very great and much more easily damaged than many other structures. Still watching though, in Lynn County in particular, we've got numerous areas of rotation to keep an eye on. There's one that we've got down toward portions of Robbins as well as portions of Alburnett. 2 areas of rotation that continue to track off to the northeast. We've got a couple of views. Cedar Rapids City Cam maybe losing a little bit of that view just because of its perspective.
Can try to turn just a little bit further, but you can certainly see the fast movement of cloud cover though.
Yep, absolutely. A lot of motion in the atmosphere generally today. But no reports at this point of tornadic development, which is great. We've got a tornado warning for Lynn County till about 4:45 or 5 o'clock. Goes for another 15 minutes to 30 minutes too, as Justin navigates our Cedar Rapids City Cam. Perhaps you could take a look at Marion.
Okay.
And take a look at what we're seeing. Again, sort of lowerings in the clouds potentially. Maybe another look at that wall cloud type area.
Yeah, a little bit there off to kind of the north, and would that be north and east there at that point?
Yeah, maybe a little bit close to due north from there. And we've got a tornado warning down south as well. Let's take a look at the one that is in effect, a couple of them, down toward portions of Wapello, as well as Davis, Jefferson, and Van Buren counties. The newest one goes until 5:15. This is for our folks that are joining us from our sister station in Ottumwa, KYOU. An area of rotation is pretty evident there. So we'll go ahead and show you who's in line for that. The Ottumwa area, least strong winds look like a probability there, but we do have this area of rotation that is taking place here as well. And that would be headed for Fairfield generally in the next little while as we put it into motion. Rotation has sort of developed here in the last 5 to 10 minutes on radar. It's moving to the northeast at about 45 miles per hour, and so we're going to take that and we're going to get that indication here on our storm tracker. So moving toward the Fairfield area at about 4:49, that would be closer to Beckwith at 4:52, Salina at 4:56, Pleasant Plain at 5:03. Remember, this warning goes until 5:15, and so a tornado warning in there as well. So yes, plenty of areas to watch across many parts of eastern Iowa, southern Iowa, as these storms continue to develop and move through. We've still got that pretty strong rotation up toward the central city area, which I'm going to bring us back to here in just a moment. That is in Lynn County, northern portions of Lynn County. 2 tornado warnings in effect. The one that was over toward Vinton and Atkins and stuff has been allowed to expire, but the one for especially near Central City and that area, luckily southwest of Palo, perhaps has diminished a little bit. Yeah, not seeing it. It's still there, potentially embedded within, but the
Not as well pronounced as what it was earlier, yeah.
Not nearly as well pronounced, which is good to see. And again, we do want these areas of rotation to weaken rather than strengthen. So we are happy to see that at just about any time. But the tornado warning continues for northeastern Lynn County. Looks like we're looking at Collins Road, Highway 100, near the Edgewood Road area. You can see some of those lower clouds moving through up there, so that is an ominous look to it. Not a lot of traffic on the road, which we like to see as well. We know that we're approaching the busy time of day, and folks may be choosing to avoid that, at least for the time being, thanks to the storms that are moving through in some highly populated areas, moving through portions of Lynn County.
Northeast Iowa tornado warning continues, Alameda and Clayton counties through 5 o'clock this afternoon. And then obviously the one we're watching here around the kind of central part of our viewing area. Corey's got you zoomed into it right there.
This is our northeast one.
Yep, northeast Iowa spot there. And certainly still seeing some broad rotation, if you want to get that carried away, I think. But they've been getting reports of some stronger winds across north and east Iowa as well. And this certainly about a county north of the second warnings for portions of Buchanan and Delaware counties too.
Yep, it's that area, but it has weakened a little bit in terms of the rotation signature is not as strong as it once was. So that's good news, hopefully. Hopefully we can keep that trend going and get the folks in Alameda County at least out of the bigger danger that we perhaps thought they were facing just a little bit ago. Main area of concern, though, remains across our central zone between about Highway 30 and Highway 20. 2 tornado warnings include Lynn, Buchanan, Delaware. It looks like Buchanan's been peeled back from that one. Delaware, though, still Lynn County, as well as portions of Lynn County and Jones County, excuse me. It's this area, though, near Central City that we are especially concerned about. It's showing up a little strange on radar because some of the velocities are getting a little bit confused, but it's this area of rotation that really could be producing a tornado. It's some tighter rotation compared to what we've been seeing. At this point, it still could also be producing very strong winds, really anywhere down the line. Now, I'll go ahead and show you the traditional radar view where we've got that area of rotation here near Central City. But then right out in front of it, we do have an area of potentially some pretty strong wind gusts that would be moving through areas near Robbins and Alvernette, going to affect Springville here in just a little bit. So that would be moving this way too, toward Anamosa. So even outside of tornadic threats, we always say severe storms have a variety of things that they can do. And this one has the potential to produce tornadic activity as well as some strong wind gusts.
Yeah, not out of the question. 60, 70 mile an hour gusts certainly, I mean, could occur with this line as it continues to roll through.
Looks like the National Weather Service in La Crosse, which is responsible for northeast Iowa, agrees with our assessment here that the storm near Alameda County continues to weaken. They have not canceled that tornado warning up there, but they are hopeful that they can. Sooner than later, because we are seeing that rotation continue to weaken. You can see on our Cedar Rapids City Cam in the lower right, looks a little bit like, well, another area of lowering at the very least. Wouldn't be surprised if that was associated with some stronger wind gusts at the very least, but anytime the clouds get low to the ground, we definitely do want to keep an eye on them because things can change in a hurry. What we're keeping an eye on closely, though, is the area of rotation up in northeast Lynn County. That at this point is our main objective in terms of keeping you informed, keeping you safe. That is the warning that carries on until 5 o'clock. And at this point, it is the area that is down near Central City. Again, that's the spot that we're watching. Just getting my bearings here as I look at different storms in different places. Central City is the spot.
And there's a series of new warnings in the south now as well until 5:30 for the southern part of our viewing area of TV9. And those of you watching us on KYOU, our sister station in Ottumwa, now a new tornado warning for Henry County, for Keokuk County, for Washington County, and for Jefferson counties now as well.
Yep, so several to go. Did you say Washington County was included?
Washington County is included in that, yes.
Let's take a look, shall we? These two areas of rotation, don't want to short them up there in northern Lynn County and northwestern Jones County. Monticello, you're on the edge of this warning, but I would go ahead and take it seriously already at this point. Better safe than sorry as these storms move in. Something to keep a close eye on. Let's pivot down to our south zone. There's that big new tornado warning that Justin was describing, 5:30. Washington and Keokuk County, you can see an area of rotation potentially within this line of storms that's starting to take shape, southeast of Sigourney. Sigourney, of course, is going to be very much embedded within the heavier rain. We have a city cam there, but it would be tough to see. Their warning again describes that this storm is both capable of strong winds and embedded tornadoes. So we're kind of in that phase at this point. We've got several different areas of rotation evident within what are larger storms, larger areas of heavy rain and potentially large hail, as well as those strong wind gusts. So let's go ahead and put a storm track on this storm, as folks joining us from Washington and Keokuk counties probably very much interested. 30 miles per hour. And so we're going to give a broad one as this.
And that has certainly slowed down from what we've seen. We've been seeing 40 to 45.
Yep, that is for sure. Occasionally, you know what? I have errored here. It is 50 miles per hour. So we're going to go ahead and put this storm track on as it moves off to the east. Packwood, closer to 439. That's in northern Jefferson County. Brighton in Washington County would be about 455. Ainsworth, you'd be closer to 411. And now we're trying to get into Louisa County with some of those, but Washington, right about the 5 o'clock hour, is when this storm would be moving in. Just a reminder, as we have at various times today, the safest thing to do when a tornado warning is issued is to seek shelter. Go to the lowest level of your home, under something sturdy if you have it. We're talking about a desk, a workbench, whatever you can to put something above your head. A helmet or a stack of blankets or pillows or towels will help to protect your head and neck as well. That's the key as storms strike. If they were to do damage to your home, the head and neck area would be the one you'd be most concerned about. Make sure and check out and stay away from windows, doors, and outside walls. You want to be as inside your house as you can, interior hallway, interior closet, whatever you can do to put as many walls between you and the outside as you can.
Oh my, this is from Marion. This was from a lightning strike the newsroom is sharing with us. Video sent in to us just moments ago here. Just kind of underscores, yeah, we've been talking about hail. We've been talking about tornadic activity, but again, this is why we tell you when thunder roars, Corey, get indoors, because the antithesis and the subject of yesterday's WeatherWise question was hail, or was lightning, and you know, how far away from a storm could you get damage from lightning? And certainly seeing that in the Marion area this evening too, or this afternoon.
Yep, lightning is no joke either. Recent fatality from lightning in Wisconsin with storms this week, so it can be very dangerous and very fatal if you don't treat it with respect as well, which you very, very should. The storms that we're watching closely at this point for tornadic development are in central portions of the viewing area as well as down south. We'll cover both here. Tornado warning goes for portions of Delaware, Jones, and Lynn counties until 5 o'clock. Similar story for more of Lynn County, although that area of rotation is starting to move into the other warning. But we do want you to watch both as things continue off to the northeast. The radar, again, some of these velocity colors are being a little bit mixed up as strong winds get involved. Sometimes that can confuse the radar a little bit, but we still see two areas to watch. This area between Central City and Prairieburg, this area northeast of Castle Grove and northwest of Monticello. They're both moving off to the northeast. Did not mean to erase that, but we will give that to you again. These are moving off to the northeast at about 50 miles per hour. So if you live in portions of Lynn County as well as Jones County, southern Delaware County, these will be tracking your way. Let's do one at a time here. I want to make sure I've got the right speed based on the latest information. This one says actually we're back to 30 on this one. So we'll go ahead and sort of split the difference and go 40. This morning, again, area of rotation moving through. Baker Park at 443, Prairieburg at 443 as well, toward Dunlap Park area at about 459. That's off in Delaware County. We'll give you the next look of this area, potentially a little bit of rotation. As it moves out of the warning, it'll get close to Sand Springs at 449. And again, that's on the edge of that tornado warning in Delaware County as it moves off to the northeast. So folks in Dubuque County, again, as we said earlier, you were not done. You do have a severe thunderstorm warning in the western half of the county, but storms with tornadic threats are approaching from the west, and you should be ready to take action as needed. Justin, looked like you were looking.
I was just kind of peeking at the city cam in Cedar Rapids. You can see how intense the rain is, but it's interesting. The temperature's gone up. We went up.
Okay.
We've gained a couple of degrees despite this moving through. Normally, you would see temperatures go down. Right now, we're seeing temperatures have gone up a few degrees in Cedar Rapids as we look over downtown.
A little space between those storms sometimes can give you a little time to warm up just a bit. We've got some new footage from Cedar Rapids of some of that heavier rain, so let's go ahead and take a look at that. It's a live shot from H Avenue, the I-380 area near the top of the S-curve, and that's as traffic continues to move. Certainly would recommend folks perhaps pull over would be the better move at this point, but that is the picture, that is the scene at this point as we look toward that area. Certainly plenty of heavy rain and some stronger winds potentially moving through portions of Lynn County. See this cluster of storms really traveling really close to Highway 151. Maybe pull up our Springville city cam, Justin, and see what we got there.
I'm going to reload a couple things, so bear with me for just a second here.
Very good. The two areas of rotation associated with this, or certainly one that we're watching, is in particular near Monticello. It's kind of in an area where the radar beam is getting a little disruption, but it's this area here, another back toward Prairieburg in this area, and then remember, extending down here, we've got that area of strong winds that are just going to go right through toward Anamosa and that area of Highway 151. Those could be 60 to 70 miles per hour, tracking off to the east-northeast, right along the southern edge of that area. Does look like, let's see what the Quad Cities Weather Service has, latest information for us. Nothing especially concerning, which is good. They keep that tornado warning going for Lynn County.
But a big chunk of the watch, as you were mentioning, they're just gone now, which is nice. So,
yeah, pretty much everybody that is northwest of Waterloo getting eliminated from that. We do like to see that too. So that's the good news from there. That's at least indication that our severe weather event here is coming to an end. Tornado watch, though, continues for the rest of eastern Iowa until 8 o'clock. We'll take a look at some of the latest updates from the National Weather Service. Some more of those counties, yep, about the same in terms of the counties they've been able to clear. We spoke with Benton County EMA, at least they did just moments ago, our newsroom. No reports of damage from that area, so that is good to hear. Hopefully we can keep more reports of no damage coming in more places.
Going back to that line that we were watching kind of in our southern viewing area after you get done with your thoughts here, looks like they're still kind of watching the same rotation we've been watching, but adds up this point, other than issuing a different kind of an extension to the warning for portions of Davis and Wapello counties. No reports of anything on the ground, no reports of any damage, which again keeps this as Doppler indicated, certainly a threat, but without seeing any of that realization, it means hopefully things will maintain at this point.
That's the best we can hope for at this point, but we're still watching two areas of potential rotation within this storm that it's moving out to the edge of those warnings in portions of Lynn and Jones County. So again, we'll have to wait and see. what the National Weather Service chooses to do in terms of extensions or further development. You can see our Springville city cam in the corner. Rain has been falling, but at this point, winds are fairly modest, no hail visible on the picture, which is, again, a very good thing. We can hopefully keep things quieter. And Springville, it looks like, is going to avoid the strongest winds, staying just to the north. However, additional heavy rain headed that way in a little bit. New information from La Crosse. Let's make sure. Did they keep that warning going at all up toward the northeast, or did they let that go?
They canceled the warning, at least for Alameda County.
Okay, that's a good sign. So we'll keep that in mind. We're going to pull back.
And Clayton County now, yep.
Okay, great. That storm continued to weaken as we kind of expected. We see that continuing. But that doesn't mean that we're necessarily out of the woods entirely. The cold front is moving through and is bringing these storms with it. Looking at the latest position of it, it's right about where that tornado watch was trimmed back. And you can see it sort of on the edge of where these storms are. Now, there are a few storms developing back toward the cool side of it in southwest Iowa. The threat for severe weather with those would be lower, but we can't fully rule out maybe a storm acquiring a little bit of hail. So we will be keeping a close eye on that. But at this point, severe weather less likely behind the front, but ahead of it, severe weather still very prolific, and especially in the south. So we haven't given too much attention down here lately. Let's take a look at our warnings for Washington, Keokuk, as well as Jefferson and Henry counties. This is until 5:30. It's radar indicated rotation, which we have had pretty much consistently as we've gone through the day. No clear indication of actual tornadic activity, which is great. But it really does look like these areas of rotation are relatively weak at this point. The one exception would be here in far southeastern Keokuk County, closer to Richland. I'm going to pull up our velocity view again. At the very least, there's going to be some strong winds coming in. Again, these blues represent winds that are coming toward the radar at about 50 to 60 miles per hour. Now, they are relatively high up in the sky at this point where the radar is detecting them. However, that could translate down to the surface, and it's on the edge of this where we have at least a little bit of rotation that could develop into a tornado, and that could be brief, but of course it could be extra dangerous as that stuff moves in. So if you live in Washington County, including the city of Washington and surrounding areas, we do want you in your safe shelter as those storms move through. A little bit of attention down toward Jefferson as well as Van Buren and Wapello County. Wapello County, you're pretty much getting out of the storm threats. Ottumwa is clear of that storm threat. But down toward Jefferson and Van Buren counties, at the very least, very strong winds and most likely a little bit more, perhaps some hail. And again, that rotation potential is there too.
5:45, if we want to kind of work our way back up to the north a little bit, Weather Service just issuing a severe thunderstorm warning now. This will be for Jackson County, southern Dubuque County, and Jones County. So kind of leading out of that tornado warning that we see currently, they're saying, all right, now as this continues to move up towards the east there a bit, certainly a cause for concern, but maybe a little bit of weakening when it comes to the rotation, but certainly keeping some of the strong wind threat and hail threat.
Yep, they got that tornado possible tag still, like we've seen in so many cases. Justin, I'm going to leave you for just a moment. If you want to track this real quick,
okay.
I'm going to go check on something. I will be right back. But
Let's
if you want to let folks know where it's coming.
All right, we're going to take a look at this brand new severe thunderstorm warning until 5:45. And again, this butts right up to that tornado warning. We're going to zoom out here just a little bit and give you the lay of the land here. So this would be south of Manchester, Highway 20, Dyersville and south around 138, or excuse me, 136. You can see the highway right there. We're going to put a track on this. It's moving off towards the east at about 55 miles an hour. So that would be within the area there. We're just going to kind of draw that line. And bear with me, we're going to get that about 55. So that area, straight eastward, would be putting it back towards the, and bear with me here just a second, reset the radar. Here's that line, and here's off towards the east at about 55 miles an hour. So here it would go, cascade around the next 4 minutes or so here. The Scotch Grove right about now. They're kind of just south of the Camp Courageous area there on 38. Bernard, 505. Otter Creek, 516. Bellevue, 531. So some of these spots that we talked about you earlier in our coverage. You're back at it now with a less intense storm, but certainly still the cause for concern is there as we watch the possibility of strong storms, periods of heavy, strong winds as well. And again, this is in addition to, as you see, that severe thunderstorm warning and the tornado warning just around central and southern parts of Delaware County and northern Lynn County. Corey, that continues to roll on through about 5 o'clock this afternoon. Haven't seen any indication that that's going to be allowed or be extended at any point, but I think that this severe thunderstorm warning kind of takes care of that, the natural motion of it moving to the east and north. Speaking of rotation, as we get Corey kind of wired back in here, a little video from earlier. Again, thank you so much for sending in the pictures, sending in the videos. This is around the Newhall area in Benton County. There you can see some rotation there on the screen, and that's what we look for. We've seen spots like that on our city cams this evening, but certainly a great kind of illustration of that in portions of Benton County a little earlier.
Yep, something trying to develop there. Luckily, it looks like it did not do so, but an evidence of a rotating storm at the very least. And so thank you for sharing that with us. Very interesting view, looking kind of up and toward it. View of the rotation that we're watching. It's about to move out of this tornado warning in Delaware County, right on the line between Delaware and Jones County. This is, again, an area that's out ahead of or near the northern portion of some very strong winds south of Sand Springs and southwest of Worthington. Now, as these storms continue to move northeast, they continue to pose that threat. Even though there is no downstream tornado warning, we still want to give you that indication here of what these storms are capable of as they move off to the northeast. So here's our latest storm track. That's going to put it close to Epworth at about 513. So we're still talking some fairly rural areas of southern Dubuque County here in just the next little while. But you get close to Piasta at 518, Dubuque Regional Airport again at 526, and Dubuque at 533. Again, communities that have had more than one storm tonight. And so that is another threat headed their way. Luckily, though, it does look like this will be the last one of substance as storms continue to diminish. And that's the good news as we go later into the evening. Down toward Jones County, some very strong winds are looking likely. Justin described that for you very ably just moments ago. But you can see this area of blue. This is the area that could see 50, 60, maybe even 70 mile per hour winds. It's all passing off to the east and northeast too. And so that will be affecting portions of Jones and eventually Jackson counties. Severe thunderstorm warning for that threat continues until then. Tornado warning continues for portions of Lynn County. However, at this point, the areas of rotation have really cleared out of Lynn County. So while the warning continues officially until 5 o'clock, we would say if you live in Lynn County, the threat really has come to an end. Any sort of tornadic threat would be off to the east-northeast toward portions of Jones County and up toward the Highway 20 corridor as well. No new tornado warnings, though, for that area, which is an interesting development. New severe thunderstorm warning, however, just issued for Dubuque County. Let's go take a look at that. As we try to untangle the different warnings in effect here. There we go. Delaware and Dubuque County. This goes until 6 o'clock, 60 mile per hour winds, as well as quarter to half dollar sized hail. And this is for a storm moving off to the northeast again. It does look like this is the extension of the tornado warning. So it does not include a tornado warning, but still does include the tornado possible tag. 50 mile per hour motion on this storm. So let's go ahead and both put on the traditional radar view and a storm track so you can know what's coming your way in the key city. It's this area of storms off to the southwest. And so we'll kind of try to emphasize the specific version there. And well, within that severe thunderstorm warning, they overlaid it with a tornado warning. Just basically covered up the whole thing with a new tornado warning for Dubuque County. That includes portions of Delaware and Jackson County too. This goes until 6 o'clock. So that's going to cover up the rest of Dubuque County for the storm that has been fairly intense. So it's going to approach the Farley area at about 4:59, Epworth at 5:04, Piasta close to 5:09. Then we get it toward Dubuque by 5:16 out by the airport, downtown at about 5:21. Then we get into southwest Wisconsin as these storms carry on that direction. So another tornado warning. This one goes until 6 o'clock for the entire, very much large portion of Dubuque County, northern Jackson, and far southeastern portions of Delaware County.
Let's take a look. I don't want to pull too much focus away from this storm here, Corey, but go back to our south here. This is video of some transformers blowing, getting hit there. And this is in the Ottumwa area within the last little bit here. And I'm assuming our newsroom's going to effort that would certainly lead to outages down in that area. Yeah. I would think pretty telltale sign of that. We'll continue to get, of course, we'll have a full comprehensive look, 9 o'clock tonight. Iowa tonight as well, but certainly right now you're seeing it as it happens. And again, thank you so much to those of you sending in videos. You're giving us that ground truth that we can't see on our city cams as well, but that's where we rely on you to be part of the news team and help us cover these as they continue to sweep the entire north to south of the state right now.
For sure, and very much focused in the eastern part of the state where we are, and it's the tornado warnings that we are most concerned about. This portion of Delaware County and moving into Dubuque County is where this warning was just recently issued. It goes until 6 o'clock for this area of rotation that's very near Sand Springs. And so if you live anywhere around there, Farley Road, Worthington, Highway 136 between Worthington and Cascade, this is right in your neighborhood, and so you need to seek safe shelter underground if at all possible. Otherwise, strong winds will be accompanied by this. We could probably pull up our Cascade City Cam too and try to get a look if you are able to. Give you a little hint. It's already pointed to the west, so try to maybe adjust a little bit and see what we can see.
That's Cassville. My apologies.
And then we'll have a look as we look off to the west. Now, this camera has a good view of the city itself, as well as some of those ominous skies.
Certainly that eerie look to the sky there in Cascade.
Yeah, a little tint of green, perhaps, at the very least representing very heavy rain that's about to move into your area, if not this area of rotation that's very close by. So we'll again put this storm track for areas of especially Dubuque County. I don't like that one so much. It's always, how do you draw it? Yeah, there we go. A little bit broader, just to give more folks more of a heads up. Cascade, we're talking at about 5 o'clock. Epworth at about 5:10. Centralia at about 5:16. And again, closer to Dubuque in the Dubuque airport, 5:20 to 5:25. So you still have some time to get to your safe location, but we strongly recommend that you do as these storms are moving in a pretty big hurry. 50 miles per hour is highway speeds, and they'll be there before you know it. So no time to dawdle, and remember that within these storms, the areas of rotation are very much embedded within rain. It's going to be nearly impossible to see.
Report from Corey, Cascade 67 mile an hour wind gust there.
Okay.
Just within the last couple of minutes from the emergency management up there in Delaware, or excuse me, Dubuque County.
Makes sense. It's got a lot of mass behind it, a lot of rain, a lot of hail pushing out from that storm, pushing air out from it and causing those very, very strong winds. So that is no surprise. And that is kind of what has been the theme of these tornado warnings through the day, is that they have had both wind gusts as well as areas of rotation embedded within them. And so that is the threat that we're facing.
Down in the south? Down in the south, we've been watching around Wapello County. The National Weather Service will allow that for the tornado warning for southeastern Wapello County to expire here in just under half a minute. So some good news there. Doesn't mean to let your guard down. Certainly still getting reports of some strong winds as this line continues to move through. But for those of you watching us in our simulcast in Ottumwa, a little bit of good news for you. And we're efforting to find out, again, we saw that video. Can we re-rack that video? We'll get that re-rack, those transformers down there earlier within the last little bit from the Ottumwa area, just seeing those blow, which is pretty amazing. We'll show you that. I want to get back to Corey's thoughts here after we take a look at this. This was around that Ottumwa area just a little bit ago. Kind of look to the bottom left of your screen here as we set this back in play. There you go. So again, kind of shows you there's one, two, and a third one we'll see blow here in just a second. So certainly potential is there for some power outages in southern parts of the state and our station down there in the Ottumwa area at this hour.
For sure, and we're looking at a new tornado warning in northeastern Jones County as well as northern Jackson County. This goes until 5 or 6 o'clock for tornadic rotation, potentially. Areas involved would be near Temple Hill, South Gary Owen, Washington Mills, all within the next 10 to 15 minutes. Closer to Andrew at 5:24, Spring Brook at 5:31. And Bellevue, again, we're talking about a storm with the potential to produce a tornado. If not some strong damaging winds, will be approaching your area at 5:32. So anywhere between Monticello up toward Hopkins and off to the northeast in Dubuque and Jackson County, Jones County should be seeking safe shelter as storms move in. Now, if you're joining us just now, it's just after 5 o'clock. Our 5 o'clock newscast has been superseded by the threat for severe weather here in eastern Iowa. Tornado warnings continue for portions of Dubuque, Delaware, Jones, and Jackson counties. There are other thunderstorms involved too. In fact, we should take a look at this warning that's headed down toward the Washington area. This tornado warning continues until 6 o'clock, or rather 5:30 as well. That portion of the storm, heavy rain at the very least, strong winds about to approach Washington. It looks like they would be about to see that. Our CityCam will have a good perspective as that moves in. We've got our eyes all around eastern Iowa thanks to our CityCam network. It's this area near Westchester, in fact, as we switch to our velocity view, where we could see some of those spin-ups. It'd be right around these areas on the north side of that perhaps very gusty winds. If we take off the warnings, I'm going to do that for a second. These winds detected by the radar, now they're pretty high up in the atmosphere, so they may not all be reaching the ground at this same intensity. Those winds are perhaps 70 to 80 miles per hour in a very localized area, and that will be moving toward Washington and Ainsworth, moving along Highway 92 and just about to cross Highway 1. And so that is an area that you will want to seek safe shelter. Again, though, it is this tornado warning that continues for those areas. Goes until 5:30, and it's this rotation here that's just east of Westchester. In fact, if anything, it's strengthened a little bit in just the last couple of minutes, and so that would actually be on the very northern side of this warning box. There you go. You can see the latest radar scan coming in there on pinpoint Doppler radar. There's your rotation. So let's go ahead and put a storm track on this one too. I don't want to leave folks out here in Washington County. It's moving east at about 50 miles per hour, so I'm going to pull back a little bit farther so we just have a nice wide perspective. So this would be approaching Gladwin at about 5:20. This would be also near Lone Tree at 5:24. Now, Lone Tree, you're not included in this warning, but we're looking ahead to get areas that may be a little bit farther downstream. Nichols at 5:31, and the Red Cedar Wildlife area close to 5:32. And so several communities in the path of this potential tornado as it continues off to the northeast. Washington, you're about to get involved in some very strong winds. Justin, maybe if you want to give us the Washington City Cam.
Yeah, I'm going to pull that up here again.
As that's about to move into that area. Bunch of new updates coming in.
The dinging you're hearing in the background there.
Yep, so 70 mile per hour wind gusts possible with this storm too. Trained weather spotters reported that, and so this storm packs a punch as it moves off to the northeast. It's really, again, northeast of Westchester, north of Washington, where the strongest rotation is. It's going to move north of Ainsworth along Highway 218, and then probably south of Riverside too, but Conesville looking down the road in southern western Muscatine County. Lone Tree would be potentially nearby as well, so I wouldn't want to rule that out for those folks. But the strongest storm of the hour does look like we will see that development right there. And so it's something to watch out for sure in Washington County as that rotation continues moving off to the northeast. You can see the latest radar scan still showing it right there north of Washington. But all folks that are within that red box, you should be seeking safe shelter. These spin-ups have been quick and can happen fairly fast. And so we want you to know what's going on all across eastern Iowa. Another area of concern, we're back up to the northeast.
Back up to northeast Iowa again, a continued tornado warning for folks up there. And this is the one, as Corey's zooming in there, for Dubuque County, as well as portions of far kind of south and eastern Delaware County. Just around Worthington, you're right on the cusp of this. where you've got the tornado warning there, and you look at that rotation just south of that Worthington proper, and Corey's got it highlighted for you right there on the big box on the left side of your screen.
Yeah, that's the area where it's tight enough that it looks like it's on a position of the storm that it could be a tornado taking place. Again, no reports, but we wouldn't be able to see it if we were standing right next to it, because the rain in that area is so heavy and the wind is blowing so strong, as Justin described, that report of 67 miles per hour down near Cascade as the storm moved in, that would be near impossible to see it coming. And so these areas of rotation embedded within these storms are rain wrapped, and we want you to seek shelter before they arrive, because you will not see it coming on your doorstep. Now, Piasta, 525, closer to the Dubuque Regional Airport at about 535, downtown Dubuque at 542, and then it starts to cross the Mississippi River from there. But potentially troublesome looking area of rotation in southwestern Dubuque County between Worthington and Cascade would very much be encouraging you to seek shelter. Down in the lower right, you see our Washington County City Cam down in Washington, and that's an area of rotation that's bringing strong winds with it. Another area of rotation in northeastern Jones County, located right here, just crossed 136 south of Cascade, and it's going to continue moving off to the east-northeast, and so we'll put a storm track on that too. Want to make sure we've got the right speed. 55 miles per hour for this portion, the line kind of surging outward ahead of the main area of storms. And so this rotation, and I'm going to give it a broad, again, sort of storm track as we go off to the east. That takes it toward Canton access, sort of out in that area around just about now. Bernard at 511. You were involved earlier today as well. Otter Creek closer to 518. And Lamont at 522. St. Donatus at 528. Another storm that has the potential to produce tornadic activity, if not strong winds that could be 60 to 70 miles per hour moving in from the west.
Our sister station, Kyle Dickens, one of the meteorologists over at Channel 6 in the Quad Cities, they're tracking this, and he is reporting, again, that just north of Washington, a tornado is actually on the ground.
Makes sense based on the way the radar looks. Again, this is north of the Washington area. This area of rotation right around here. Again, strong winds to the south of it, some rotation on the north side of it, but it's going to be wrapped in rain. Yet again, all of this area of rotation not visible unless you're right next to it. So his spotter must have been very, very close.
Just east of that area you're showing right there, east of Highway 1.
Yep, that makes sense. It really lines up well with the way the radar looks. So that is at this point a report of a tornado on the ground on the edge of this tornado warning. Wouldn't be surprised if that would trigger the National Weather Service to make some updates to their warning, which would perhaps include more counties, more communities off to the east and northeast. Going to look at our radar debris tracker here, maybe a little preliminary, but we'll have to keep an eye on it. And there's a new tornado warning as we speak for that portion of the storm. You can see it includes...
It's a big chunk of real estate, too. This is a tornado warning for portions of northwestern Louisa, southwestern Cedar, southeastern Johnson, northeastern Washington County, and northwestern Muscatine County until 6 o'clock.
Lots of communities included. Iowa City, aside from the far southeast side, it looks like you were mainly outside of this. And based on the trajectory of that rotation right now, I would say that's probably pretty accurate. 50 miles per hour is the speed here as it moves off to the northeast. And we will put that on a storm track. So folks that are just joining us, perhaps your cell phones are going off in your pocket for that tornado warning. We will keep you informed. This is moving off to the northeast at a pretty good clip. Let me redraw here. Encompass more of that warning area. Kelowna close to 509. Riverside at 515. Hills closer to 521. Lone Tree, as we've mentioned, 524. Nichols in Muscatine County at 531. West Liberty at 536. Atalissa closer to 542. Moscow, you're on the very edge of this in northern Muscatine County. This would be in effect, or this area of rotation rather, would be approaching you at 547. Now they have listed this as radar indicated, but it's the same portion of the storm that our sister station had reported at least brief tornado touchdown east of Highway 1 in Washington County. So let's go ahead and treat it as if there is a tornado on the ground, and as you should, any tornado warning that's in effect, you should treat with respect and take shelter You can see there is that area of rotation just north of Washington. Yeah, and it still shows a signature that would very much indicate tornadic development, if not probable, has happened. And so that's near there. And so it's areas, again, mainly rural portions of Washington County at this point that are going to see this development for the time being, but it does affect more portions of Johnson, Cedar, Muscatine, and Louisa County coming up. So we're talking right along Riverside Road,
Yep.
southeast of Richmond, approaching Highway 218 very, very soon. This is going to be moving at, again, a very fast clip. We're talking 50 miles per hour. So don't hesitate if you live in northeastern Washington County to seek shelter now.
This, along with the reduced visibility of the heavy torrential rains down in that area too, that we've been, and you can still see in Washington there on our Washington City Cam. Now, obviously, Washington is a little bit further south of this area we're talking about, but it's the eyes we have available at this point. And as Corey, you mentioned too, now this is not Iowa City. This is not the Iowa City Metro. This is not Coralville. This is just to the south of that. That's moving up towards the east.
Yes, Coralville, North Liberty, Solon, all not included. It's the far southern portion of the county. I believe Johnson does do their sirens based on zones, so sirens shouldn't be going off in Iowa City, but if they are, the tornado portion of the storm, tornadic potential is well off to your southeast, so I wouldn't be too worried at this point, but something that we're going to track very carefully as it moves through that area. Now, much of Washington County, as well as Jefferson and Henry counties, all still involved in a tornado warning. That's for a broader area. Again, the main area of concern is in northern, northeastern Washington County. There's another warning that goes for portions of Jefferson as well as into Van Buren County. This is in far southern Iowa for our friends joining us from our sister station in Ottumwa, KYOU. This area of rotation would be right near the junction down there of Highway 1 and Highway 16, north of Mount Zion, south of Birmingham, moving towards Stockport. So if you're in those areas, seek shelter immediately. Mount Pleasant, this is going to be a close call for your area, so please stay weather aware within the next immediate future, as new warnings could be issued for your area where more areas could be involved. We'll now take a look up in our northeast zone too. Don't want to forget folks up toward Dubuque. They just updated those tornado warnings to indicate their extension, or their continuation rather. 6 o'clock for portions of Dubuque, Jackson, and Jones. 6 o'clock for the rest of Dubuque, or at least a good portion of it, and the northern portion of Jackson not included in the first one. So let's put a storm track on this and let you know where things are going. It's moving to the northeast at 40 miles per hour. We're just going to go ahead and give the whole area here because it is the sort of line where embedded tornadoes would be possible. And so Epworth, they're just a couple minutes away. Piasta at 522. Dubuque, again, closer to 530 to 536. East Dubuque, crossing the river just after that, of course. And then we get toward Galena at about 547. Portions of Joe Davies County that are certainly storm weary.
Absolutely.
Because they've had a rough go of it earlier today. I know some portions of northern Illinois, there was actual reports of storm damage, so we're going to have to take a closer look at that from our affiliates and news partners up that direction.
Just a follow-up from southern Iowa, the storms we were tracking earlier around the Ottumwa newsroom. If you could repeat the numbers to me again. 645 folks around the Ottumwa area out of power. For those of you watching us around the that area that we showed you, that transformer blowing a bit ago. So certainly a lot of strength, a lot of energy with these storms that continue to move through. It's 3 different zones. You've got your kind of southern zone around the Washington County. You've got the central zone, if you want to call it that, around Johnson County, over towards Louisa County and spots like that. And then further north around the Dubuque and Jones County areas too. So 3 different spots we're watching on the radar this afternoon.
Yeah, let's take that wide look again. Most of the heavy storm activity is now in the southeastern half of the area, speaking broadly. So we've got that going now still in Lynn County, Johnson County, down Highway 218, up Highway 151. Northwest of those areas, right now things are pretty quiet. I do want to draw some attention to the storms that have developed behind the line. They still at this point look pretty weak down in southwest Iowa, but we'll keep an eye on them as we go throughout the rest of the area. But the main storm, or the storm that has perhaps the most urgency to it, we've got a couple. This one in Washington County. We've had that report of perhaps at least a brief tornado. A tornado warning continues, as well as for the threat of quarter-sized hail. But as we look at our velocity view, the rotation not as tight, not as indicative of perhaps a tornado underway, which is good. We prefer that at this point. But certainly some very strong winds. Those wind gusts that are south of Riverside on the radar could be about 70 to 80 miles per hour. I do understand we have a DOT camera somewhere in the neighborhood. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Highway 1 and 218, which is on the south side of Iowa City. So yeah, they're seeing at least a little bit stronger wind gusts, but they're kind of in between a couple of different storms. This is there's heavier storms in northern Johnson County, some in the southern portion, and especially toward Washington County.
University of Iowa Fire reports Washington and Kelowna fire departments responding to Highway 1 and 190th. That area you've been keyed in on, Corey, for building damage. That's the only report. It's not anything more specific than that. But now starting to get that ground evidence and that ground reporting of, all right, where we've been watching that rotation now. So for Highway 1 and 190th would be just right about this area right here.
That is correct. We will show somewhere in this area. Generally down here is where we're talking about a potential report of damage based on that report from the fire department. Folks at least responding to that area to see what's going on. And that would again be pretty close to where we saw that area of rotation. I'm going to take this velocity view and step back. Notice that's where it about moved through. I'm going to put on our debris tracker and show you if we can see anything. I mean, there's maybe a hint right there.
Maybe a little indicator, but
yeah, barely though. Not a very obvious one, but it does line up with everything we're talking about. So that is good piece of information relayed by folks, first responders, emergency responders down there in Washington County. So that means that this storm still very much could produce a tornado as it moves off to the northeast. New scan from Pinpoint Doppler radar shows that we have continued areas of at least very strong winds, but any sort of area where you see the reds and greens come together could be additional development of a tornado. So really anywhere along this line, just exiting Washington County, entering far southern Johnson County, would include the Riverside area up toward Lone Tree. It would be in line with this as this area moves off to the northeast. It doesn't have the same signature as before, which is a good development because the signature before was consistent with what was likely a tornado. So no sign of that at this moment, but plenty of potential as the storm continues off to the northeast. They kept that tornado warning going for portions of Washington County. No surprise there. Off to the southwest. Just again, storms have the potential really to spin up quickly as they develop. So I'm not too surprised that the National Weather Service is keeping things going in a lot of places.
Yeah, till 5:30 for Henry, Jefferson, and Washington County. The Keokuk County has been allowed to expire out of that, or at least drop out of that warning status. But also getting some updates from our northern, the northern area. Tornado warning continues for Cedar, Johnson, Louisa, Muscatine, the ones we were kind of talking about through 6 o'clock this evening. And also watching up in the Dubuque area too, that storm there and that warning there.
And we will share information with our friends in Dubuque in just a moment. But they did update the warning like you were saying, Justin, and this time it includes another report of a tornado potentially. They were talking near River Junction. So that was in the area just west of Lone Tree, between Lone Tree and Riverside. And again, it's right near that curl of the line of storms, and that is where these things can occur sometimes. And so it's this area that this report came in from law enforcement.
Kind of that backwards comma almost look to it there that you're seeing on the screen.
Exactly. So it's moving east-northeast. And so it would be areas between Riverside and Lone Tree, right along Highway 22. Strong winds are going to kick in no matter what. And so if you live in those areas, you should be seeking very safe shelter now as the storm continues off to the northeast. Again, a confirmed observed tornado based on this warning at this point, at least based on the perspective of law enforcement in the area. If you're in Riverside, you're still very much included in this, and areas toward Nichols. As we go further down the line, we're talking West Branch, West Liberty, Downey, West Branch on the edge of that warning as well, Atalissa, toward Rochester, in portions of Cedar County. Let's take a look. We just got a new scan in terms of velocity data. Nothing, again, very as obvious as it was before, but still plenty of areas right along that line that could produce some rotation anywhere along the leading edge of that line. So we do want you to take it seriously, even if a tornado is not occurring anymore. If that one lifted, it certainly is a possibility, and so you should head to your shelter. Portions of Dubuque County, Jackson County also included in warnings. It's another line of storms that are moving through, and they have potentially had a bit of a increase in the tornadic potential in northern Jackson County. Going to take a look at that one real quick. It would be near Otter Creek and headed toward Lamont and Bellevue. It's this area of rotation right here. It is, again, one of those sharper, smaller areas where those indications of information, or rather velocity data, are very close to one another and sort of brighter colors right next to one another. So it'd be right near Otter Creek, headed toward Lamont and Cottonville. Definitely seeing that potential for rotation, and it would be headed toward Bellevue here in just a moment. Let's put a storm track on this right now. It's moving east at about 55 miles per hour. So again, we're seeing those somewhat variable wind speeds from time to time, or rather storm speeds from time to time. As these head off that way, Otter Creek, it's right there. Lamont at 525, St. Donatus close to 531, Bellevue at 536, over and crossing the Mississippi River from there and off into Joe Daviess County and other portions of Illinois. So that is the danger there. Dubuque, you are included in a tornado warning. The indications on radar at this point, the rotation may not be quite as strong there. However, I understand we do have a DOT camera from the Dubuque area that we may be able to take a look at. This is over the southwest arterial. Again, flashes of lightning, heavy rain, dark skies again. The camera moving a little bit as the wind gets going. But that is still the potential in the Dubuque area. Heavy storms moving through the Dubuque County area, and it will continue to do so for at least the next half hour.
So we continue to keep you up to date. We go back to the live pinpoint Doppler radar. Number of tornado warnings that we are watching, that we are tracking. This in addition to severe thunderstorm warnings. We've seen reports of winds and potential wind speeds 60 to 70 to 80 mile an hour. Some reports of damage around the Washington County area as well. Up in Dubuque, as we kind of take a look at it, you've got the Dubuque City Cam. It's been round after round for these folks, Corey. As early as, again, 2 o'clock. 2 was kind of the first warning that kind of kicked off this entire bound of coverage that we've been into now for over 3 hours.
Yep, that is for sure. And the most pressing concern, of course, is those tornado warnings. Let's start back in Washington County again. You can see down toward the Lone Tree area in particular, as we pinpoint a little bit closer, would be the area to watch out for. This tornado warning goes for another 37 minutes till 6 o'clock. This is for radar indicated and observed tornadic activity. I would look at the area close to, again, River Junction and a Lone Tree. I'm going to switch our velocity views here. It's going to be pretty close to Lone Tree potentially, or pretty close to River Junction up here. Again, we've got lines of activity now, or at least a surging area of wind. So you can see those brighter greens and light blues behind it. That is wind moving out from the southern side of the storm. And it's on the edge of that where we could have occasional little tornadic spin-ups. And we've seen that already happen a couple of times with this storm. So that is why this warning is, it's not the most obvious tornadic circulation, but the possibility is there. It does look like, at least as of a few minutes ago, there was still some report of a tornado around the Lone Tree area. So that's why this tornado warning keeps that observed tag with it as it continues off to the northeast. So if you're anywhere northeast of Lone Tree, and we're really talking up toward West Liberty, far southeastern Johnson County, as well as southern Cedar County and a good portion of Muscatine County, you'll want to shelter soon because these storms are moving in. In fact, I would say shelter now as they are just minutes away. Nichols right about now, West Liberty in about 10 minutes, and then toward Centerdale at 5:35, at Alyssa closer to 5:38, in Moscow we're talking northern Muscatine County at 5:42. So if you are not in a safe shelter, which would be lowest level of your home, whether that be your basement or your first floor, that is where you should head. That will help keep you safe. Put as many walls between you and the outside as you can. That will also help to keep you safe. Protect your head and neck. Use a bike helmet, pillows, blankets, whatever you can to help protect your head and neck. Get under something sturdy also helps. That would be like a desk or a workbench, something that would be not prone to easily falling over or collapsing. And that will all be the ways that you can help keep yourself safe. Stay off the road, stay home. Don't, or rather abandon a mobile home if you live in those areas. Those are not safe.
Storm report, go. Okay, we'll get up to northeast Iowa in a second. I know we've kind of been focusing our efforts and attention in central and southern parts of the viewing area. Stand by, we'll go back up to northeast Iowa in a second. Some unconfirmed reports of a semi-overturned north of Washington. Again, Corey, that would coincide with that report of the building damage on Highway 1 and 190th. This says 2 miles north of Washington, a report of a semi-overturned. I would assume that would be on Highway 1, but I guess I shouldn't make that assumption. But at least we know that that report comes in north of the Washington County area there. And then also kind of taking a look at some other reports. Again, just keeping a very watchful eye on those two areas of rotation just towards the kind of the south, or I should say the west of Nichols area there, the west of Hills, north of River Junction there. Lone Tree, certainly the wind is very strong in your neck of the woods right now. You're feeling it, you're probably seeing it with plenty of heavy rain there too.
Yes, for sure. And the tornado warning continues for another half an hour or more as we look ahead. The areas of Johnson County starting to get less involved in this, but certainly plenty of concern as we look ahead toward Muscatine and Cedar County as this moves off to the northeast. Again, West Liberty, West Branch, not totally out of the woods either. And so I would certainly seek safe shelter just about anywhere along that path, because that will be potentially dangerous if a tornado spins up pretty quickly in those areas.
Let's head up to Jones County. Just got an update to the not only the tornado warning that we've been tracking there, but they've the National Weather Service has extended the severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag with strong winds, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And go ahead, newsroom, with the report again. Was it 810 people out of power within that kind of warning zone? Do we know a specific location on that, or? Okay, so Maquoketa Valley Electric, so that'd be around the Delhi area kind of spots, kind of a wide-ranging group there. But again, you're talking around that area of the highlighted area that we're looking at here. Anamosa, kind of back up towards the Delaware County, Jones County, Cedar County area, that Maquoketa Valley REC area spot that's reporting that right now.
And it does include southeastern Lynn County too, down toward the Mount Vernon area. It's another cluster of storms that has the potential to produce at least heavy rain, plenty of lightning, as well as those gusty winds that could lead to additional disruptions to power or some quarter-sized hail. More storms involved. Dubuque still under that tornado warning. You can see your picture on your city cam down there in the corner of the screen. No clear indication at this time of an imminent tornado threat within this storm. But storms could spin up quickly in just about any location. And so we do encourage you to seek safe shelter in Dubuque. You can see that portions of Joe Davies County are not currently under any additional warning. I expect that to change pretty soon. But at this point, it is very much limited to Dubuque County, not crossing the river just yet. Does look like there was a new severe thunderstorm warning issued down south as well. So we're going to go ahead and pull back and take a look at the south zone. It's this big warning that's actually going to include a lot of Washington County, as well as portions of Jefferson and Henry County and down toward Van Buren County. So it's the possibility of 70-mile-per-hour winds and nickel-sized hail. So 70-mile-per-hour winds can do quite a bit of damage. This goes until, well, that says it goes until 5:30. There is a new warning for many of these same areas that goes until 6:30, and it's for the same threats. So I wonder if there was a little bit of a crossed wire there. But new warning for many of those areas, 6:30, for those strong gusty winds continuing. Tornado warnings continue. The one for Washington County has been allowed to expire. You saw it pop off your screen just there. The one for portions of Johnson as well as Muscatine and Cedar counties continues. It's this area that's right around the leading edge of this storm where we could see small, likely brief tornadoes take place. And at this point, no new information from the National Weather Service of new development. But as we turn on the velocity view, you can see that it still offers potentially pretty dangerous rotation in some parts.
Good news I want to give to you, Corey, when you're done there in just a second.
Go ahead.
National Weather Service canceled the tornado warning for Louisa and Washington County now.
Okay, so they just got rid of it completely.
So, yep, let it go at this point.
Good deal. The area of rotation in now portions of Muscatine County, I believe, is located north of Nichols. So it's this same area. This would be the area that's got some subtle rotation to it, maybe a small tornado taking place. We're going to go ahead and just give a broad, again, sort of overview of where these storms are headed within the next several minutes. Downey, close to 533. You are included in this warning. The most concerning area is off to your south, but areas right around Wapsie Park at 534. West Liberty, close to 534 too, so you're just a couple minutes away. Atalissa at 538, Moscow at 542, and Rochester, that gets you into, I believe, southern Cedar County. That's going to be around 544. Yeah, there is some indication here that the rotation may be picking up just a bit near the West Liberty area. So do want you, if you live in that neck of the woods, West Liberty, Atalissa, Moscow, you should be headed to the shelter now if you haven't already. Again, don't try to stand out there and see the tornado. Many of the activity we've seen today has been rain wrapped, and with strong winds and potential hail, we don't want you to run into those hazards either. So your best bet is to just go and seek shelter at this point.
And you're not going to see anything anyway.
Chances
As you
are.
alluded to, you're just going to get wet.
Yep, chances are pretty high there. So we're going to go ahead and again put on a storm track for this portion of the storm. West Liberty, it's just about 3 minutes away, and toward Rochester, closer to 550. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter now. We're going to take a look at the other tornado warning that's still up in our northeast zone. We're going to try to ping pong back and forth between these two areas. I'm going to pinpoint Jackson County, Dubuque County. These both go until 6 o'clock. Quarter-sized hail also possible within these storms. However, at this point, the tornadic threat, again, still there, but it's not as obvious perhaps in some spots as it once was. But anywhere up and down along this line, again, as we start to push it out of the TV9 viewing area, it's going to be from the edge of this warning, west of Bellevue, and really up into the Dubuque area now. We've got our city cam point of view up there, and we're not seeing anything particularly ominous that direction. But it's this leading edge that has the potential for quick spin-up tornadoes, as this has really sort of evolved into more of a line that has occasional areas of potential.
So kind of right around Highway 62, 52 as well, kind of that area right there. If you are traveling or about to travel that area, maybe kind of hang off just a little bit and certainly be smart and be wise. Kind of take a little pause as we look through that activity there. And just a number of severe thunderstorm warnings continue. We continue to track these tornado warnings, both of which go until 6 o'clock this afternoon. There's live pinpoint Doppler radar and the tornado warning for Dubuque and Jackson County till 6 o'clock. As well as central and southern parts of the kind of that Bellevue, Dubuque County area. And then we go down towards that's the northeast area. We go a little further south down towards Johnson County, where we've been watching around the Cedar County area too. Spots like that. Those are kind of the two focal points for us right now. But you'll notice back behind that, dry weather.
Not much, that's for sure. Cooler weather, some winds. There's a little storm down by Creston, which looks kind of strong. But no warnings down that direction. And so less to worry about. Once this round of storms moves through, it does look like we will have perhaps a scattered shower storm as we head into the late portions of the evening or early overnight, but not much else. And so that's the good news there, is that the severe weather threat begins to wind down. In the immediate future, though, not so. We're keeping an eye on this area of potential tornadic development in portions of Muscatine and Cedar counties. Johnson County at this point, the threat for tornadoes has passed you by. Instead, we're watching right near West Liberty, which is what we were talking about before. It's this area that is on our radar view. That would be right near West Liberty. Again, it's a relatively diffuse area of rotation, but it's certainly there. There is a little bit of a signature on the rain view of radar too that would suggest the potential for perhaps a brief spin up with this line of storms. If you don't experience a tornado, there is still the threat of 60 to 70 mile per hour winds with this storm too. And so no shortage of trouble in those areas. New radar scan really just moves things along just a little bit as things approach West Liberty and then eventually Atalissa and far southern Cedar County.
And of news and note, one thing we haven't seen, and I've been scanning the channels, is not a lot of those hail reports confirmed that we were seeing about an hour to hour and a half ago. It's more of a wind and now Doppler indicated tornado possibility with these storms. But look in the bottom right side of your screen there, the Dubuque City Cam, certainly seeing that storm intensify and seeing it kind of roll through Dubuque proper now or along the ice harbor. We're looking from the ice harbor kind of back north. There's the casino, there's the far end, the cathedral and everything, kind of looking towards that north and east direction, or excuse me, north and kind of west direction a little bit.
And still have that rotation on radar. Got a report from a Muscatine County emergency manager. They're seeing some rotation in the clouds south of West Liberty. And that was just from a couple minutes ago, so they are keeping an eye on things there. Severe thunderstorm warning that you mentioned, Justin, sort of encompassing this whole area that includes Johnson and Muscatine, Washington, Louisa, all of that. That continues with the potential now in that area. The National Weather Service has identified it for potentially 80 mile per hour wind gusts outside of any sort of tornadic development. So plenty of very strong storm activity there. Even if you don't have a tornado, you can see those areas still getting involved. Cedar, Johnson, Louisa, Muscatine, as well as areas anywhere along and south of Tipton. That's 80 mile per hour winds. And so that is the kind of thing, again, that will make your cell phones go off, those wireless emergency alerts. So if you hear that in those areas, be prepared for some potentially very, very strong winds as they move off to the east-northeast. Still thinking that's tracking at about 50 miles per hour. So yes, potentially, as the National Weather Service describes them, potentially destructive storms within that area.
And emergency management in the, I just lost a report here, the Muscatine County area. So again, we're talking just over the border here, more over into our sister station, KWQC, seeing a lot of ground rotation to kind of what they can see, I guess, within the cloud cover, within the rain out there. But he's reporting that in the emergency management there in Muscatine County at this point.
Yeah, pretty distinct area of rotation that is located west of Atalissa, right near West Liberty. And so that is going to track back into Cedar County here relatively soon. And so that warning, that goes until 6 o'clock. It does look like this area with potential rotation could exceed that warning a little bit before that. So more of Cedar County is going to get involved. We're going to see that moving off to the northeast and affecting areas really over toward Lime City, Rochester. It's going to be a close call. And again, southeastern Cedar County. Start to be thinking, if you haven't sought shelter already, what you'll need to do so. I do understand we've got some new video. This was up near the Wyoming area.
And this is an area, Corey, as you were on the air with just a few days ago in Jones County. I guess we're looking at some upper level rotation here at this point.
Yeah, some swirling in the clouds there again. Similar to that video that we shared a little bit earlier along the line. And so, yeah, certainly the ingredients are there for clouds and storms to rotate. And so no surprise that we're seeing some of that development really take place from time to time, basically all up and down the line, which is why we've had these numerous warnings issued.
Confirmed report wind damage in the Washington County area. We kind of brought the unconfirmed report, semi blown over at the intersection of Highway 1 and 92 north of Washington.
Okay.
So that's a pretty major intersection right there before you drop south to head into Washington proper. So report now of the semi at Highway 1 and 92 there in Washington County. This would have been, again, kind of coinciding with that report that we had earlier of the building damage, and the Kelowna and Washington Fire Departments reporting that on Highway 1 and 190th too.
Yep, for sure. It would be all with this same storm. All has been consistent along that path for the past hour or so. Certainly, unfortunately, seeing some of those reports come out, but so far they have been relatively limited, and hopefully we can keep that going. But if you live near Atalissa or anywhere in southern Cedar County, south of Rochester toward Lime City, Durant, Sunbury, you're in line for this storm as it continues off to the northeast. So please, at that point, seek shelter, maybe even consider doing so ahead of this, as this warning is about to be surpassed by the motion of the storm. So don't let your guard down in portions of southeastern Cedar County. You can kind of see as we look at the traditional radar view. I'm going to show you this area. Again, it curls a little bit here, right near Atalissa, which is right where we've seen that rotation. And so within those lines, you look for those little curls that sometimes stick out, and that's one of them. And so that's where, again, similar to where we've seen that report near West Liberty of some of that rotation, that would be moving into southern Cedar County. But we have also got more warnings, as you've been discussing, Justin. Tornado warnings continue for Dubuque County, as well as portions of Jackson County. You can see most of our northeast zone is quiet. But Dubuque County, this technically goes for another 20 minutes. I would not be surprised if this warning gets canceled, perhaps a little bit early. There is a little bit of a curl to the overall shape of the line of storms. And so you've got that shaped like this. But really what that is probably going to do, if anything, is going to enhance the strong winds coming out of this.
Yep, heading out of the Galena area and kind of back off towards the east a bit.
Yep, and we could see additional quick spin-ups take place with that. But I would be interested to see if that wind potential starts to increase there.
Stand by for most likely a new tornado warning around that West Liberty area, Cedar County, kind of Muscatine County, and spots like that. So again, that same rotation, we've been watching it. It has been consistent in that West Liberty, kind of Atalissa area. This would be just reports of that rotation there as well. So we'll stand by for the potential for an extension, or if not a brand new warning, that would make it go a little further up towards the north and east.
Yeah, it's just generally that area again that we've been talking about, Justin, near West Liberty. And so let's take a look at our velocity view again. Not a lot of change in that. So yeah, the consistency is kind of the key here in terms of seeing that same sort of signature just near Atalissa. And it's going to track toward Wilton and Durant potentially as it moves farther off to the northeast. I do understand, did we get a picture somewhere around the Iowa City area? Could be a little bit of a lowering earlier today. Any idea what time frame this would have been? Okay, fair enough. Yeah, so certainly some interesting cloud formations there in the
Well,
Iowa
we've
City
seen
area.
a fair amount of that today, you know, as we've kind of watched this around the Cedar Rapids earlier, you know, that area when we were tracking those, around the Dubuque area as well. We saw it in Parkersburg as well, and it was just the atmosphere was just the perfect recipe for that sort of thing. And now we're watching kind of the last gasps here as we start to see things eventually press off towards the east, and we follow it up with those stronger winds that'll drop temperatures as we head into the evening and overnight.
Yeah, sooner than later, we will start to feel that for sure. The most pressing issue at this point, though, is this tornado warning. We're going to go ahead and give a big, broad storm track again as we take it off to the northeast. It's going to affect more portions of Cedar County. So up toward Lime City and Wilton and Tipton, closer to 551. You may not be under direct threat from this area of tornadic circulation, but it will be moving toward you, at least with very heavy rain and certainly some strong winds. Durant at about 554 and Bennett close to 555. Walcott, which is over in Scott County, that's more like 603. That new warning did get placed. It's going to be until 645. This includes southeastern Cedar County in particular. I'm going to go ahead and switch to the regular radar view to kind of give you a better idea. It's easier to see which portion of Cedar County we're talking about. So we're talking about this area right here. That sort of encompasses southeastern Cedar County. So yeah, down toward Rochester, Wilton, Durant, Tipton, not included in this new tornado warning. You're still on the edge of that severe thunderstorm warning, so new and strong wind gusts may not be out of the order for you, but the tornadic threat does look to stay to the south, which is good news for the folks in Tipton. Not as good of news for folks that live in southeastern Cedar County at this point. So if you live anywhere within this new flashing tornado warning, you will want to seek shelter as this storm moves in. Again, it does look like it's moving at about 55 miles per hour, still 50. So seeing that, we'll put a little storm track on here, and we'll limit it to just portions of Cedar County, just to give it an idea for those communities in the path. Lime City 544 rather, Cherrydale Park at 546, Durant at 554, and New Liberty at about 557. So that's that new tornado warning that goes for southeastern portions of Cedar County all the way until we get to 6:45. But of course, the far end of that warning is off toward Clinton and far
Scott counties, yep.
Yeah, so
and this looks to pass just to the north of the Davenport area proper and everything, but Eldridge, DeWitt, certainly spots like that within kind of on the far eastern edge of the viewing area. Certainly be on alert. Have your plans in place. Get ready to enact those as this continues to hold. One thing we've seen is that just that consistent rotation there around that area there, nearing the kind of getting closer to the Wilton area at this point.
Yep.
For point of reference, just south of I-80 if you're traveling from West Branch eastward. So certainly watching that area right now.
Yeah, at the very least, we've all likely at least traveled through this area, but certainly looks like there could be some rotation that will be passing through that area. The potential that some of this could move through portions of Interstate 80 corridor as well. Sorry, I skipped past the wrong graphic. Let's get back to pinpoint Doppler radar. A wide view shows the storm activity that is moving through the southeastern third of the area now. It's getting close. We're approaching the Mississippi River, hopefully pushing these storms out of here. And again, those storms in central Iowa at this point, not severe, but still a little of activity to watch.
More of the tornado watch has been peeled back, includes Benton, Buchanan, Iowa, and Keokuk counties now. So again, basically where this line is, Corey, that we've been watching eastward, and I fully suspect once that line blows through, it would be very surprising if we have a tornado watch in effect past 6:45, 7 o'clock tonight.
Yep, I agree with that completely, because we're going to lose the access to instability that's all the way through the atmosphere. Those storms that are developing southwest of Des Moines are based higher in the atmosphere. There's still some energy up there. The cold front isn't like a wall that moves forward all at once. It's sloped, so there still is some energy up above it, but that will, of course, eventually get cut off too. A couple of things to note. The tornado warning for Dubuque County has now been canceled. It has moved out of the area and weakened too. There is a new severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Joe Daviess County. That goes until, let's find out here together. This was just recently issued. 6:45, 70-mile-per-hour winds possible for Joe Daviess County. So Galena and areas surrounding could get some very strong winds. Northern Jackson County, again, still included in that tornado warning, but the one that we're concerned about that has had occasional tornado reports is down here in Cedar County. So that is really crossing over the Muscatine County area and providing that threat as we get into southeastern Cedar County too. Let's take a look at far southeastern Cedar County and take a look at where we're going for those warnings. And then those are going to move off and hopefully off into portions of the area that are perhaps better served by some of our friends in the Quad Cities. This area of rotation is down off to the southern portion of Cedar County. Again, just near Moscow and about to cross into Cedar County if it hasn't, just based on our latest radar scan. This is going to keep going off to the northeast at about 50 miles per hour. Again, I'm going to give you sort of the broader view here of a wide area that could see circulation develop, but more specifically in the middle of it. Wilton at about 548, Durant at about 554, New Liberty close to 6, and that's getting to Scott County, and then that really gets off into portions of Clinton County as well.
I'm just going to pull up on Max. I believe this is Max 2 I'm on here, Corey. I'm not sure, but I want to pull up just a storm reports, kind of give us a broad idea here just within the last 6 hours. And when I get that prepared, there you go. You can kind of see, again, a lot of hail, a lot of reports there. Certainly some wind damage, especially around that Washington County area where we've gotten the reports, the building, the semi as well. Ottumwa, Oskaloosa for those of our kind of southern area, but not unsimilar, or not I should say very similar to what we saw earlier in the week. Lots of hail reports, some wind damage, but certainly it looks like the worst of which over towards Illinois and Minnesota too. We hadn't really had a chance to talk about it, but a number of confirmed tornadoes and damage just to our north and just to our east.
Yeah, so we may have lucked out a little bit here in eastern Iowa. Atmosphere very volatile, and it had the potential to produce some pretty strong and intense thunderstorms. Hopefully we just kind of got away with it and saw some of that lesser reports of damage. But again, it's early. We'll have to assess. We'll still get some more information from folks down in the southern portion of the viewing area and maybe up toward Dubuque and areas in Galena territory as well in northwest Illinois. We'll have to keep a close eye on that. But at this point, we have this one tornado warning or series of tornado warnings that includes southeastern portions of Cedar County. This goes until 6:45. It's going to be moving through. It does look like the tornado warning that was left over for
Jackson County has just expired.
Let to go, which is good. The severe thunderstorm warning up toward Dubuque and Jones County still continues, and so that will go on. The Dubuque and Jackson County, which is the rest of the tornado warning, those two that were up there, have both been allowed to expire now that it's 6 o'clock or close to it. But this area is still where we're watching new tornadic development, at least as a possibility for portions of southeastern Cedar County too. So it's this area that's now crossing Interstate 80 north of Wilton. So right where it has that interchange with Highway 38. 38 joins Interstate 80 for a little bit and north of Wilton and goes north after that. But it's here that we see that potential development of some rotation. It's not as evident as it perhaps once was, which is what we love to see, but it certainly is there. And so if there was a tornado in this storm, it's most likely to be taking place right in that location. Now, we can't fully rule out a little bit of rotation developing basically anywhere along this line. And so if you live anywhere northeast of this, you will want to seek shelter. That includes southeastern Cedar County as those storms roll through. So we still do have at least another little while of the potential for tornadic development, Justin. We've got no new reports. No news is good news, but plenty to watch.
And the reports we do have, we're talking 40, 50 mile an hour reports now around that Muscatine, Wilton area. So certainly less intense than what we saw earlier in the afternoon when the coverage started around 2:15 earlier this afternoon.
Yep, and that carries on. We've got a new radar scan. Let's take a look at what pinpoint Doppler radar has to offer for us. It does look like perhaps that area of rotation carries on into far southeastern Cedar County, but it's just going to move through far southeastern Cedar County. Sunbury, it's very close to you, so you'll want to be seeking shelter there, but it's going to move in and out here within the next little while. In fact, if we use our measurement here, it's only got a little ways to go before it gets off into Scott and Clinton County. And so we're talking right about till 6 o'clock, 5 miles away. Just a heads up to the folks in the studio, we can hear your microphones. So just be careful with that. We will be with you until this storm exits the TV9 viewing area and moves off into Scott County as this rotation moves through. And then looks like we'll be able to at least start our 6 o'clock newscast and see where we go from there. That's the state of these storms moving out, which is what we've been waiting for several hours at this point.
Very much so. It's been a very long afternoon. It's certainly a storm-weary Iowans, the good news. And I know you're going to talk about this in your newscast and your weathercast this evening, and as well as that this stretch of round after round of strong to severe weather, once we get done with this today, comes to a close. We finally get done with those 2, 3 multiple rounds of strong to severe storms this week. We just got to walk the rest of these storms out of here. And then we get a bit of calmer weather to look forward to. Colder, but calmer weather comes our way.
I'll take the trade-off at this point, I think. We will keep that tornado warning, though, going for southeastern Cedar County. We're not quite out of the woods yet. I think Johnson County, yeah, you're well out of the woods at this point. Just a little bit of light rain left over, even though that warning polygon still stays in effect. Instead, it's this area in far southeastern Cedar County. You can see the pattern in the rain is all sorts of jumbled up. You can see it curves and it curves back this way. And so it's within those curves that we can occasionally find areas of rotation that develop. And it's this area in particular that has crossed Interstate 80. No reports there. Doesn't look like we've had reports of traffic tie-ups or disruptions. And usually those can go hand in hand if a tornado is moving through. So hopefully that stays consistent. And this area of rotation about to move through far southern southeastern Cedar County and then move off into Scott and Clinton counties as that warning goes until 6:45. But Cedar County, you'll be out of it well before then. You can see Sunbury again, anywhere that's west of the Cedar and Scott County lines, and anywhere east of Union Avenue. That's where this area of rotation, or at least small rotation, is at this point. it is not evident that with this there would be a tornado taking place. There was a report of 60-mile-per-hour winds close to Wilton, which is not surprising as the southern portion of that line continues working in. But here is where the rotation is, and it is, again, fairly limited. We're not expecting necessarily the storm at this point with that type of signature to be a real big tornado threat in the immediate future. But again, things can change quickly. Spin-ups happen quickly. Sometimes they're one radar scan long, and then they're gone. And of course, for the folks that are in the path of that, even if it's just a couple of miles long, that can be particularly damaging. So we want to keep people informed.
Go back to the Galena area, an area we certainly talked about a few times this afternoon, reporting several branches down in that area, 2 to 4 inches in diameter, so it's relatively good sized, and many yard items displaced there too. So again, indicative of the storms that rolled through, and now, Corey, we're starting to see more of the flood watches that are coming into effect here now. We've seen round after round of rain here, so certainly turn our attention to that part of this.
Yeah, we'll have to track river levels in the coming days. There were some minor rises taking place, some flood warnings in a few places. I know the Mississippi is in line to see at least rises on the river. Now, certainly nothing extreme compared to what we sometimes see in the spring when the snowmelt season happens, but instead just elevated water levels compared to where they have been, which have been pretty low. So in a lot of ways, this is not necessarily a bad thing to get rid of those drought conditions. And hopefully once we get some perhaps less active weather next week, we'll sort of balance things out, even them out a little bit, and bring in just a very nice level of moisture in the ground and in our area rivers and streams. Looks like they're trimming back some warnings. The severe thunderstorm warning for Washington County, I believe, has been still mostly, trimmed back. Washington, you're out of it. At this point, you're probably seeing a little bit of sun, in fact. Areas of Jefferson, Henry County getting out of it. There's a tornado warning for far southern Louisa County. But then as we go into portions of Jones County, one severe thunderstorm warning left. These tornado warnings here in southern Dubuque County and northeastern Jackson County, they've both been allowed to expire at 6 o'clock. So effectively, they are no longer there, and the storms have largely moved away. But it's this area down to the south where we are expecting this storm to continue to track east and northeast at a quick pace and move out of the TV9 viewing area here in a real big hurry. And it really is this area that's just about to cross the line into Scott County and then eventually Clinton County with this storm. It's moving at 55 miles per hour. Again, Sunbury area. Luckily have heard no reports from the National Weather Service in those areas. But at this point, that's all we have left in terms of tornado warnings. And it does look likely at this point that that is all we will have. So that is the good side as we look ahead there. We've got, what do you have for us?
I was just going to say, one of the things we were tracking throughout the day was this cold front and the motion of it. Since we've just got a moment there, we put the temperatures back on there. You can see that colder weather now is starting to finally settle into the forecast. But the frontal boundary, I would say, from maybe around Decorah back to kind of towards that Clarinda area, right about there, we've got those 40s and 50s compared to 60s and 70s. Now we'll certainly cool things down and get to some windier weather and some colder weather, but eventually some less exciting and less intense weather over the next few days.
That does appear to be the case. And we are about to start our 6 o'clock newscast. We will be right back in a moment with a sort of broad overview of what the situation is across eastern Iowa. But at this moment, we thank you for joining us for this extended coverage. And our 6 o'clock news starts right now.
Good evening and welcome to the KTRG TV9 News at 6. And storms tonight, bringing hail, strong winds, the threat of potential tornadoes. You've been watching live coverage for hours right now. And these are some of the photos from several of our viewers of some of that hail that we've seen across eastern Iowa.
And we certainly appreciate you safely bringing those photos to us. Now today, what we just experienced, the fourth and final round of storms for the week. I feel like we should celebrate. We made it. Let's go right away, though, to First Alert Meteorologist Corey Thompson, who still has his voice to give us the latest on what we can now expect.
Yes, that's for sure, guys. Justin Roberts with me as well, and has been throughout the afternoon. A lot of action, a lot of storms. So far, a lot of hail reports, but not a ton of damage reports.
Yeah, that's the way you want to see. You want to come out of an event like this where, yeah, you get some of that anecdotal here and there, but you don't want to see those, large, widespread reports of damage. Luckily, we haven't had that.
Yes, for sure. Let's go ahead and take a look at pinpoint Doppler radar, though, and show what we are dealing with at this hour. Showers and storms continue moving off to the east. The severe weather, the threat for strong to severe storms, is right along the Mississippi River. You can see some additional storm activity here in central Iowa. No severe weather reported with this. It's very much on the cool side of a cold front, as Justin showed you just before the newscast began, but it is not likely to turn severe. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for portions of Cedar and Muscatine counties. Johnson and Washington, it's drawn on there, but you are out of the woods in terms of that severe weather threat. The tornado threat really moving out of Cedar County as well. Technically not canceled from that warning, but the warning goes until 6:45. You can see that there is this area of rotation that has now moved into the portions of Scott County. So at this point, the tornado warning threat and the tornado threat for portions of the TV9 viewing area has come to an end. However, we will be watching things very closely here in the TV9 Weather Lab. We're also going to take a look at what's to come. Big changes in our weather as we go to the weekend.
Big changes temperature-wise, but some calmer weather through all of it. Corey will have the details of the next 9 days coming up in just a bit.
I'll send it back to you guys.
Justin, Corey, thank you. We received quite a few photos and videos from viewers during tonight's storms. Again, thank you. Here's a look at some hail out of Delaware County in the community of Hopkinton. You can hear that hail as well in portions of Dubuque County. A viewer shared this video with us. The hail and heavy rain that was falling in Bernard. Yeah, a little bit of whipping there with the wind. The storms also brought with it lightning. Corey and Justin showed us this during their extended coverage. This is in Marion, where a lightning strike, you can see there, caused that tree to catch fire. Remember, if you can do so safely, we urge that. Do send us videos and photos through the U News aspect of KCRG.com.
You are our eyes and ears in so many different ways, so we do appreciate it. We take a look at the latest power outages from poweroutage.us, showing more than 2,000 customers without power. Storms have brought much worse in the past, but still, for 2,000 people, this is more than inconvenient. It is impacting several counties, including Clayton, Delaware, Jones, Wapello, as well as Washington counties right now.
We'll give you the latest conditions on tonight's storms by downloading our free KCRG TV9 First Alert weather app. It was helpful for us when we were in the basement.
Right,
We
this
were
building.
taking shelter.
Absolutely.
You can still follow the coverage. Just scan that QR code or search KCRG in your app store. A local gym is mourning the loss of 2 of its members killed in separate crashes just days apart.
And KCRG TV9's Libby Randall reports those who worked out alongside them say the grief feels like losing family, so they're coming together to honor their lives.